Welcome to Wednesday, the 2nd of... Can't believe it's the 2nd of June already. It only seems like yesterday was the 1st. And here we are on the 2nd. And what's happening today? Well, apparently, according to the meteorological office, they say we could have thunderstorms today from 5 a.m. until 11 a.m. Typical, isn't it? Typical. Just as I start work, down came the rain. And then I have to go home. Luckily, I brought an umbrella with me. I'm always well prepared, just in case. They say it's the possibility of short-term loss of power and other services, as well as train delays and poor road conditions. Oh, my God, honestly. We're just falling apart, aren't we? We're just falling apart. Well, after yesterday's brilliant piece of detection work and Derek down at Stockwell Garage coming to the rescue, and I told my friend Jordan, he sent back saying, oh, thank you, I can't believe it. I said, well, we couldn't believe it either. But unfortunately, we've got a bit of bad news for you. Not exactly to do with Jordan or to do with Derek or to do with finding the laptop. But yesterday, the producer leaves here yesterday morning, skips out of the building. That's such a good programme and it was all marvellous. Gets mugged. Gets mugged in Tottenham Court Road for his telephone. And other... Oh, no. Let me just offer you this piece of advice. In London and other places as well, there are tow rags. Okay, there are people who will steal anything from you. They don't care what it is. If you're standing by the side of the road and you're holding your telephone or you've got it up to your ear, they will go past on a bicycle. They will get somebody on the pavement to bump into you. You then become a bit disorientated. This is exactly what happened to Joe. And somebody will then grab your phone. And because they're on a bicycle, you can't chase them. You just have to watch your phone disappearing. The only good news is that, well, in fact, bad news in his case, because it was unlocked, so they were able to use it. And also, the good news is that it's on iCloud, so he can get all the information back again. But it goes on all the time, and you sort of think, isn't it funny? We were talking about, people thieving things yesterday, and these little tow rags on their bicycles will steal anything. They couldn't care less whether you're a young person, an old person, a pensioner, disabled, wheelchair. They don't care. If you've got something they want, they'll take it. It's as simple as that. Me, of course, I'm the hang 'em and flog 'em brigade. But the trouble is, it's no good phoning up the police and going, I've had my phone pinched, and they'll go, right, there are loads of them. 183 smartphones are stolen every day, which means 67,000, nearly 67,000 roughly, smartphones worth 27 million are stolen every year. Most of the thefts happen in London. So my advice is, because he's kind of over it, but it's still not nice to think that somebody has violated your person and they've got something that belongs to you. And I, of course, want to go and let their tyres down on their bicycle. And, yes, at least. I also thought about bringing back the stocks. And I thought we could have them in Leicester Square. And then most evenings of the week, you just pick up rotten fruit and you just throw it at these scumbags. Or failing that, you go round to where they live. You follow them back there and you break into their house and you steal everything. Because they don't seem to care about you. Why should you care about them? And they are, the scum of society. In fact, there was another thing the other day. A boy chased through the streets and then stabbed fatally. How many more murders do we have to have in the capital? Is this gang related? Is this, just somebody sitting in the wrong? But there was a piece on the television, and there was people fighting in the streets over the bank holiday. One, because somebody had sat in somebody else's seat at an outdoor restaurant. Hyde Park. Last night, there was machete carnage. A man is rushed to hospital with stab wounds after a gang, armed with foot-long knives, attacked him in front of screaming onlookers. This is around 9 p.m. in Hyde Park. Since Saturday afternoon, we've had 5 knife attacks. Who are these people? Who are these people? It's just, one of the people who's been... I think 2 of them handed themselves in after this young man was attacked. One of them was 13. 13. And I remember thinking, 13, I was still playing with dinky toys at 13. I was still sort of going out. One of them, 14, held on a murder charge. And you think to yourself, what sort of families do these people come from? What sort of people are they? This young victim was chased by a gang of people, but then he was stabbed in the chest. For what reason? For what? I mean, I just don't get it. I know people say, oh, it's always bad news and everything. Well, it's not always bad news. Yesterday we had, loads of good news, and then it sort of ended up being a bit of bad news with Joe losing his telephone. But in Birmingham, a boy of 13 among 6 people arrested over the murder of a 14-year-old. A boy of 13? What sort of families do they come from? I mean, because just generally speaking, although actually I might have to change my mind on that one, because there is somebody who's fairly high up in society who's being held on sort of various charges. So it's a bit difficult to say, is it the parents' fault? The answer is 9 out of 10 times the parents haven't got the faintest idea what their kids get up to. And they never believe it's their little darlings, do they? Oh, no, they wouldn't do anything like that. I can remember years ago, probably about 3 or 4 years ago, there was some kid was chased through Waterloo Station by a gang of girls armed with knives. And you think to yourself, who are these people? Are they really that thick and ugly? And the answer is yes, inside and out. Shane says, sorry to hear about Joe. Tell him I'm thinking of him. Well, that doesn't bring his phone back, does it? Well, fat lot of use that is. But they don't seem to be worried about being caught. That holds no fear to... If you said, if you're convicted of murder, we have the death penalty, which thank God we don't, because we don't want to make mistakes. It wouldn't bother them. They look on this as a badge of honour. In court, they sit there, couldn't care less. What? So they go to prison. And then you come out and people go, oh, you're a hero because you've been to prison. And you go, what? These people are scum. Absolute scum. Their parents should be fined for not looking after their children. Don't they have any responsibility? The answer is, no, they don't. They couldn't give a toss. You imagine if you went up to these parents and said, oh, by the way, your 14-year-old son is up on a murder charge. They go, oh, fell in with a bad crowd. Yeah, of course. Yeah, never blame themselves, do they? Never blame themselves. Pablo says, after your success in finding Jordan's laptop, perhaps you could have a lost property segment on the show. Yeah, I wish. No, that was Derek at Stockwell Garage. That was our hero of yesterday, which was fantastic. Steve, are you enjoying the warm weather? No, absolutely not. I don't do heat. So I sort of... I did yesterday. Today's going to be hotter than yesterday. Today's going to be 27 degrees. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Sunny and a gentle breeze. Tomorrow, 24 degrees. Friday, 22. Saturday, 23. Sunday, 22. Monday, 22. And Tuesday, 24. And then 25 on Wednesday of next week. But 27 degrees today. Oh, goody, goody gumdrops. Not for me. It goes on for ages, doesn't it? The heat. 24, Friday the 4th, 22 degrees, Saturday 23, 22, 22, 24, 25, 25, 24, 24, 25, 25. Bingo! Yes, you too can sweat buckets outside. It's very uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable on the buses. It's uncomfortable on the chuff trains. It's just not very nice. But of course, loads of you going, oh, Steve, shut up. We love the sunshine. Good. Well, fine. You enjoy it. Not for me. Roll on the thunderstorms, and poor road conditions. I wonder what poor road conditions means. They can't be any worse than they are at the moment. I mean, there's bits of tarmac falling off roads left, right and centre. Really dreadful, really dreadful. But apart from that, we take your texts and emails. Why? Because we're nice. We're NICE. MICKEYMOUSE, Donald Duck. Doesn't quite work, does it really? So we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Moderate drinking is harmful to your organs. Dolly Parton reveals the secret to her looks. Little beauty sleep and praising the Lord. Well, I know people who praise the Lord for ages, and it's not improved their looks. I don't think it's really got anything to do with it. The first UK meteorite for 30 years, we found. And Dr. Bruce Fogel, who's got a practice down the road. We used to see him in Regent's Park of a morning. He's refused offers for people to buy his vet practice. And the secret to a happy retirement, how much? How much do you reckon? Secret to a happy retirement, 26 grand a year. That doesn't sound very much, does it really? That's for a couple, yeah, 26 grand a year. At this rate, I might even be able to enjoy a retirement. But not just yet. Also, just eat and repeat. Oh, Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Pizza Hut. Which jingles do you remember? You'd be surprised, actually. The actress who says she's now proud to be a lesbian. Lovely. I don't know why people have to tell you things. Does it really make any difference? We had somebody from The Who saying that they thought they were pansexual years ago. But there again, if you sort of lived through the 60s, I should imagine there was a chance of you being just about everything. Britain's biggest soap stars could get a pay rise, all to do with the inland revenue and how much money they're charging people. It's all become a little bit, the inland revenue must be rubbing their hands at the moment. But it's a case of, if you're in EastEnders, you can't go and do anything else. You're tied into EastEnders. And they want to change the ruling that you can go and do other things. Pop up in Coronation Street. Well, they're not allowed to do panto. They have to come out of EastEnders, whatever it is, for a period of time before they're allowed to do pantomime. And also they're not allowed to take the character with them, which is going to be a bit difficult because most of these people, they're not actually acting, they're actually being themselves, which is good. Fun in the sun comes with a warning. Don't have fun in the sun. People get, but I was out watering the pots this morning at about 1:15. Which is good, because you have to do it when the temperature dips. No point in doing it when it's sunny, because the water goes onto the leaves and then it burns and it's just not very nice. So I was out there doing that, which is lovely, so I'm very happy. 2 con men who stole nearly £2 million from elderly victims. I'll tell you who they are. I'll name them on the programme, because one of them's gone to prison for 13 years. So that's good news, isn't it? I like it when they were targeting, in particular, pensioners. You know, people who don't have, not everybody, but people who don't have the majority of money to play with. They actually took money off them. We found a bus-mad schoolboy who can name all of London's 700 routes. He's a wow at dinner parties. Oh, here we go. Come on. Nigel's got a trick for you. Come on, you can name all the... We had a kid on the television who turned up. Was he on Oprah Winfrey? No, he was on Ellen DeGeneres. And you only had to show him... No kids are called Nigel. They so are. It's a very popular name, together with Sebastian and Everard. And they and this particular boy could identify aeroplanes just by their tail. He was about 10 years old, and I remember Ellen holding up a picture and saying, "What airline is that?" And he'd go, "Oh, Guatemala Airlines," or something like that. And you used to think, God, you're a bore, aren't you? Even at the age of 10, who wants to do these things? We had to, when I was in the Cubs. We had to identify leaves from trees. So they're so useful. You know, you wander into a supermarket now, and forever I was looking for leaves and things like that, and flowers. And you had to identify them, and you'd go, oh, that's an oak tree, that's an ash, that's a diseased elm. And you'd run through them all, and then, you know, our Kayla would pat you on the head, and you'd get another badge, which had your sort of identifying leaf badge, which was very good. I preferred it when we used to tie some of the younger members of the troop up in the deep, dark woods and leave them there. That was mildly entertaining. You didn't get a badge for that one, though. You just got sort of mentioned in dispatches.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Another one of the columnists today was talking about people who talk about this country. And she said at the end of it, she said, a lesson for Harry there, otherwise known as Harry the Whinger. Yes, the old Ginger Whinger, off he goes again. That's what they've sort of nicknamed him, because he's always complaining about everything. A man who is so privileged, he basically looks down on you, you know, because I'm Harry. And apparently Meghan's very upset. If they take away her sort of Duchess title, what would she put on the front of her books? You know, because she's milking the name. She uses Duchess of Sussex on the books, and she's not a Duchess. She's got no class whatsoever, unfortunately. Stella said... What would it be if she lost the Duchess? I don't know. I thought she could be a princess, but I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't want that either. It's ridiculous. I mean, if they're so keen on sort of getting away from the royal family, well, why don't you just become sort of a very plain, boring actress, like so many? Steve. Am I the only one who can't stand reality TV programmes, says Stella. We've got reality stories this morning for you. It's sort of people going out with people from reality shows. They're basically all a bit sad and tragic. And if what Dolly Parton says about praising the Lord, giving her good looks, was remotely true, says Kevin the Milkman, I'd be in the front pew every Sunday morning singing my heart out. I agree. And also, as Dolly Parton looked in the mirror recently, they're not good looks. That's a wig and lots of makeup. And she herself calls herself trash. She says trash. She said because she said to her mother about a woman who lived in their town years ago about, you know, oh, she was beautiful. She tells the story on stage, and her mother says, oh, she ain't nothing but trash. And Dolly Parton said, well, that's what I want to be when I grew up, trash. And she achieves it. They said, you know, what's it like having your hair done? She says, I don't know, I'm never there when they've got it. She just takes it off, sends it away, and back comes this sort of tawdry little wig, poor soul. Steve, Londoners are fleeing the capital because of crime. But it's young people. I mean, who'd have ever thought 14-year-olds, on murder charges? I mean, and it almost beggars belief. They must be really tragic, pathetic little useless people who are going to amount to nothing. If at 14 their life is washed up and they have to send them away, if they're found convicted of these things, to one of these, whatever they call them now, not what they call them, Young Offenders Institute. I mean, what's the point? Because in there they're rubbing shoulders with people who can teach them the bad ways. And the bad way is that if somebody's got something and you haven't, you go and take it from them. And you hold a knife up to them and something like that. So, I never, ever stand at the bus stop with my telephone out. Never, ever, because I was so aware of it that people on bicycles will steal it. Nowadays, you've got people on those little e-scooters. The majority of them are thieves. That's what they do in London. They thieve, unfortunately, because they're going so fast. I told you the story of years ago. I used to drive into work when we were down in Shepherd's Bush, and I used to go back up the Goldhawk Road. And I do the same as most other people if you're driving. On the front seat next to you would be your telephone and a bottle of water. Because you don't put it in your pocket because it's sitting there on the seat. And mine's sort of linked into the car anyway. And we were sitting in traffic on the Goldhawk Road heading up to Chiswick. And I saw a couple of kids and they were walking down the line of traffic. And on one of them, they looked at the bloke who was sitting on the right-hand side of the car. He had his phone on the seat. What do? Because it was a hot day, he had the window half down. They put their hand in, grabbed the phone and ran. What was he supposed to do? He can't do anything. You cannot chase after him because you're leaving your car in the middle of a traffic jam. Same for Joe. I mean, not that we think he could run anyway, but I mean, there is the chance there. It's a case of nowadays you have to go, is everything protected? Have you got on your phone, if it's unlocked, this is my password for my bank account, these are my bank. No, you don't have anything like that. You make sure that you don't do it. It's awful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Hujassel in Sweden says, given you're so disappointed with the choices made by Harry and Meghan. No, you've obviously missed the point. Perhaps you're not bright enough. I'll explain to you. They opted out of this country and the royal family because they didn't like press intrusion. They actively seek press intrusion. I mean, if you don't understand that, you're better off in Sweden because you're obviously a bit dim. That's what it is. That's what it is. And of course, the only reason we do it is because it's on the papers every day. Hujassel. We don't know if you're male or female, actually. You could be either. We don't know. But it's on the papers every day, and we only reflect the papers. You're obviously one of those, aren't you? I'm just telling you facts. They're attention-seeking. They actively seek attention from the press, which is what they left this country for. I mean, I'm surprised you don't know that. Obviously, perhaps you're still at school. I have a sneaking feeling you're not. Perhaps you're in your twilight years. Who knows? But I'm not disappointed. We knew what he was like before. You need to check up on his history. This boy dressed up as a Nazi once. This boy took all his clothes off in Las Vegas. This boy dissed the Queen. Not a disappointment, an embarrassment. An embarrassment, I'm afraid. The pair of lovebirds. We've got a pair of lovebirds in the paper today, obviously not Swedish, who fell for each other over what? KFC. 12 years ago, they met over a barrel of KFC, and when you've seen the size of them, you could understand that they fell in love over a barrel of KFC. 12 years later, they've just got married, and they're still having KFC. For their wedding, they had KFC. What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. It's so much cheaper. You can get like 15 pieces, 20 pieces. You could have it all catered for. Big bucket, give everybody big buckets of it. You could put, beans on the table and different things. That'd be very nice indeed. You could do the whole wedding for about 50 quid. Everybody. And who doesn't like KFC? Makes perfect sense to me. Absolutely perfect sense that for your wedding you have KFC. You don't want all this posh stuff. They go, have you seen them on the television? They have programs about, the bride came last. They do a vegan chicken as well at KFC. Seems a bit pointless, but it's chicken. Okay, no, it's not. It's vegan chicken. I don't kind of get that at all. It looks like chicken, it tastes like chicken, but it's not. It's probably plant-based, which is very exciting. To be honest with you, I don't think vegan should be allowed in KFC. It's KFC. It's called Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's not called Kentucky Fried Plant Life. Here it is. No chicken here, neither here nor here. Find a KFC vegan burger. No, thank you. No. I'm sorry. If you want to eat KFC, eat KFC. If you don't want to eat it, Go and chew on a lamppost. Enjoy yourself. I can't imagine. It's not vegan. I just realised actually the paint isn't vegan. I love it. It's nice, but you could cater very cheaply, couldn't you, for a wedding? Because I remember seeing that there was the bride program where the bridegroom goes off and tries to buy a wedding dress, and they're all covered in tattoos, and that's just the bride and the family. They're quite rough people, and they sort of go and get a dress and all the rest, and you think, well, that's obviously what you think's classy. And they go to these wedding venues and they go, okay, so how many are we looking at? Well, at the moment, of course, it's only 30, but these programs were filmed a while ago, so they go, oh, we've got about 50, 60 people. They go, okay, well, we have the economy menu at £43 a head. And you think, 43 quid, and it's going to contain chicken. You know why? Chicken's cheap. I've been to more banquets in London hotels than you can shake a stick at. And what do we get served every time? Chicken. Unless, of course, you're vegan or vegetarian, in which case you'll be served last at the table, and it will be a lamppost. It'll be probably done in sort of, puff pastry or something like that, because we all love a good lamppost, don't we? You can't beat it. Well, most of the dogs around always seem to like them, spend all their time sniffing at the base of them. But it's always chicken. And then they go, on one of them, it was £114 per head for people there. And they go, and that does include a glass of Prosecco when you arrive, and you think, gosh, just one glass of Prosecco. I think there were bottles of wine. A friend of mine got married ages ago. Unfortunately, the marriage didn't last, but it doesn't matter, because at his wedding, each table had wine on, plus vodka, Bacardi, whiskey, all the main. I mean, most people, 3 minutes into the speeches, were literally flat on their backs on the floor. They didn't have the strength to dance. And it was a Greek wedding. And you have to pin money on the Greek wedding dress. Did you know this? Yes. Apparently, it's a great way of raking in a bit of cash. And it pays for the reception. Well, I didn't know that you had to pin, and so I thought, I'll get up there, yeah, fantastic. And so I took out my £20 note, changed my mind, put it away, took out a tenner, and I pinned the £10 note on the wedding dress. And then the groom's parents came along, and they had a toilet roll of £50 notes. It was the size of a toilet roll, £50 notes. It was £25,000 in 50s, all stitched together, and they pinned that on the wedding dress. I spent the remainder of the wedding trying to mug them. The £25,000 on the wedding dress. I mean, you imagine it. And it sort of flayed out behind them. And people were pinning £50 notes. I felt a bit cheap. But I thought, no, £10 I thought was more than enough. Don't want to get too excited. James Corden got Stevie Wonder. He put him on his that carpool karaoke, which I think is very good, actually. I like the Paul McCartney one. Have you seen that? That's fab. That is so good. Paul, Lady Madonna is so good. Oh, Paul, we love you. Thank you. Yeah, we're wicked. Don't touch me. I'm Paul McCartney. And so James Corden got Stevie Wonder to serenade his wife, but unfortunately she was on the toilet at the time. Well, that makes a difference. You still pick up a telephone, can't you? Very bad planning, actually. Very bad planning. What was the other one? Oh, yes, the travellers at Windsor Castle on the long walk, and they moved on 30 wagons. Well, the police have got them off already. Could we have the same police officers down at Kew? Because there's about 15 traveller vans down there, and there's going to be rubbish. There is going to be rubbish. Who will save the rusty Queen Mary? I wasn't even aware she was, but there again, who can save her? Bless her heart. And have you seen the 2 blocks of flats in southwest London? And the gap in between them has got a glass swimming pool. No chance at all. People, you can only swim in it if you live in the flats, and even then you've got to be vetted. It's 115 foot high. I mean, if the glass broke, you're going to disappear in a torrent of water. Well, I hope it is quite thick. It is quite thick. Oh, God, he's in already. Oh, dear. Look at him. Yes, I know, Joe's phone. And yesterday we were so lucky with the Stockwell bus garage getting back Jordan's. But I mean, that was like gift from heaven. And then, well, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, Derek is now the hero of the hour. He said, he was listening to the programme, as everybody does. And he said, I think I've got it here. And we said, open the bag. We didn't tell him what Jordan's surname was because he would have his pass in there. And he said, and he told us and we went, he's actually got it. When I sent it to Jordan, who didn't get up till much later, he phoned them, and they're going to look after it until Thursday when he's back in London again. He said they were so nice. Isn't that? He could not, but he said, I can't thank you enough. So I've told him what I want in payment, and that's gone down like a lead balloon, as you can imagine. But no, he's so thrilled, because he didn't think he was going to see it ever again. Didn't think he was ever going to see it again, like Joe and his phone. He won't be seeing that ever again. It's gone completely. Was it very expensive? Was it on contract? If it's on contract, it'll be insured then, won't it? Would it? Can you not get another one and go in there and go, listen, it was on contract, somebody stole it from me the other day, can I get another one? Or otherwise, if you cancel the... Oh, have you? But if you actually cancel the contract, they're going to lose out. Tell them you work for LBC. Tell them you work on the Steve Allen Show, and if they don't let you have another phone, you're never going to talk to them ever again.
Want a career where you can make a difference? The Home Office is recruiting immigration officers near you. With competitive salaries from £32,000 plus an annual allowance of almost £6,000, and with full-time, part-time or shift working, you can find the working pattern to suit you. No experience necessary. You'll join a supportive team and be provided with all the training you need. Search Home Office Careers to find out more.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I love the one from Sweden who said, I'm the dim one, so at least we've had it confirmed. At least you recognise your own failings, which is quite fun. What is going on here? I've got this bottle around my neck. It's my hand wash stuff, the gel, which we've got loads of here, and you can refill it from the thing in the studio as well. It's a bit difficult to do, but it is entirely possible. Morning. Wednesday morning. We love Wednesday morning, don't we? Wednesday morning means you're halfway through the week. You've only got 2 more days to go and we're into another weekend. Whew. I'm going for afternoon tea this Saturday with the Groovy Gang, which is lovely. So Thomas is going off to America. He's for good. Yeah, he's got himself onto a correspondence type course over there. He's going to be a journalist. So he's actually gone over there. His girlfriend's over in America anyway. And Corey needs to sort of, get out and spend a bit of time in the capital. So we're going out for afternoon tea, which is lovely, isn't it? I'm going to make them pay for it. Why not? Steve, I've seen that pool between the two buildings on television this morning, says Shane. I wouldn't get in it. I absolutely wouldn't get in it. There was another thing you probably saw. There was, it's glass. What's holding it together? All that, the water weighs tons. And I just couldn't, are you allowed to dive into it? What happens if it develops a crack? And there was, they're dreadful. And there was also, wasn't there a roller coaster in Blackpool that stopped halfway up the incline? And it's about so many feet at the top. So they had to get out and walk back. Well, I felt ill. There was another one. And there's a bloke on there. First of all, on the first one, there was a 5-year-old boy on it. What are they doing, allowing a 5-year-old child to go on a roller coaster? A 5-year-old child. On one of the other ones, the father had also stopped, but it started again within 5 minutes. He said, one of my sons doesn't like heights. And I thought, and you put him on a roller coaster? You're the dimmest person under the planet. You need to meet the one in Sweden. You'll be a right little pair of bookends, wouldn't you? Oh, by the way, we put you out your misery, so you can write as much as you like. So, no truth in the rumour. When you were at the Greek wedding, you were caught trying to blue tack a £1 coin to the bride's dress, says Kevin the Milkman. I was very good, actually. I was very good. Although what I did have, they had an archway that they went through. It was flowers, all flowers and leaves and everything else. And the bride and groom wanted to keep it. So I said, I'll put it, because I had a big car. And I said, I'll put it in my car. So I put it in my car, took it home. And then was going to deliver it to their house the following morning. When I opened up the car, all these insects were flying around inside my car. The windows had all misted up. It was the most awful experience of my life. I was out there with all this Flit fly spray, which was very good. Steve, when my daughter graduated high school, I had KFC cater her graduation party. Huge success. Well, I think it's the best thing I've ever heard. In theory, you could probably get all of them to do it. Couldn't you get Nando's to do it? KFC, you do. If you put a few party barrels on each table, that's only going to cost you the best part of like 30 or 40 quid on each table. If you have 5 tables, a couple of £100 for all the food. Get them to bring their own booze. Are you eating the biscuits? Didn't they melt? They did melt, aren't they? They're a bit melty. Little bit, but you're still forcing them down. Joined together. Oh, joined together. I had one as well. They're even better. Even better joined together. I know, beautiful. It's a gift. It's a gift. Waj says, locked into the spike. Is it really humid or is it me? I don't know. Look in the mirror. If it looks like you, it's you. I don't know. I can't tell you these sort of things. And Steve, I'm Greek, says Stella. And yes, at weddings, the tradition is to pin money. In Cyprus, thousands of people attend and give money in an envelope. Well, they must have made about 30,000 quid on the wedding dress. I mean, to be honest with you, I was nearly tempted to get married. But all of my friends are so mean and stingy. You know, I'm still waiting for sort of, an envelope with sort of some £50 notes in from Jordan, but that hasn't appeared as yet. What's your view on the Japanese tennis player who left the French Open, says Alex? Well, firstly, I don't think they should have to do interviews, but unfortunately, they sign a contract, and the contract is to do interviews with the press. You don't want to do them, then don't play tennis. Okay, sod off somewhere else. Really not interested, but they do it here. I'm sure that the tennis players, when they come off court, do not want to go into the press room and have to do an interview. Because all the table, as I said yesterday, all the sponsorship, the sponsors' products are placed in front of them on the table. It's part of the deal. That's what they do. They sign up to it. She signed up to it. Whatever went on before in her life is neither here nor there. If you don't want to do that, well, then don't even go and play tennis because you've signed a contract. And the contract is that you have to do the publicity. That's how it works. That's how it works. I mean, I agree, with an awful lot of people that said, she doesn't want to do interviews with the press, but then she shouldn't be playing tennis. Shouldn't be playing tennis. Simple as that. Steve, really enjoying the show, says Jonathan, who's in Deal in Kent. As you say, Harry went to escape press intrusion. However, he never said he wanted anonymity or the quiet life. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Honestly, I can't bear it. Honestly, the further away people become, the dimmer they become. By the time you get down to poor old Deal in Kent, no, that's what they wanted. They wanted the quiet life. That's why they're not in the royal family anymore, although they're still milking it as much as they can. Using the media to his advantage, it's going to backfire. And as for dissing the fact, perhaps you do things like that, Jonathan, I don't know. I don't know you, so, you might be one of these people who disses your grandparents and things like that. I think what he did was absolutely disgraceful. They're better off without him. They don't need him. He was never much cop anyway in the royal family. Spent most of his time coming out of clubs drunk, kicking out at the press. I've seen more pictures of Harry attacking the press because they want to take a picture of him because he'd had a few sherbets. Just a very spoilt little boy. Very spoiled. I mean, put it this way, if they really wanted the anonymity, why are they living in an £11 million house? Couldn't they go and live on a council estate or something over there? I mean, she was a very, very average actress. Very average. So they got the money from Netflix. Good luck to them. Good luck. But don't keep dissing this country. Okay? Because a lot of us like it here. If you don't like it, you can go and leave as well, Jonathan. We don't care. And somebody else says, last week we headed to London to visit our son and took your advice to take a lightweight jacket. The weather was good. We walked lots, drank lots and ate lots. It was amazing, says Tom in Banchory in Aberdeenshire. And amazing how it felt right to be back in London for the first time in 14 months. Yes, I mean, listen, I think London's great. I think London has got everything that we need. Everything that we need. There is nothing. I mean, even at this time of the morning, we could probably send out and get a Chinese takeaway, which actually I could eat. I could eat some egg fried rice quite now. I'm not big. I've discovered actually special fried rice is not special at all. It's where they put all the old leftovers. So I'm not keen on that. Egg fried rice I quite like. But I don't think you find Chinese people eating in Chinese restaurants eat egg fried rice. They eat boiled rice. In the same way that I don't think they'd be having sweet and sour chicken. It's a Western invention. So that's why. But I love Chinese food. I keep meaning to go and have Thai food. Because I quite like that. If there was a Thai restaurant right on my doorstep, I'd probably eat Thai food a bit more often. Is there a nice one over there? Oh, is there? You've already been there. How much was it a head? You can't remember? Oh, right. What did you have? Do you remember what you had to eat? No. Shrimp in honey. Actually, the funny thing is that if you've ever go to a pub, around our way, we've got pubs that do Thai food as well. They can cook everything on 2 little burners. They don't need a huge kitchen for Thai food, unlike Chinese food, where they've got lots of pots in it. Thai food, you can cook it in a tiny little space. Half the size of this studio. In fact, a third of the size of this studio. My two friends, David and Vid, used to have a Thai restaurant. up at Acton. We used to go there quite a few times, and they did volcano chicken. Which was a chicken with a big spike up through it, and they poured brandy over it and set fire to it. It used to come to the table. You know, whenever you go to one of those restaurants like TGI Fridays, or Tudja, as I called them, and they do an ice cream for your dessert with a sparkler in it. It draws attention to your table, and people look at you with envy. They always go, he's got the sparkler. I want the sparkler. I watched Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory the other day, and I thought it was quite a nice little film, actually. I mean, the funny thing is, I've seen it loads of times, but I still watch it. And you know, at the end they sort of a world of pure imagination, and then they fly off into the clouds, and I think it was just quite sweet. I didn't like the Oompa Loompas. I thought they were most peculiar. Oompa Oompa diddly day, you know, floating around on a lake made of chocolate. I mean, how peculiar is that? Because it must have been hot chocolate, otherwise it would have hardened. And so you've got a river, and this boat comes out there, and two of the Oompa Loompas, the peculiar ones, so quite dangerous. You know, if you fell in the chocolate river, you'd be, much as though I do enjoy a chocolate milkshake or hot chocolate, but it would have to be, because otherwise it would be solid, and they wouldn't be actually going anywhere. I took the lift, says Sue, to the top of the Eiffel Tower, Le Tour d'Eiffel, where it juddered to a halt and got stuck there for 4 hours. See, I'm terrified of heights. I'm a big girl's blouse. You know, if I actually got stuck on a roller coaster, and then they said, you'll all need to get out and walk down. No, you'll need to bring in a helicopter to lift me out of here. There is no chance that I'm actually walking. I mean, I get sweaty palms thinking about it now. Really not good at all. So in fact, the idea of sort of being, I forget how high the roller coaster was, but fancy having a 5-year-old kid on it. I mean, and you walk down it. There, dozens rescued, 62 foot up after the ride breaks down. It's an old ride, actually. I believe it was built in the 1930s. It's called. It's the big one, but that also, the big one, suffered a temporary thing. But a 5-year-old boy was allowed on a roller coaster. A 5-year-old boy. That strikes me as being very worrying. But it was. They had to escort nervous riders down to the ground. Well, don't go on it. It's a roller coaster. Honestly, it really is dreadful, isn't it? I do like a roller coaster. We did go to Blackpool. Hated Blackpool. God, awful place. And the sort of people, 11 o'clock in the morning this was. They obviously get the rides running at 11 in the morning. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you have to wait. It's like you go to McDonald's for breakfast. Why don't they do chips in the morning? Why don't they do, you know, all sorts of other things? Why do you have to suffer with what they want you to eat? They don't do milkshakes in the morning either. No, it's breakfast. Oh, can I have a strawberry milkshake? No. Oh, have you got any fries? No. What have you got? Double sausage and egg McMuffin. Oh, well, I don't want that. Can I have a quarter pounder with cheese? No. It's funny, isn't it? They're actually telling you what they want you to eat for breakfast. I always want a quarter pounder with cheese, a chocolate milkshake, and large fries. Never going to get it. Yeah, can you come back at 11? No. I can't.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
If only you knew what we were talking about. We were looking at pictures of Thai food, and what was it? We were looking at calamari. See, I always thought that was Greek. I don't like calamari, but I do like Thai food. I have a Thai curry, actually, which I buy every so often from M&S. Robin Tottenham says, re your reference to the Inland Revenue earlier. As someone who retired from HMRC last year, the department changed its name years ago following a merger with Customs and Excise. I used to have somebody on from the tax office when I used to do an information-based program, and she used to come on, and she was lovely, and people would phone up with their tax queries, and it was the most popular part of the program. We did, you know, car maintenance, DIY, central heating, gardening, and tax affairs. And you'd be surprised how many people who did their own tax and wanted to know how to do this, and it was really entertaining. I thought so, because most people, if you say, oh, I'm a tax inspector, they go, boo. They don't like tax inspectors because they take money from you. So I can imagine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here says you're in a very belligerent mood this morning. There is a height stipulation for the rides. Perhaps the 5-year-old was tall enough. I don't think a 5-year-old should be allowed on a ride like that at all. I'm not bothered about how tall. Tall doesn't make you intelligent. Tall doesn't make you stop leaning over the side of something. 5 years old? Good God, no, definitely not. Steve. Somebody sent me in the best pad thai ever. You see, I don't cook. It's very sweet of you to send these things in, but I wouldn't actually be cooking anything. That's why they invented restaurants. They invented restaurants and takeaways purely for the benefit of Steve Allen. That's all they do. Steve, another one here, which says, the outcome of the bag, if not for the popularity of the spike, would almost certainly have been different. I know, but the spike is so big that, you know, even my producer said, I'm not really surprised, he said, because every morning you discover more and more people that listen to LBC. You know, they'll listen to me from 4 a.m, then they get Nick Ferrari, then they get James O'Brien, although you've got, who have we got in for James O'Brien? Matt Fry is in for today, Majid yesterday, and Matt Fry for the remainder of this week. And that's how it works. That's how it works. So, you know, when somebody phones up and says, I think I've got his bag here, and I immediately thought yesterday, Derek phoned us from Stockwell Garage, the bus garage, and I thought, no, this is a wind-up. This will be a wind-up. And blow me down, it wasn't a wind-up. They really do have his bag, and it really does have his laptop still in there, and it does have his pass for the BBC. That was how we sort of verified that he definitely had the bag. And he took a photograph and sent it. I mean, what a hero. I mean, he was so thrilled. He sent me a thing, because I kept sending, if you remember, I kept sending all sorts of messages to him just to see if we could sort of get him up. And he sent, first of all, he says, I sent him a thing. Wait a minute. I sent him one at 05:16 yesterday, a text saying, we think we've got your rucksack. Is it black? Does it have aftershave in it? And then at 7:22, I said, call them. They have your laptop and pass. And then I wrote the power of radio. He then wrote back, oh my God, that is amazing. Thank you so, so much. I then said to him, it's a guy called Derek, because that was our hero of the moment. And he says, I love you more than ever. I can't believe it. And today's podcast is called We Found Jordan's Bag. Amazing. He says, I'll call them at 9 a.m. when they open and let them know. He said, I've spoken to the bus garage. They're so incredibly helpful down there, picking it up on Thursday, and they're taking good care of it for me and keeping it safe. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that absolutely fantastic? So we got back the laptop. You know, I mean, a second-hand laptop isn't worth a lot to anybody, really, you know, a couple of £100, 50, I don't know. But it's just, it had all his work stuff on there, all these radio programs. It had all the scripts and everything else, and they would have to have been done all over again. So just goes to prove the power of radio. Just goes to prove. Jackie says, why don't you treat yourself to a microwave? It's not cooking. Yeah, not too sure about that, actually. Not too sure about the cooking thing. And so Lee sent me the recipe for pad thai. I couldn't make anything. I feel I'm depriving restaurants. Steve went in Iceland on Saturday, raided the ice lollies. You'd have been proud. Spent £4, says Joel. Yeah, it's very cheap. 10 lollies for £1. 10 lollies, fruit lollies, ice lollies. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. We love it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails. Everything is read out on the programme unless we decide to ban you, which we are prone to doing. Somebody's only got to be a little bit peculiar, a little bit stupid, and we just take away your rights. You know, so you have to go and try and work out something else to do, which is good. Another one here. This is this is a very interesting story. These are people who appear on the television, the over-made-up people, the reality show talentless ones. And here they are. They've been wrapped over dodgy Instagram posts targeting debt-stricken youngsters. 2 of them. 3 of them. One is Chloe Ferry, a rather stupid person. One is Helen Briggs from X on the Beach, and the other is from Towie, Miles Barnett. They were paid to post ads to millions of followers offering to cut debt by up to 85%. Watchdogs have ruled the posts were misleading. One debt counsellor said this is a cynical attempt to make money from those who have the least. Stupid people. We always thought that Chloe Ferry was a bit thick. Now we've discovered that Helen Briggs is equally as thick. And a little Miles Barnett, who nobody's ever heard of before, apparently is in Towie. But they shouldn't be allowed to post these sort of things. Don't take any notice. These people are talentless people. They're doing it for the money. They couldn't care less what happens to you. When you look at a picture of Helen Briggs, she's obviously one of life's peculiars. And Chloe Ferry makes a fortune from these online posts. Don't go anywhere near them. Seriously, it's too dangerous. Because if you're in debt, the last thing you want to do is get yourself into more debt. And that's what these things do to you. And they couldn't give a toss about you. Really that bad. I tried a deep-fried Mars bar the other day down at the Chippy on the beach. Have you ever had one? No, of course not. Of course not. That's heading for a heart attack. That's a heart attack, a deep-fried Mars bar. I forget where it originated from. I can't remember. Scotland, isn't it, or something like that? They did it. So they just do it in batter, a deep-fried Mars bar. I mean, to me, as I say, that's like, you obviously want to end your life fairly quickly. Steve, I live in South Louisiana. We also pin money to the bride's dress. I wonder if there's a link between Cajun and Greek culture. Oh, I think it's quite common, actually. Quite common in people. So there you go. I was quite right. The deep-fried Mars bar originated in Scotland as a novelty item. So there you go. So what you do is you chill the chocolate bar, and to prevent it from excessively melting as it's fried, it's coated in flour batter of the type commonly used for deep frying fish, sausages and other similar foods. And then they do it until the batter's cooked, and then you eat it. I can't think of anything worse. Seriously, I can't think of anything worse. It even looks disgusting. But the creator of the dish is John Davey, who did it in 1992 at the Haven Chip Bar, now the Caron, in Stonehaven near Aberdeen. And they've got a sign outside. Home of the birthplace of the world famous deep fried Mars bar. It looks disgusting, doesn't it? I don't know why you'd ever want to do that. Josh says it renews your faith in human kindness when you lose something on public transport and get it back. Yes. Lee says, are they different levels of bans? Daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, and forever? We just do forever. Because I work on the assumption that if somebody's really that stupid or they're that offensive, they're not going to improve, are they? They are technically stupid permanently, so we have to put them out of their misery, which is good news. In America, they do deep fried cheesecake. Beautiful. I saw a thing. It was the this program where this bloke goes around and eats food in different restaurants. Loves all of it. No, it's not Man. This is Diners, Dives, and something else. And he never criticises anything, so it's a big pile of rubbish, the programme. And he went to this place where they did like a cooked breakfast, diners, drive-ins and dives. And he did this cooked breakfast, and then they put chips all over the top of it. But they weren't even homemade chips, they were crinkle-cut chips, and I like crinkle-cut chips. And they were all over the top of this sort of thing, which was like a pancake. And I thought, that looks quite good fun. No? Yeah, we could eat chips. And after 11. And we do like triple cooked chips or double cooked chips, because they're just really. And I had some the other week from a kebab shop. I bought myself a portion of chips, a little bit of a treat, and they'd already been fried. Then they fried them again. They were delicious. They were absolutely delicious. I can't tell you. I might have to go back and buy some more actually. But I'm not sure about deep fried cheesecake, Rich, from a place called Lincoln. Shane says, yesterday you were looking for a bag. Mum rang. I said, can you ring back? We're looking for a bag. She had no idea what I was talking about. I know. But it did restore our faith in human kindness. I mean, we think if ever there was a miracle, that was it yesterday. The miracle of getting back a laptop. Because somebody could have picked it up and gone, oh, goody, a laptop. Thrown away the bag. When I used to work in nightclubs years ago, we used to go, at the end of the night, you go into the toilets and you check the cisterns. Because people used to nick girls' handbags, take out, they would stick it under their jacket, go to the toilet, take out the purse or the wallet, dump that, and then after they'd taken the money out of the purse, they'd throw the purse in the cistern. So you could always find them in the cistern, minus the money, of course. So Jordan was very lucky to get back his pass and the laptop.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Now we're on to the 2nd of June already. You watch, it'll race through. Apparently you might have, I don't want to say you will have, you might have 2 weeks of sunshine, which of course is ghastly. If you're sitting on a bus, the heat and all that, I can't bear it. Although actually yesterday's driver, which I had, raced down. We bombed it down the Strand. The trouble is, if I was driving the bus, I would go straight past the bus stops. They'll have to wait, go and get the next bus. And we raced back. But it's still a long walk where the bus drops you, and I've got to walk to platform 21. which is right at the far end of Waterloo Station. Not even a travelator on there. They should only till November though. That's good, isn't it? So what are we up to? June. How useful. June, July, August, September, October. Only 5 months to go. By that time, my feet will have given up completely. I'll be very fit. I don't think so. Graham from Kimberley says, I give up, Steve. I will never understand women. My wife told me to find a friend to go cycling with, so I did just that. Her name's Tracy, and she looks fantastic in lycra. Now my wife won't let me go cycling anymore. Women, never understand them, do you? I love that. Steve, what's the other one? Oh, that's right. I'm watching Stagecoach West, an old black and white TV Western series about a tower block. Stagecoach West. I've never even heard of it. I can't watch black and white programs anymore. Unless they're really... Because I've got a colour television. And we're in the year 2021, and so I think everything should be in colour. They should colour it. It should be coloured in. You can get that in certain films where they colour them. So I've got certain films. I mean, Stagecoach, it's an American, about stagecoach drivers on the American frontier with Wayne Rogers, Richard Ayer and Robert Bray. It was 60-61 television series. Oh, right. Very dull. How boring. Can't think of anything worse. But it was... So they only had 38 episodes. It was obviously that bad. Wayne Rogers was in it. J. Pat O'Malley, who played Doc Apperson, 2 episodes. James Burke was Zeke. I've heard of James Burke, I'm certain, actually. Zeke Bonner. I've heard of James Burke. Yeah, there you go. I recognise him. Yeah. Oh, no, he's none of those ones. Yeah. Oh, that's him in 1938. Oh, perhaps it's not the same one. I quite like the cowboy films. Because they were obviously all filmed in the same part of... They must have been filming all over the place. In Arizona or in Death Valley. That's what I'd like to do. We've got a poem for you this morning, just to set you on your way, by Andy Hunter. So he's obviously young, isn't he? He's not going to be an older person called... Otherwise it would be Andrew Hunter. And Andrew is a fairly youngish sort of name. It's called The Commuter. I shall do my best with it. As flowers fill with summer rain, commuters board their rush hour train. Oblivious to all they see, they must get home in time for tea. Reflecting on their busy day, decisions seldom go their way. The simple things that mean a lot, just too busy, now forgot. Magic times remain unseen, now blinded by their dull routine. Tomorrow's dreams stay in the past. Time flies by, the moment's past. It's easy to be led astray, but every dog will have his day. The thoughts inside just can't let go, so don't let on, no one will know. All heading for another place, they hide behind a deadpan face. Afraid their plans have gone astray, they must survive another day. Don't bother with a crystal ball, you have the power to recall. We each determine our own fate, so take control, don't sit and wait. Why stand in line and wait your turn? Just cut the ropes and watch them burn. Feelings that we all suppress, you never know, perhaps they've guessed. The sands of time will ebb and flow. The tree that grows will always show the promise of a future dawn. On platform 9 you stand and yawn. Beautifully read. Did you not think so? Huge round of applause for Steve Allen. Give him the clap he so richly deserves. And so that's good. Quite a good one, actually. I didn't know they wrote, but mind you, I've come to the conclusion you get poems about just about everything, don't you? Good news. 206 days till Christmas. Whee! Whee! I think I might start planning, actually, the Christmas cards this year. Try and be a little bit sort of ahead of it. I think I'm going back to a real tree, I've decided as well. I quite like... There's something about having a real Christmas tree. I don't know why. I feel a bit guilty that it's been cut down in the prime of its life. But I like something good and bushy in a stand. You know, I'm definitely up for things like that. And the lights on it, they just look better on a real tree. I don't know why, they just do. It's one of those strange things. And if you think it's too early... well, I do coloured lights, but I have a set of light. I've God knows how many sets of lights. Seriously, I mean, normally on the tree there's about 10,000 lights, and they do individual colours. So they'll do white, blue, yellow, green, red, mauve, and everything are different. And they will flash those, and then they'll fade in and out, and then they're really good. Very expensive, and I've got loads of them. But you try taking them off the tree at the end of the day, it's just a nightmare. So I need to sit down and stretch my lights out. After the show, I shall have to. I mean, I've got thousands and thousands of them. Thousands of lights. And I saw some, I bought them in, what about them? John Lewis. And I gave a set to my brother. But because I didn't go down there for Christmas, I don't know if he used them. He might not have used the blooming things. Steve, James Burke used to be the BBC scientist in programmes like Tomorrow's World, says that. You're quite right. But the one I was thinking of, you're right. The one I was thinking of is the one who's in the cowboy films, James Burke. Some people just looked as though they were permanent. John Wayne always looked as though he was permanently, get off your horse and drink your milk. He was always a bit like that. Steve, I think we should have a collection and then buy you a mobility scooter, give your feet a rest. Honestly, I suffer with my feet. That's diabetes for you. That's diabetes. It's walking. Mark in Romford says, is it true that Fawlty Towers only aired for 12 episodes? I think it was either 12 or 13 episodes. I can't remember. 12, was it? Yes. You can buy the box set now. It's well worth getting. Well worth getting because they were just so well written. They were written 7 great actors, Western actors. Here you go. Gary Cooper, Yul Brynner, never thought about him. Eli Wallach, Katie Gerardo, Burt Lancaster, and John Wayne. But the first person, if you think of a Western actor, you think of Clint Eastwood. Isn't that funny? I don't. I think of John Wayne. I just think about that. I don't know why. I mean, I never actually particularly sort of tried to work out whether or not I thought he looked like a cowboy or whether I just thought he was a good actor. But I think he was, it took them ages to actually, have a John Wayne day and they struck a medal or something. Steve. Wayne Rogers apparently used to be Trapper McIntyre in MASH. See, I never saw MASH. I never saw it. So years ago, Steve, I had a deep-fried Mars bar with clotted cream ice cream. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Clotted cream ice cream sounds very nice indeed. And Steve, could you wish my lovely sister Joni from Potter's Bar a happy birthday? She loves your show. Well, if she comes from Potter's Bar and she's called Joni, we know exactly who she is. So many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating your birthday, then you celebrate it with Joni from Potter's Bar. And I hope you have a very, very happy birthday. Do you have lights in the garden, says Jackie? Yes. Solar lights, and they only solar lights are useless in the winter. There's not enough sunlight to charge them up. But in the summer, I'm flashing away on the patio. I mean, I've got all sorts of lights that do exciting things. One of them, you sort of spread it all out. It looks like a spider. It's quite big with lots of colour, and that's very good. But again, if you have lots of sunny days, it charges them up. And I do love a solar light. Some of them are rubbish. As I say, winter, very good this week. So it's all looking a bit nice. But don't bother in the winter because there's never enough sunlight to keep them going. They might last for a bit. And I bought little lanterns with a solar panel, and it looks as though the lantern is on, is got a flame inside it, but it hasn't. But again, very beautiful. Monica says, Steve, I had my purse stolen. It was found in the ladies' toilets at the shopping centre. They took 27 quid from the main part of the purse. Not looking in the, wait a minute, in the small zip pocket at the, I've lost the blooming, where's it gone to? Come here. Not looking at the small zip pocket at the back where there was 200 quid that I'd just taken out. God. I know. See, I don't like people standing too near me at cash points. I've been known to turn around and shout at them. Excuse me, you're too close. Okay, it's like in Waitrose. For some reason, Waitrose, people queuing for the till seem to want to sort of crowd fund you or something. They're sort of pushing you. You're too close. Okay, too close. It's like I saw some woman the other day. She gets on the bus and she goes and sits next to some other person. She didn't know them. And I thought, I wouldn't let anybody sit next to me on a bus. Absolutely not. Oi, get out. Even before COVID, I didn't want anybody sitting next to me. But I've seen a few people doing it. Don't let them sit there. They could be infected. You don't know. You really don't know. So Monica did well. Also, Gary Cooper went to school in Dunstable in Bedfordshire when he was a child. Oh, right. And Roger says, my friend bought a new car yesterday at Kia in Chiswick. The salesman was fabulous. Gave him a £2,000 discount. They can't shift them, can they? They'll offer you all sorts of discounts. You only have to go and look at a car, and they're on the phone to you within an hour. So had you decided on whether you wanted the car? I went to look at a car years ago, a Mazda, for my sins. It was in sparkle green, and I liked it, and it was within my price bracket. And so I bought it. But only after he phoned me at home and said, I can offer you a good trade-in on your car. And so that's what they do. They know how much they can actually go up to. And you can hold them to ransom, if you're going to buy a new... But bearing in mind, buying a new car doesn't necessarily mean it's a new car. The only thing new about it would be the number plate. The rest of the car could have been sitting in a field for the last year, covered in polish, and they then sell it that way because it's, a new car. And the moment you've driven it out the garage, it devalues. So the idea is really buy a second-hand car with low mileage. Much better, much better. Lee Van Cleef, says Simon, and Robert Vaughan. Robert Vaughan, is that the man from Uncle? I interviewed him. I was so excited. I interviewed Robert Vaughan. So excited. So brilliant. So brilliant. Other stories in the papers for today, which we'll come around to in a moment. The shamed ads by these people, Miles Barnett, the peculiar-looking Helen Briggs, and the ghastly Chloe Ferry. They're literally making people... Some debt advisor says here, this is a cynical attempt to make money from those with the least. If you take this step, it can have long-term implications. So just be aware. Why would you ever want to take any notice of somebody who's been on a reality show? Seriously, I ask you the question.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently, says Andrew, it's check your premium bond wins for June today, is it? I'll have to get my brother to check. Mind you, I'm sure if he won, he wouldn't tell me. Steve, Western's my favourite too, says Colin. But Route 66 in the 60s was brilliant with such a memorable signature tune. And I've got signature tunes coming up in a moment. It's signature tunes from adverts. The most popular, the ones that you remember, the ones that resonate with you. And I'm like that. I'll tell you what I watched the other day. I watched a programme on... it's where a couple see a derelict property and they want to build it. It's not Grand Designs. It's another one with... And I can't remember the name of the bloke who does it. And this was a couple who, with their 2 little children, had bought what... I mean, to be honest with you, it just looked like it was 4 walls and no roof. In the middle of Scotland, freezing cold and all the rest of it. And they had a budget of 90,000 quid. And I'm looking at it thinking, you're never going to finish this. And he'd said to his wife, he was only young, but he'd had a heart attack at the age of 29. He'd said to his wife, we'll be in for Christmas. And they brought various people in, mainly to do the roof, because once the roof was on, then they could do the other bits and pieces. And it was touch and go whether they were going to actually complete this house for Christmas. I thought they're going to tell us some dreadful news that he's died, and they'd have to sell the house because they had no money left. And the electrician didn't come round to sign off the electrics, so they couldn't get the extra 30,000 quid from the bank. And it was just amazing to watch. And in the end, they then went back, and it took place over about a year or something. They had farm animals and a few bits and pieces, and the kids were getting used to feeding the animals and having, the animal babies and all this kind of stuff. And they eventually finished the house for Christmas, and it looked stunning. I can't remember. I think the bloke who presented it is called George somebody. Yeah, somebody will tell us, and they'll know what the programme was, because you'll have seen it yesterday. Whether it was an old one, I don't know. But this particular family, and she then got pregnant again halfway through, and they had no money. But they managed to get the house finished. They had to get rid of the plasterer, because he wasn't very good. George Clark's Old House, New Home. It might be that, yes. It was definitely George Clark, I'm pretty certain. Show me George Clark, what is it? Yes, it's definitely him. And this is Period Homes Fit for Modern Life. So which one was it? Series 1, Episode 3, Series 1, Episode 2. They were definitely in Scotland. They were definitely in oh, there's loads of them. I didn't realise how many of them were. They were such a nice couple. Wait a minute. Oh, it's gone. But they were in Scotland with this young couple and their 2 very young children. It was a really good programme. Because you were on the edge of your seat. Well, I was, but I'm like that. And don't do it intentionally. And I remember thinking, I hope they finish the house. And they really finished the house. And it was he put in the kitchen. And every time George went back there, they had bad weather. It was atrocious weather. But it was there you go. Scottish Farmers. Was it Julie and George? Have we got pictures of them? Yeah, they spent on a prototype modular holiday home. I'm not sure if it was them actually. Whatever it was lovely. It was a good programme. You should watch it if it comes round again. It was really nice, but I got so worried that they weren't going to complete the house and they would have to sell it. And they were living in caravans on site with their 2 kids who loved. They said, "Do you want to go back to Essex or wherever it was they came from?" And the kids went, "No." They're only one of the kids was young, and but they eventually they got their bedrooms, the most beautiful scenery. But of course, as you know, Scotland, middle of winter and it starts early, freezing cold. I didn't cry, but I was pleased that they finished the house, and he was really positive. He was absolutely positive that he was going to finish the house. On basically no money. He put in the kitchen, which was stunning. They had the fires, the central heating, everything he did. And his wife said he never gives up. And I thought that was, because I also like grand designs. Although Kevin McLeod's always the same. He always goes, well, this won't work. And you know damn well all the other ones have worked. They do at the Grand Designs Australia, which is very nice. They're generally on sheep farms or something. And I like those as well. Very good. Trust Scotland, says Kim, to come up with a deep-fried Mars bar. Could it be any unhealthier? No. And Steve, I've never seen or heard of Helen Briggs. I've looked her up on Wikipedia. Blue hair. Yes, I know. But the trouble is, all the people who go on reality shows, it's just over-made up people, really. Mind you, some of the people in Towie are over-made up as well, aren't they? Quite dreadful. Bright blue hair. It's not a rinse. I don't think it's natural blue hair. I think she's sort of got it. They had a thing the other day. It was on Towie. I don't know if they're old or new. Difficult to tell. They all appear to be sitting together with somebody called Vaz, who I have no idea who he was. But it was Chloe Sims's birthday, and she had tall like that. Yeah. And she seems to have been with half the cast. It was dreadful because somebody else turned up who was Elliot, but I thought she'd been with Pete and other people, and she's fairly ancient now, Chloe Sims. And so there was only 4 of them there for her birthday. And really, some of the early cast members are a little bit past it now. I think we should sort of pension them off and let them go and do something else, because they contribute nothing to the programme. They just seem to argue and want to go out with people. But Chloe Sims, what in God's name does she do for a living? I'm always fascinated. She's probably in makeup or something. She looks like she's drowned in a vat of it. Far too much makeup on. Chloe Lindsay Daisy Margaret Sims is an English television personality. Oh, I promise you she's not. I promise you she's not. She's about as boring as they come. I tell you, you'd have more fun talking to a paint can. Really, it was her birthday, and then Elliot turned up with a bunch of cheap flowers by the look of it and said, I might not, do this, but I still love you. And I thought, oh, God, we've heard this a million times. They're all a bit peculiar. I couldn't work out if Elliot was the one whose club burnt down over in Marbella or something, and they thought it was arson or something. But he said, it can't be. We haven't got any enemies. And so was it Elliot who went, yeah, they're all very peculiar. But it's finding out what they do. When they say they're a television personality, I promise you they're really not. Like saying, Jade Goody was a television personality. No, she wasn't. And can somebody tell me when, who was Jade Goody's boyfriend? She went out with Jeff Brazier. There was a picture of him on the internet the other day. He started shaving his body hair off. He shaved everything off. There was a picture of him with his shirt off, and I remember thinking, and what's unusual about Jeff Brazier's body? And there's no hair on it. Because there are pictures, he's quite a hairy person, but he's not anymore. He's not anymore. There was sort of a picture of him completely, no, but he definitely was hairy. Oh yeah, I've seen pictures of him with his shirt before, and he was hairy. And now he's not hairy because it was a completely different look. Just one of those things, I don't know. Some people give them a Gillette lady shave and they're off and running, aren't they? No point in stopping at all. What do I do? It's called manscaping, isn't it? Have you heard of manscaping before? Oh, but Kieran manscapes. He's bound to. Do you manscape? Yeah. Whatever, Steve. Not telling you. Doing it now. Yeah, manscape. Human remains have been found yards, apparently, from Harry and Meghan's £11 million mansion. The bones from a small adult were unearthed. I bet they were delighted. The police and the press turn up again. Oh, you'd have hated that, Harry, wouldn't you? The incomplete skeleton was found in soil between 2 and 3 feet deep. Have you watched that programme on the telly, which is Australian gold prospectors? And they go out there and they dig up half of the desert or whatever it is that they're digging up, the outback, and they find little nuggets of gold and stuff like that. Apparently it's all underground. Although they seem to have, some of them have found a lot, yes. Big nuggets. It's a very boring programme because it's just hot out there and it's flies everywhere. And then they do jade diggers as well. They're digging for jade. And that's quite entertaining. They're all a little bit Neanderthal, though. They haven't really got a lot to talk about, but they're quite interesting. I like all these sort of programmes. Jane Moore talking about Harry. Again, she says he continually depicts the UK and London in particular as a hotbed of paparazzi chasing his every move. Singing superstar Rihanna lives here and you rarely see her. So does Janet Jackson and Hollywood heartthrob George Clooney, who are largely left alone. Now it's been revealed that Kevin Spacey's been living here under the radar for the last 2 years. None of these people, it should be noted, have the royal protection that Harry enjoyed on these shores. Meanwhile, Emily Blunt says she moved back from America to spend lockdown here with the American husband John Krasinski and their 2 young daughters. To be honest, writes Jane Moore, there really has been no better place to be during all of this, says the star of Mary Poppins. There's something so shoulder-shruggy and reassuring about the Brits during a crisis. The Brits are really good at getting in line and just going, yeah, it's bad, isn't it? We're quite practical. Isn't it nice, says Jane Moore, to hear somebody famous praising their home country rather than constantly whinging about it. Yeah, whingy, whingy, whingy. That's all Harry does. Whingy, whingy, whingy. There you go, 2 gold nuggets worth $350,000 found in Australia. They're quite big, aren't they? And then they sort of they had these metal detectors which cost about $5,000, and they found them near the gold mining town of Tarnagula. Brent Shannon and Ethan West. Don't they just sound fantastic names? Hey Brent. Lovely. 2 of the most significant finds. They found them in one day. So it's on the Discovery Channel. They're quite big. I mean, I'd quite like to find something like that. I'm thinking of going to dig up the neighbour's garden. Roger says Jack Tweed was Jade Goody's boyfriend. No, they got married. They got married, yes. Dreary old Jack Tweed. Steve, did you ever steal milk from the milk float when you were a kid? Says Paul. Of course not. Why would I steal milk from the milk float? What do you think you're listening to? This isn't Tea Leaf FM, you know, or something like that. We don't sort of confess to stealing things like that. No, dear me, honestly. I've never stolen them. I can't remember. No, I wouldn't steal anything, no. I mean, sometimes when, you know, we used to have a Woolworths in Twickenham and it had a security guard on the sweets. You know, loads of other stuff in there, but on the sweet counter, the security guard stand there and 20,000 quid's worth of cameras. Because people used to come in and just pick up sweets and eat them like it was some free gift while you were wandering around the store. You know, help yourself. The one in the Edgware Road was constantly being raided. The people who lived in the Edgware Road would just go in and pick up sweets and just sort of wander around and go, we quite like, go and get some more of those. They're very nice. And you think, I mean, some people steal as a matter of course. They don't think about anything. They just nick. They nick things. Not from me, they don't. Story about snails. Liam Gallagher was once the hard man of rock and roll. I think the Gallagher brothers are just ultimately boring. I don't care they don't get on with each other. I'm really not interested. I couldn't care less whether they reform or do. It just doesn't interest me. It really doesn't. Some of TV's biggest soap stars could get money because it's the so-called personal service company and freelance, which they're having a little bit of an issue with, which means that ITV don't pay them national insurance or give them holiday pay, but HMRC will tell the broadcaster to make all the show's main cast staff. That's what they're going to say. Following a similar issue at the BBC, tax chiefs say ITV must adopt the new structure or allow soap stars to work elsewhere, which they're currently forbidden from doing. So if you see somebody from EastEnders popping up, I mean, I would love to sort of say, I'd like to pop up in Corrie, you know, just stand at the bar, and people go, oh, look, it's so-and-so, and you go, no, I'm in EastEnders. Do you have television up here in Manchester land? You know, and then in the credits, Steve Allen as himself. You know, then people would say, because that'd be the thing, isn't it? You know, you go on these reality shows, they go, who's that? You know, the celebrity vet, Steve Allen. Who's he? You know, the radio presenter. You know who Steve Allen is. The one who Gemma Collins said on television, he fancies me. Obviously proving she's even more stupid than we thought she was in the first place.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Roger says a supermarket in Florida had a big bowl of sweets and nuts. At the entrance, a sign said, "Grab a free handful while you shop." I wouldn't want to touch nuts, would you? I mean, other people dirty. No, definitely not with COVID. Dawn Neeson's up. She's retweeted me. They say thunderstorms are on the way, and I tweeted, surely not. 2 weeks of sunshine, they told us. And in fact, today, 27 degrees. 27 degrees. I'm rubbish at heat. The producer just said to me, he said, "Why do you not do heat?" I said, "I don't know. I lived in hot countries for years, so you would think that I would be all ready for it. But I'm absolutely terrible at the heat. Well, it's yes, I mean, I do burn. And the worst thing is, I went to Vegas some years ago, and you tend to forget, because everything's so lush and green, that you're in the middle of the desert. And I was getting in the swimming pool at the Hilton. We stayed at the Hilton, and which was where Elvis used to play, at the Hilton. And he wasn't there, actually, sadly, when we were there. But they've got a rooftop swimming pool, and I was swimming it. But when you come out of the swimming pool, you're technically supposed to dry yourself off, because every little water droplet acts like a magnifying glass. And it reflects the sun, and because it's so hot in the middle of the desert, you burn to pieces. I mean, by the time I'd finished Sunday, because I was getting out and just sort of lying there looking all glistening, looking a bit lovely, and and I'd ordered some chips, a portion of chips. Well, of course, they don't know what you're talking about. So what did you get? Crisps. Whole plate of bloody crisps. I mean, like I wanted to eat crisps. What you have to ask for is fries. But of course, I didn't know that first time around. But anyway, so at the end of the day, I was so burnt to a crisp that when we got on the next flight to take us to another part of America we were going to, they had to take me off in a wheelchair. I couldn't move. I was burnt to pieces. My legs were absolutely red raw. It was dreadful. Sorry? No, I didn't have any cream. I didn't think about it. I thought, oh, it's just a nice warm day. No, middle of the desert. It was like I bought some new shoes when I went to New York. We were going there for some, can't remember, we went there for some reason. And what did I do? Did I take my shoes on or off? Whatever it was, as I'm walking in these new shoes to the lounge, to the passenger lounge, they were rubbing against the back of my feet, and the dye in the shoes infected my feet. By the time I got to America, I was up to a size 13 shoe. I could barely move to get off the plane, so I had to buy more shoes. And when I came back here, it looked like a steamroller had driven over my feet. They were sort of blue, red, green, every colour under the sun. They'd all puffed up, yeah. I couldn't get my original shoes on. I had to buy bigger sizes. It was all a bit disaster, actually. So the advice was, don't buy new shoes when you're going on an aeroplane. Not worth it. Here's a picture of Keir Starmer rocking. Why is he a Sir? Can somebody explain to me why he's a Sir? Is there some reason why he's Sir Keir Starmer? Because he was on the Life Stories last night, but he looked completely different when he had loads of hair. I mean, he's still got hair now, but he's sort of posed. But I don't think that people. I mean, he looks a bit Kajagoogoo. Little bit Kajagoogoo. Oh, there we go. Appointed Knight Commander of the Order of the Bath, KCB, in the 2014 New Year's Honour for services to law and criminal justice. Because used to be Director of Public Prosecutions. Because they hand them out like dolly mixtures, don't they? Everybody gets an award, you know. I mean, I was even more horrified to discover that Ian Botham is a Lord. Ian Botham, hello? God blimey, I tell you could tell stories about Ian Botham. And Steve should have said the free nuts and sweets were pre-COVID. Well, even so, I wouldn't want to have touched nuts with people who put their hands in there. They might have been to the toilet and not washed their hands. They used to do it in pubs. We used to put, a bowl of nuts out on the counter and people would put their hands in there. You think, oh, no, not now. As I say, if I don't want anybody sitting next to me on the bus or the train, I put my bag on the seat, and anybody tries to do it, I tell you, they'll be eating liquidized food. There's no point in sort of trying. But these people on the bus yesterday, this woman gets on and goes and sits next to somebody else. I felt like saying to her, what are you doing sitting there? The woman next to her nearly freaked out. She started sitting at the edge of the seat. She couldn't wait to get away from her. I'd have told her to go away. Definitely. So here's the pressure selling pair. Two con men. Paul Seekins and Luke Ryan. pressured vulnerable investors into buying carbon credits by promising big returns. They sold shares at a markup of more than 1,000%. £2 million they conned out of people. £2 million. They later persuaded victims to spend more to try and salvage their cash. Prosecutors say the 1.8 million lost was a large underestimate of the scale of the scam. Firms linked to the fraud sent 5.6 million to banks overseas when shut, with 3.2 million still unaccounted for. Seekins, who comes from Enfield in North London, was convicted of fraud and money laundering. 13 years in prison. You'll like it in there, won't you? How old is he? 60. 13 years in prison. And Ryan of Eastleigh in Hants got 6 years for fraud. Disgusting people, honestly. Dreadful. Here's a nice dog. He's abandoned. Britain's first explosive search staffy, called Roxy. And he's got his little police collar on and everything else. I like it when you get a good story in the paper. And Roxy and handler, PC Camilla Carter, completed their training last year. And PC Carter said, I'm incredibly proud of her for doing such an important job. She was born to do it. She was abandoned, unwanted for 4 years. I've had producers like that. Unwanted, unloved, abandoned. Here's Alfie Moynes, who fell in love with the famous red vehicles, buses. He can name all the start and end stops of all 700 routes. He's a wow, isn't he, at a birthday party? He's only 12. Now he's an expert. With the 472, the bus he rides to school every day, he's number one. There are 19,000 stops and 8,500 buses in the entire fleet across the capital. When put to the test by the Sun, Alfie came up trumps and was easily able to reel off the routes and the bus numbers. There you go. His mum Sharon and his dad Chris often join Alfie on his trips. Sharon, who comes from Plumstead in southeast London, said, "I'm so proud of him. I think he'd be the best bus driver in the world." Yes, I mean, sounds like something on the Moment of Truth. That would be from Cilla Black's programme, wouldn't it? They did a programme on Cilla Black the other day. She was the next door girl. Ta-ra! I love Cilla Black. Love her to pieces. Love her to pieces. Right, what do we got? We've got, I don't know why I'm giving you a time check. There's no reason for it. No logical, unless you are having to go to work today. It's 19 minutes to 6. 19 minutes to 6. Does that make any difference to your life? No, of course it doesn't. Does it make it a short week? Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. How fast is this week rushing through? Also, the COVID deaths. None. Britain recorded 0 COVID deaths yesterday for the first time in 14 months, but cases topped 3,000 again. So are they going to relax us on the 21st? I don't think so. I think they might extend it a little bit. It's only a guess. I mean, I don't know this for a fact. I'm just telling you. But the UK recorded 0 COVID deaths for the first time in the pandemic. Liz Hurley keeps in shape in her 50s by scrubbing her skirting boards. Can't beat a good scrubbing of your skirting boards, can you? I mean, that's quite a good thing. Very nice, very nice. Also, 4 men and 2 young teenage boys arrested on suspicion of murder after a lad of 14 was stabbed to death. It must be the most frightening thing in the world, I should imagine. Absolutely. And here's Kate Winslet, happy showing her lumpy bits in a sex scene with Guy Pearce in Mayor of Easttown. Refused to let her bulgy bit of belly be edited out. But she said she is done with stripping on screen. There's a lot of people taking their clothes off, aren't there? I wouldn't do it. Definitely not. Imagine somebody says, "Oh, we're about to make this film, and there is nudity," and I'd be going, "Yeah, well, it might be for you, but not for me. I think definitely not. I mean, even the charity calendar. Yes, we would. Well, I say we would. I mean, I think you could do that for LBC for Make Some Noise. I could have I'd be December, and I'd have a holly bush in front of me. Mistletoe, yeah, bit of, no, it's not quite big enough, mistletoe. I think. Steve, did you see the world's first sky pool in London? I mean, are you listening to this programme? We did this at the beginning of the programme. Hello, wake up. Come on. Goodness sake, honestly, I bet you're not working at the moment. Or if you are, you're very slow at the uptake. Shane says, I do the same. I put my bag on the seat pre-COVID. I used to get terrible looks. I don't want somebody sitting next to me. I really don't. I'm going to have to be brave, though. I'm going to have to start telling the school children when they come back, get out of the disabled seats. They're not for you. Because they sit in them. You know, and they sit there sort of chatting away, and they're sitting in the seats at the front, which have got a thing on. These seats are reserved for people, and they just sit there. Perhaps they can't read. Let's work on the assumption they can't read. It really annoys me. You know, they're more than happy to see pensioners standing up there, clinging on with their walking sticks, as opposed to giving their seats up. The bus driver should turn around and go, "Oi, get off the seat." That's what I'd say to them. Get the old taser out. Come on, get off the seat. Steve, such a lovely day, says Paul. Would you go roller skating around Regent's Park? Is the Pope Catholic? Honestly, yes, the answer is the Pope is Catholic, and yes, I would go roller skating around Regent's Park, just not in this lifetime. I'm just not interested. I don't do roller blading or roller skating. I see people doing it, you know, the ones who go backwards. The BBC's, I've never tried it, no. The BBC's Breakfast Time was so boring the other day, they'd run out of stories that they were doing a programme from a roller skating rink. And I remember thinking, God, what a waste of television. What a waste of television. It takes two people to present one of the dreariest programmes.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently in many bars in Ottawa, they put barrels of salted popcorn out. You could help yourself. You see, I wouldn't touch that either. I mean, I do like popcorn. I can't remember, actually, is popcorn good for you or not good for you? I can't remember if it's fattening. I saw it being delivered to one of the cinemas a short while ago. A huge plastic bag, like an enormous plastic bag full of popcorn. I remember thinking, if that bursts, you're not going to be picking that one up anytime soon, because you pay a fortune for a giant hot dog and a popcorn in a cinema. But I've noticed, actually, a few of the restaurants around Leicester Square have gone completely. They're all boarded up and everything. No chance of them coming back again. No chance of that. And even down here. So, in fact, we've sort of been badly hit. But still people come to Leicester Square because it's the centre, isn't it? People want to go here. The casinos, the Hippodrome's open again. And you know how much I love the Hippodrome. I do like the Hippodrome. Because having been in there when they were doing it all up with all the scaffolding inside, it was just the most amazing thing. Most amazing thing. But no, there's lots of restaurants. If I walk from here, if I go out of our front door and turn right and walk up to the top, there used to be a big place at the top. That's all boarded up. And a place on the right-hand side, just next to Burger King, that's all boarded up. All these places, they obviously didn't have enough in reserve. And the landlords appear to be sort of saying, we want our money. And if you can't afford, you just have to close down. There's a lot of places like that. Very difficult, isn't it? Very, very difficult. There's a feature in the Daily Mirror today on people who used to go out with each other. Then they parted company, but they've remained friends. They remained friends. Oh, today, Wendy's opens in Reading, the Wendy Burger place. Why in Reading? I've got no idea. Why not come and open it in Leicester Square? I'd go. I could eat one now. But they reckon that they will, because they left the UK, I think about 20 years ago. The last one I went to was on the Strand, where there's now a huge pizza place. It looked like quite a nice place. I used to go in there and get the burgers because you would order what you wanted. So if you just wanted a quarter pounder with cheese, that's all you got. If you wanted it with everything on it, and by the time you'd ordered it, you got to the end of the line, there it was ready for you. They would be very fast. So it took them 20 years to come back. And they reckon that they'll have quite a few in a few years' time. So they returned to the UK, but Reading, as if that was the centre of the universe. I know, I used to work in Reading. So all these people parted but remained friends. So people like Chris and Billy, because she was 18, he was 35, and they married. And the morning after their first date, he turned up at the house unannounced with a silver Ferrari covered with red roses. Inside and out. She couldn't even drive. That was Chris Evans and Billy Piper. They married in Vegas 6 months later, split up 3 years after that. And she said we had a really amazing time together. I bet she can't remember most of it. So Chris has got anything to do with it. Bruce and Demi Moore. And they sort of got together. He was quarantining with the wife he divorced 20 years ago. And their 3 grown-up daughters rather than his new wife. Hugh and Liz, together for 13 years. And then all of a sudden she wore that dress in Leicester Square and her life changed forever. Sunita and Simon Cowell, they're just good friends. He's godfather to her children. They all regularly go on holiday together because Sunita's mates with his girlfriend Lauren too. And they just get on well. You know, you're like that. I've got exes of mine. Like it makes it sound like there's an absolute avalanche of them. But I mean, I'm still in contact with them. I still see them. I still speak on the telephone. Just don't want to go out with them. It's always the way. I remember I came back from Vienna one time, and we were going to a theatre thing down at the one of the theatres on the Embankment, and there were 4 of my exes there, including the current one, which I thought was hilarious. And I'm going, oh, this is so... Do you know each other? Everybody know each other? The answer is yes, they knew each other. All had the same things to complain about me. What else we got? Fat prejudice, heavy burden around the globe. Overweight people face bigotry around the world. Of course they do, because they're overweight. I don't quite understand why this is a problem. If you see people and they are enormous, unless it's a medical condition, it's due to overeating, and it's dangerous. Dangerous. You know, for people to be that overweight. 9 in 10 people overweight say they've experienced stigma from their relatives. 74% claim they've suffered fat phobia from medics after being told unrelated issues were linked to their weight. Because, you know, you do see people walk down the street now, and you do see that people are overweight. And it's dangerous. I mean, some people are lucky. They don't put on weight. They don't know what it's like. That, you know, you only have to eat half a dozen patisserie Valerie cakes and you put on the weight. You know, they have no idea, because some people can eat whatever they want to and the pounds do not pile on. Other people have only got to look at a cream cake and that's it. You are doomed to all eternity. You know, but it doesn't matter. It's up to you. If you want to be... I mean, I don't think anybody... There used to be a woman who used to appear on the television, and she said she didn't mind being fat at all. She said, I love it, you know, because fat people are jolly. I thought, no, they're not. They're absolutely not. You know, it is dangerous. There is risk of heart attack. There is risk of diabetes. There are huge health issues which, you know, can change your life forever. You see them on the television programs in America, which we now get over here, where they said, oh, I think I'll have a gastric... Look at the size of Arj. What did we say yesterday? 25 stone he went to. 25 stone. That is quite enormous. And so he's had this gastric band or gastric surgery, whatever it was. But it'll all be piled on again. Because what these people do is they seem to, you know, if they're mildly famous, they seem to make an issue about it. You know, they go, oh, because I had a very depressing year or this happened. No. No, it's because you kept stuffing food in your gob. That's what it was. You have to learn to educate your stomach to expect less food. It's not complicated. You know, we all know the answers. You know, people go, oh, I'm on this diet. Have you noticed how few people who've been on these very expensive diets actually make it and lose weight? Most people don't. The only way is little and often and exercise. It's as simple as that. Not complicated. You don't need, you know, to have all these different surgical procedures, the liposuction. I mean, it looks absolutely awful. That's like sticking a Hoover into you. And it just sort of vacuums out the fat. You know, I mean, unfortunately for Arj, he's still fat. He's still fat. He lost some weight on it, which is good. You know, Gemma Collins, she's still carrying a lot of weight. It's dangerous. You know, and people go, oh, it's awful. I've been fat shamed. You go, no, people are concerned. They don't want you to die. That's what it comes down to. The diary today in the Mirror with Ashley Rainbird, talking about Olympic ski jumper Eddie the Eagle Edwards. When was the last time that he ski jumped? I can't remember, a long time. But he was in the thing where they all dress up. Can't remember what it's called now, this stupid program. But he was it. He was the rubber chicken. Masked Dancer thing. The funny thing is, I mean, he's actually sort of quite fit. But the first 3 people they kick out are supposedly professional dancers, and we kicked them out. Lovely. Frisky Llama tried to pull Beetroot behind the scenes of the show. This is on the same one. The stud trotted to her dressing room to deliver a love note, breaching strict protocol to keep their distance from the other stars. Oh, it was Dita Von Teese again. What a boring, dull person. She's apparently a burlesque dancer. Rivetingly exciting. Nicole Scherzinger surfing in Hawaii with her photographer friend, so they can take pictures of her surfing in Hawaii. Lovely. And Davina McCall says she was stuck in no man's land following her divorce, so she still lives in the same house with ex-husband Matthew Robertson. They separated in 2017. And Dale and I went out for dinner with her and Matthew years and years ago. Where we went, I can't remember actually, but it was very nice. But she's 53 and now dating a hairdresser. She says of the difficult period, my advice to friends of anybody going through it is, even if somebody looks fine, support them. I had somebody contact me the other day, and it was somebody that they were going through years ago, a very, very bad period in their life. And they wrote and basically sort of said goodbye. And I thought, what? So I picked up the phone and called them and said, listen, If ever you feel like this, you phone me. You phone me any time of the day or night. I'm not bothered. I wake up early, so when most people are fast asleep, I'm getting up. So you call me any time you want, and we'll just chat away about different things. It's as simple as that. I can't bear the idea that nobody talks to anybody. On a trip, Steve, says Hannah, to Australia, we visited Sovereign Hill, an outdoor museum depicting the 1800s and the gold rush. I was allowed to pan for gold, but I didn't find any. So my dad flipped an Aussie dollar into the stream. I was so excited when I came across it. I was only 8. I know. They do that in a lot of those sort of places where they actually feed the water with little bits of gold, little tiny bits. You go, well, I found some gold, which is lovely. I used to have an old VW Beetle, Steve. Tradition was, if you see another Beetle, you wave. Do you do any hand signals in your car? Says Sidcup Julie. Yep, absolutely. I'm doing them now in the studio. You'd never guess what they were. No, caravanners do that. If you pass another caravan on the road and you can see that they've got the caravan club flag and the car thing, then you flash your lights, and we all used to wave at those. People wave at Eddie Stobart lorries. They're actually very... and Prius drivers do it as well. They go, well, you bought one of these, did you? Prius drivers do it? Do they really? Well, I never knew that. I know the Eddie Stobart ones. Kids like waving to the Eddie Stobart drivers, and they will wave back to you. But Caravan Club members did it. But I've never heard of VW Beetles doing it. My Uncle Alan used to have a VW Beetle ages ago. I was always told it was a car that it was airtight when the doors were shut. So if you went into a river or the sea, you would survive because they just needed to pull you out again because it was hermetically sealed. No, please do not try it. Please do not try it. But I mean, in my car, I tend not to. People tend to look at my car, but they don't. We don't wave. Yeah, they sort of curtsy and bow, but they don't wave. And I certainly, if somebody waved at me, I'd be thinking, do I know that person? I'm not sure, because sometimes if you go down the road just to really annoy somebody, hoot, go beep beep and wave. Guaranteed, the person on the pavement will wave back because they think they know you. They don't, of course. They don't. Steve, I'm going to sunbathe at 8 o'clock in my local park. Yes. Kim says, I lost around 16 stone 6 years ago. My ex, Steve. Best start I've ever been on, my friend. Mike in Kings Langley says, Steve, we should now be putting Meghan and Harry, Winge and Ginger, in the same bracket as Jordan, GC and Peter Andre. Peter Andre? He's not still around, is he? Peter Andre? What does he do now? Good heavens above. I can't think of anything that Peter Andre does. He's heading towards 50, though, isn't he? Oh, dear. Dangerous times.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Do people wave on buses? No. Sometimes kids... I've been going down the motorway. We were talking about people who wave to each other. Apparently Prius drivers wave to each... Can't imagine why, but anyway, they do. It's a sympathy wave. But also the Eddie Stobart people, Caravan Club members, we all used to flash our lights and we would wave. We didn't know who they were. We just waved at them. And I get it. If I'm going down the motorway and I'm behind a coach with school kids on, I get kids at the back window waving. And I was, the other day, where was I? I was sitting at the traffic lights, and this little kid goes past with his mum, and he was only about 5 or 6, and he looked at me and he poked his tongue out. So I poked my tongue out. And he gave me the thumbs up symbol, which I thought, obviously just liked people poking their tongue out. But I do get kids in the back of coaches waving from the back of the coach, so I Dumbo, wave back. You can just imagine, can't you? Come on, we're all at the back of the bus. We're waving at this bloke driving this car. That's Steve Allen. He's biggest program on the road, huge, and all this kind of stuff. It's very funny. Very funny. But Steve, every time a bus full of people got stuck in traffic outside my shop, says Ben, I would wave at it, and everybody on the bus wondered who I'm waving at. Oh, I tell you who else waves. I've just remembered. People on boats. If you're taking the boat up to Hampton Court, or Dominic the other day took it down to the thing. If you're on a boat and you go past another, people wave. People wave on boats. It's very peculiar. Bus drivers. What do bus drivers? I always, yeah. I mean, have you waved at a bus driver? Just each other, yeah. It's good though, isn't it? I think I'm going to start waving on this program. Actually, then they wave back. It's so cute. So unnecessary as well. Like to pretend they know me. They don't really. They sort of just work with me. It's not quite the same, is it? Oh look, we're all waving because we're all chums and friends, professional people. I wonder if everybody does that. But boats definitely, you get people as the two boats pass each other. In Richmond, people wave. You ever done the boat to Hampton Court from Richmond? Well, you should do it. It's good thing. Couple of hours. You have to sometimes change your boat at Kingston. Why it can't go all the way up, I've got no idea. Yeah, it's like my bus, and that was quite nice. That's lovely because you see exactly the same view that Henry VIII saw when he came up from London, because it took them 2 days to come from London to get to Hampton Court, and there's a clock inside Hampton Court in the inner courtyard which shows the tides. So they could work out when to go back down again, because Hampton Court Palace was a lock-up palace. It was like a holiday place, and they would phone up, go, hello, Hampton Court Palace, Henry VIII is coming up tomorrow. And they would have to open all the shutters up, take all the dust covers off the furniture, and he would go up there, and 700 people would descend on the place. It's lovely. There you go. Turk launches. That's down at Richmond. They've got a boat which has got a paddle thing at the back. Whether it's actually powering it, I don't know. But that's quite nice. But you can get a cup of tea. I like a cup of tea on a boat. A bit simple, really. Yeah, I've discovered, actually, the older you get, there are advantages. More seats. More seats, please. Yeah, Freedom Pass. And some bloke got on the bus, used his Freedom Pass early the other day, 8 o'clock in the morning. They let him on. Bit naughty. Bikers wave at each other as well. Oh, right. Which is quite good. Good idea. Train drivers wave at each other. Yes, actually, I have seen train drivers do that, don't they? But definitely bus drivers. You see people wave at, even if you don't know them, you wave, which is good. Steve, we there you go. We train drivers wave at each other. Good for you. I think it's quite friendly, isn't it? I mean, you might not know these people. It makes you feel a bit better about life. Channel 5's history twist for Anne Boleyn and Jane Seymour. Apparently, they had a kiss, and I don't quite get it at all. This is the latest twist in Channel 5's 3-part drama. Anne Boleyn is still at the end, because what it does, it explores the final months of her life leading up to the trial on charges, you remember, of treason, incest and adultery, and ultimately execution. She was beheaded. They don't really have anything else in those days, but the kiss is an expression of power between two women who know that only one of them can have Henry's heart. It's all very peculiar, isn't it, really? But Anne, played by Jodie Turner-Smith, takes a walk with Jane, and then she sort of kisses her. I mean, whether that was true, I don't know. I don't think it would have been true, actually, at all. But it's on Channel 5 tonight. Why do they keep changing things? Why do they, they go, oh, this is sort of the latest thing. So Anne Boleyn in this one is black, which is sort of, it's a character, but because you're playing, this is somebody from history. So it's supposed to be, I thought it was supposed to be historically accurate. I'm not sure that there would have been sort of, is it a lesbian kiss or is it just a kiss? Is it a kiss of affection? I don't think so, because it's on the lips. If it was a kiss of, oh, hello, you kiss, because the Queen does this. Whenever you see the Queen meeting other members of the royal family, depending on where they are in the hierarchy, they will sort of either bow or curtsy in front of the Queen. Kate has to do it. And sometimes they do a kissing on each cheek. The air kissing, isn't it? But I don't think Anne Boleyn would have done this. But then I don't know. I wasn't there at the time. You just have to say, that's why she was killed. Yes. So it must have been very frightening in those days when you think about it. That she sort of, they had these show trials where basically you were deemed guilty before they'd even started these things. There were people there and they just sort of changed everything. It was awful. There you go. Men with a family history of prostate cancer should be screened in their 40s. Lovely. How many people are waiting on NHS waiting lists? 4.95 million for stuff to be done. 300,000 fewer patients referred for cancer treatment. And as of now, more than 50 times as many people in Britain are dying from cancer as of COVID-19. 1 in 6 children thought to have mental health disorders after lockdown. 2,000 pubs closed for good in 2020. They closed them all over the place. But round here, and it's noticeable here, is restaurants that have closed down. And they've closed because they take their signs down. Where did I see? Oh, that's right. If you go round, almost opposite the front door of the Hippodrome, there was a couple of... They've gone, a couple of restaurants. One on the corner that used to do nice bacon sandwiches. They've gone. So they obviously couldn't survive which is, and it's not getting better at the moment, even if they open everything up. You can't just open up a restaurant. You've got to make sure it's all cleaned, and it's just a nightmare. 600,000 waiters, chefs and bar staff have lost their jobs. How are they surviving? How are these people surviving? Do you know nearly 2 billion pints of beer went unsold? And what do? You throw it away. They throw it away. 2,000 pubs closed for good. 3 million workers remain on the furlough scheme at a cost to the taxpayer of more than £3.5 billion per month. Not even for the year. Cost of government borrowing, £1.6 billion per day. £22.2 billion bill for supporting the self-employed. Lord above. But it's all these restaurants. We used to have loads of restaurants. And also, the hotels. Empty. When I was the other day with Jordan, I wanted to go and get a breakfast at the Hampshire. And this was just gone 7. And it said on their website, 7 o'clock. I think it was a little clause, a get out of jail free card, which sort of said, on holidays it might be a little bit later. At 7:30 they opened the other day. I thought, well, we'd have been the only 2 in there anyway. There was nobody else around. Nobody else. Alcohol is still harmful, even if we stick to the guidelines. Did you go for a drink last night? You went for a drink? Did you not go? Oh, right. Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. After he was mugged, he didn't want to go there. And he won't be going swimming in that glass pool. That does frighten me. I mean, whose brilliant idea was it? I mean, it's very good, but I couldn't get in it, and so I'd be so frightened. Have you seen that YouTube thing, The Bridge in China, which you walk across it, and it's there's a speaker there, and it makes a noise, and the glass appears to crack, and people go, no. Have you never seen it? Oh, it's fantastic. The Broken Glass Bridge or something like that. And they think that they're going to plunge to the ground. So they cling onto the side of it, and it makes the noise of cracking. And there you go. You can see the bloke on the right-hand side. This new glass walkway that cracks under weight. But it doesn't actually. It's just it's an effect. But look at it. It's literally clinging to the side of a mountain. People go on their hands and knees, sobbing. Hilarious. So, no. I mean, it really is. I mean, quite frightening. I'm terrible. I mean, vertigo for me. Awful. But this 115 high feature links 2 blocks together, but making waves for all the wrong reason. It's interesting that not all the residents in the luxury development are allowed in. I mean, to be honest with you, you don't swim with other people either, do you, really? The great unwashed. Only the most expensive flats. Is it really? Oh, is that how it is? Oh, can you imagine all the other people sitting in their flats going, I don't like you. So... yeah, you're allowed to swim because you've got an expensive flat. Oh, wow. Liz Hurley's son Damien continues to self-isolate, fearful any outside contact might infect Liz's elderly mother, Angela. He's a very good-looking boy. He's a model, I think. I'm not. Mr. Fogel, Bruce Fogel, the vet, has rebuffed several eye-watering offers from private equity firms to buy his veterinary practice because he wants to retain his independence. The vet and father of Ben Fogel says he's approached weekly by corporate giants who want to take over his London veterinary clinic in Marylebone. That's why my friend Darren used to take his dog, and we used to see Bruce Fogel in Regent's Park because when Darren's dog became ill, it would just drop to the ground. You've never seen anything like it. I mean, it happened on a few occasions, and luckily Bruce was there, and you could pick the dog up and sort of rub its tummy. It was a border terrier, and many of the time we were sort of indebted to Bruce because he used to look after the dog anyway. But it was because it was getting quite old. I think it was about 100 and something in human years, and so just collapsed to the ground. It would literally just almost fall over like some sort of joke. And you sort of have to terrible. Anyway, sadly not with us anymore, which is a bit of a shame because he was very good, actually. Very good. So Brum's £8 a day tax on polluting car is stalled. They're actually going to mind you, not only that, but in Oxfordshire, they're going to ban outdoor smoking. So in other words, walking outside of an office block and you light up a cigarette, nope. Outside of a pub, smoking, nope. Outside of any place, nope. Bus stops, nope, nowhere at all. You cannot smoke outdoors. How's that going to happen at home? If you're living in rented accommodation, and you nip outside the front door for a cigarette, what are they going to do? Come and clamp down on you? How are they going to manage that? Who's going to? I mean, there's thousands of smokers. Goodness sake, ridiculous.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It's very interesting. They've got a picture in the Daily Mail today. I've only ever found it in the Daily Mail, and it's of a shepherd's hut. Now, shepherd's hut, you can buy these brand new. They make them. There are no end of companies. I've seen them advertised, and they did a big feature in Country Life a few weeks back on shepherd's huts. Some of them are about £3,000. Some of them, £15,000, £20,000, £50,000. It depends. And there's one here that came up for sale. And a sheep farmer has been outbid by a Londoner who wants to use it as a holiday home. I mean, it's not really very big at all. It really isn't. 8 foot high, 9 foot wide, and 6 foot deep, riddled with rot, and it's got a leaky roof. Its value was £800. This Londoner forked out for it £16,000. £16,000 for this thing. The underbidder was terribly disappointed. He stopped bidding at £8,000, had to think, and carried on till he really had enough, £11,500, and then it was fought over. So somebody paid £16,000 for this thing, which you've literally got to rebuild from scratch again. I mean, I don't know how they're going to manage it. My father died, so we carried out the sale of the contents, and the family was over the moon with the result. I'm not at all surprised. Not at all surprised. I mean, £16,000 for a shepherd's hut. I mean, the one this size, you could actually get an awful lot cheaper. And it's like people buying gypsy caravans. There are companies that make gypsy caravans, and they're. I mean, is this it? And look at £16,000 for that. You could buy a new one which looks better. I mean, it really is in a terrible state. Look at in the interior, and he wants to use it as a holiday home. For the borrowers, I should imagine, and for very small people. But, I mean, I would rather have a gypsy caravan. I would definitely have. Can you find me a gypsy caravan selling site? One of the old one, not one of the modern things. I'm looking for old. I'm looking for the things that would be horse-drawn. That's the thing. See, look, I think they look fab. One of those in your garden. Yeah, look at, I mean, beautiful, aren't they? Oh, can you imagine? I mean, some of them are absolutely beautiful. There you go, Gypsy Caravan Company, hand-built and second-hand gypsy caravans. But I like that red one. I'm liking that red one. Look at that. Look at that. It's wonderful, isn't it? Absolutely, well, it looks like it's something out of Versailles. But look at this one here. Look, 8x16 shepherd hut with steps, £6,000. Horse-drawn, bow-top gypsy caravan wagon, Varda Garden Romany, set up for £15,000. I want the red one. I want the red one. I've got to have somewhere to put it. Oh, look at that one. Gypsy Caravan Rentals. That one looks like a railway carriage. Oh, no, I definitely want something that's red. Have we got an interior shot of the an old gypsy caravan? Oh, I say, look at that. It's a bit nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's like my sitting room. People used to say, describe your sitting room. I used to say to them, Jewish Regency. And they go, oh, right, I know exactly what you're talking about. I said, I love it. I love it. Mind you, Oxfordshire. Now, I've always been quite polite about Oxfordshire. I'm polite about everything, as you know. They're going to ban smoking outdoors as it becomes the first smoke-free county. How on earth are they going to police this thing? So, in other words, it will be the first county to go completely smoke-free by 2025 under a plan agreed by public health officials. So, in other words, you will stop smoking outside offices, factories, and any place like that. The person who looks after it, the public health director, says it's not about telling people not to smoke. It's about moving and creating an environment in which not smoking is encouraged and they're empowered to do so. But it's not going to happen overnight. How are they going to do it? I mean, I appreciate the fact that the Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, at a recent conference said 90,000 people have died from smoking-related diseases in 2020, compared with 75,000 from COVID. A report by Dr. Briggs says smoking was the leading cause of preventable deaths in Oxfordshire, costing 120 million to the public purse. So they're going to stop. 12% of Oxfordshire's population currently smoke. People earning lower incomes, those with mental illness, the homeless and travellers all have a higher rate of smoking. But how are they going to police it? I mean, is this a police matter? We don't know if it's a police matter. We have no idea because it doesn't tell you. They just say the ban will see, smoking outside of bars and restaurants a thing of the past, and workplace cigarette breaks also on the red list. Didn't know they had smoking breaks. Didn't know they had them. But so in other words, I don't know how people are going to. Well, just don't go to Oxfordshire. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? What's the point of worrying it? Because you can't. So in other words, you're sitting in a restaurant. You go, We'll just nip outside for a cigarette, which people do. And you won't be able to do that in Oxfordshire. Don't tell the mayor, for God's sake. Yes, you have to go to the next county. I'll have to get in the car. I'll drive. I'll be about an hour and a half, all right? I'll go and have a quick 3-minute cigarette, and on second thoughts, I'll smoke on the way there in the car. That'll be easier. I got a letter, some while ago now, actually, from Longhurst and Putt Productions Limited. They make films, little films, and they had a film called Lucas and Albert. And now the industry is very hard hit. They're way down the list because they're low-budget independents. But in fact, they are going to be at the Romford International Film Festival at the Premier Cinema, the Mercury in Romford, on the 27th of June. They're also at the Princess Theatre in Clacton-on-Sea on the 17th of June. It's a Thursday, supporting Alfie's Journey, Just for Children, a little local lad who needs help. And then they're up for the National Film Awards. They've been nominated for Best Film. So that would be lovely if they actually got it, wouldn't it? Lucas and Albert. It's got all sorts. It's about two aging hitmen put together by a mysterious crime boss. It's got A.G. Longhurst and James Osborne, of course. Kim Tailforth, that's Gillian's sister. Plus, what was the other one we got in it? John Altman from EastEnders. So there's a lot of people in it. Sorry? Nasty Nick. Oh, I don't know, Nick. I don't know. Why you treat me like this? You're so awful to me. But anyway, so good luck to them, because, I mean, it can't be easy. I get the stage every week. And, you know, I mean, you look at the adverts, people who haven't been employed for ages and ages and ages, and people who are really, really struggling. So to all those people. But Longhurst and Putt Productions are based in Clacton-on-Sea, which is lovely. So a screening of the film, which is Lucas and Albert, and that's going to be at the Princess Theatre in Clacton-on-Sea on Thursday the 17th of June. If you live in that neck of the woods, check it out. And the other one is the Romford International Film Festival at the Premier Cinema, the Mercury in Romford on Sunday the 27th of June at 1:30. And good luck at the National Film Awards. That'll be quite nice. They are up against a lot of other people, but at least, listen, they've been nominated for Best Film. We can only wish them the very best of luck. So 60. I'm definitely going to buy a Gypsy Caravan. I definitely bought with it. They're so beautiful. It's the decoration. I tell you what I like, actually, and I've always liked it. Sign writers who you see going to circuses and fun fairs, and you see them sitting on their trestles and they're doing that beautiful writing that's on the side of everything. Well, it's not calligraphy. They're doing all the, I think it's called, there is a book out. I think it's called Fun Fair and Circus Art, or something like that, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It really is. It's sort of something you think, now why can't I do that? But I can't, unfortunately. But it is an art form, and so all the wagons were painted. In America, these circus wagons from Barnum and Bailey's, there's a book of the photographs of those huge wagons, which are absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. And so I quite like the idea. It's an art form. You can't just do it yourself. You've got to bring a professional in. Charlie Watts today, the London-born drummer, a Rolling Stone since 1963, hated the female attention the band got in the early days. Said girls chasing you down the street screaming. It was horrible. Horrible. How old is he today? Charlie Watts is 70 is a good guess. He's 80. He's 80. Also, Dominic Cooper, the actor from London, starred in Mamma Mia. And the sequel, not bad for a student who was banned from his final year musical at the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art for having no sense of rhythm. He's 43 today. Many happy returns of the day. Also, Heather Cooper was born on this day in 1949. She died last year. Actually, we used to use Heather Cooper. She was the astronomer and broadcaster, appeared on the sky at night. Sir Patrick Moore recalled, she wrote to me when she was a little girl and said, is there any future for me in astronomy? And he said, there is. She became president of the British Astronomical Association. We used to use her on my overnight programme, and unfortunately she enjoyed a trip to the bar before she'd appeared on the programme. My producer used to say to me, I think she's had a few sherbets. Occupational hazard. In 1897, you'll know this quote, but you might not know who it came from. The American writer Mark Twain responded to claims that he died, saying dryly, the report of my death was an exaggeration.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit q.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, morning, says Graham the trucker. I passed through Blackheath Common earlier and Zippo's Circus was there. The trucks have the original livery and it all looks great. Do you know, we don't, I think our local council, don't ask me why, in Twickenham, we used to have Zippo's Circus on Twickenham Green. I don't think we're having it anymore. I can't imagine why. The kids absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I can't think of any logical reason why the council would not want us to have a circus back again. Surely that's the whole idea of having little circuses. You know, but mind you, we didn't have the fun fair down in Richmond this year. Big one at Hampton Court, still there. Still there, George Irving's fair. But we used to get trail-ins down in Richmond. Last on in Twickenham, September 19. That was when the last time we had Zippo's Circus there. Not last year, because of COVID. I mean, I went to it. My friend Paul used to live in Twickenham, and he said, should we go to the circus? We went on a few occasions. I like a circus. I tell you what I like about it, and the fun fairs too. It's the travelling side. It all packs up onto the lorries, and then you see the artists the next day at Zippo's Circus, who you'd seen the day before performing in the circus, helping to tear the tent down and pack everything away. Because that's what people do. If you work in a circus, you don't go, oh, I'm far too big a star. Everybody mucks in. So you see people who've been an act, then they're selling popcorn and hot dogs and stuff like that. And it's fantastic. I love it. And they earn peanuts. And they live on the road. They all have caravans. When you used to get the circus down at Richmond, all the artists have little caravans that they live in, and they all are involved in the circus. I told you I got that lovely book, which I lost it actually, my one, British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith, which is about Rico's Circus, and Bonnie Lithgow got me a copy in, oh gosh, was it America or somewhere else? Anyway, is it LA? She found it, and it's a really good quality copy. It's fantastic, and I love reading it because it's what circuses used to be. They had all sorts of things with Rico, who would have about 4 different acts within the circus. And it is the definitive guide to British circus life, and happy days of people who used to go tenting. But everybody mucks in. At the fun fairs, you get the kids who muck in as well. Many of the time I've been to the Hampton Court Fair and trail-ins, and the children of the people who run the ride, they'll be working the box office on it. You know, that's the way it works. Also born on this day, Thomas Hardy. Died in 1928, so you might not remember that one. He was famous for Far From the Madding Crowd and Tests of the D'Urbervilles. Do you know, I know the titles, but I don't know anything about them at all. And in 1990, the English actor Sir Rex Harrison died of pancreatic cancer. He was 82. He toured with, I think, My Fair Lady as well. He was with Audrey Hepburn. And, of course, she didn't sing in it, even though she did sing, but it was Marnie Nixon who doubled as her voice. And Rex, you know, why can't a woman be more like a man? It was a great fit. Did you ever see it? I appeared for my sins in the Newbury Operatic Society's version of My Fair Lady. We were the first amateur operatic society allowed to do it on the stage. I didn't sing, I was a flunky, which means that we got to wear black knickerbockers made out of velvet. We had powdered wigs and everything else, and we had the Ascot Gavotte, which was all black and white, and it was done at the Newbury Corn Exchange, and the Newbury Operatic Society it was fantastic. We did the Merry Widow. That was the first, and I did a couple of shows for them as well. It was lovely, which was good. So Thomas Hardy, Heather Cooper, and Mark Twain. So now you know. Also, 1979 was very interesting. It was interesting in so much as it was the year I joined LBC, and on June the 2nd, 1979, ITV and the BBC agreed yesterday not to screen the same sporting events at the same time. The deal marked the end of a 10-year battle over the simultaneous coverage of major events, which is infuriating some viewers, especially women. Now people fight it. There's so many different channels, aren't there? You go on to the Freeview stuff. It's unbelievable. I still can't find anything. I know. Sometimes I find something and you go, oh, I'll watch this. And all of a sudden we go to an ad break. You have to wait ages and ages. Martin Kemper's backed a campaign that encourages people to report fraud and talk about their experiences. He says over the past year he's got more fake texts, emails and calls. I got one the other day. If you don't recognise something, do not open it up. Okay, I'll give you an example. I got one the other day, and so I remember looking at it thinking that's very odd actually. I get the usual sort of things, but I got one which that's right. It just got .digital.info. 25 star gadgets and gizmos. If you can, and I thought, I'm not opening that up. I've never even heard of this company, and I had a few like that actually. A few. Most of my stuff I'm well aware of it, but you have to be very careful. You can open the stuff up, and the most common one at the moment is the Royal Mail, and it says your package, because what it is they're just literally throwing the line out. Because out of the millions of these they would send out, there would be a lot of you waiting for a package. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's coming from Amazon. They would say your package has a £2.99 shipping fee to pay. To pay this now, visit, and then they give you a thing which says royalmailshipping.net. So it all looks terribly official. Action will be taken if you don't pay the fee. Basically, you tell them to stick the parcel where the sun doesn't shine. Because they say, so if you don't pay the fee, they go, well, I tell you what, you keep the parcel then, darling, you keep it. And so what happens is you click onto that link, which we don't, and it will take you to a site which will take your credit card details. And once they've got your credit card details, they can basically drain your account. You know, you're not going to be paying $2.99, but there is no charge for $2.99. If you order anything, I mean, I've got Amazon Prime, so I don't pay anything at all. It just all gets delivered. And anything else, if you get one of those, just totally ignore it. And if you've got elderly parents and they've got a telephone and they get them, they say, oh, I've got a parcel coming. You say, did you order something? And they go, no. You go, well, you haven't got a parcel coming, have you? It's like, congratulations, you've won the Guatemalan National Lottery. And you go, did you buy a ticket for the Guatemalan National Lottery? And they answer, no. Well, then you haven't won anything, have you? Because they don't have a national lottery in Guatemala. Steve, AA patrolmen would salute you when they saw the badge on your car. Says, yes, they did. The AA man would salute you. And I think the RAC man would as well. Steve, many years ago, used to be Rose's Fairground at Hampton Court and Epsom Derby Day. Don't remember them. Rachel says, listening from Wensleydale. There's not actually a place called Wensleydale, is there? Been listening to you for over 10 years now and love your show. Just letting you know that tractor drivers wave at each other too. Obviously, Rachel lives on a farm. You can tell if tractor drivers. But listening for 10 years is good. I've got people who've listened longer. Steve, the UK is on the brink of reaching the milestone of 3/4 of adults receiving their COVID-19, which is good. And Steve, I went to the premiere of Lucas and Albert in Leicester Square, which is lovely. We've got another cinema opening up round here, actually. They've just opening, well, they will be opening. It's going to be in the new hotel, which is next to the Hampshire, which used to be an Odeon. And now it's a hotel with a small cinema in its basement, I believe. The rooms are, I don't think it's cheap. I think it was about $500 a night or something. But you are in the middle of London. But, I mean, there's no tourists. I mean, you don't see hundreds and hundreds of tourists flooding London. The tourist buses, and I haven't seen a tourist bus for ages. They used to go around and say, hello, here we go, we're driving down the Strand. I always wanted to get on a bus and start correcting people, because I used to think there's no point in telling tourists these kind of things. But you don't see those very much, do you? But it's the boarding up of all the restaurants which worries me. Big named restaurants, which aren't there anymore. We've whipped up 158 million batches of cupcakes and 126 million cakes in the past year. Apparently, bakers are being urged to host a cupcake day. We get donuts sent in when it's donut day, don't we, from a bakery? And I like a bakery. I do like a bakery. I like a bit of bread. I'm not a cupcake fan. I'm really not a cup. I wish I was actually, but I do like a donut. So every so often I might have a donut. Every so often, and I feel a bit guilty about it afterward. But it's the Dunkin' Donuts and stuff like that everybody likes, isn't it? Very interesting.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Barry says, I live in Fremantle, Steve, in Western Australia. I heard you talk about people waving to each other on boats. Well, the same thing happens over here. People. Oh, hang on, I've lost my blooming thing. Oh, there it is. But only when you're driving in the bush, and in particular the remote areas. Drivers raise their hand to acknowledge other drivers coming the other way. You don't wave very often because you don't see many cars. You don't do. I remember somebody telling me once, they sort of said, I think tonight we'll actually be going out to visit our neighbours who live 400 miles away. Because nobody, it's only in some of the towns where people are together. Out in the bush, it's very difficult, actually. Very difficult. Apparently, yes, you do have to pay for deliveries. Amazon Prime is not free, says Martin. I didn't say it's 50 quid or whatever it is, but that's for the whole year. Whole year. So you don't pay individually. Sean says, you ever watched The Joy of Painting on BBC 4? Didn't know there was a BBC 4. I'll tell you what, there is a shortage of at the moment, though. According to the World Wildlife Fund, puffins, emperor penguins and snow leopards are among the treasured species in danger if the world leaders fail to limit warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. That's not good, is it, really? I thought there were loads of puffins. I thought we had tons of... They live on cliffs. Because I've seen them, and they get picked off by seagulls, don't they? The little puffin is going like that, going mad, and a seagull just sort of swoops down on it, picks it up, and it's still, yeah, seagulls eat anything. Chips, sausage in batter, ice creams, sandwiches, and puffins. And puffins know this. So as they throw themselves off the cliff, gliding for most of the way, they then got caught out. I don't think they're all baby puffins either. I think they're other sort of puffins. A bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Somebody said, did I see you in Cote in Esher last week? If not, you have a double. Oh, thanks. Very nice indeed. I'll have a vodka and No, I wasn't in Esher the other week. I don't think so. And I haven't seen The Joy of Painting either. Steve, I'm guessing you'll be inundated. There you go, look. Poor puffin attacked by seagulls. They don't stand much of a chance, do they? Bless their little hearts. You know why? They've always got a mouthful of fish. And that's what the seagull's after. If it ends up getting the puffin at the same time, it will in fact, there's a puffin here which is fighting off a seagull. We've got the pictures up. Come on, beat him up. Puffin's fighting them off. But when they actually grab them in midair, they want them to cough up and regurgitate the food. Because seagulls are bone idle. And nasty. So. Oh, I forgot what I'm doing actually here. I've just missed something actually. So inundated with texts after saying there isn't such a place as Wensleydale. I didn't say that. I asked the question. Wash your ears out. It's not your fault you're partially deaf. I didn't say is there such a place. I asked the question. I didn't say there wasn't a place such as Wensleydale. And I don't care about it now. I really don't care. The post office scam, you're so right. And Dave says Wensleydale is the dale or upper valley of the River Ure on the east side of the Pennines, one of the Yorkshire Dales in North Yorkshire. Lovely. Somebody says, I want you to get over the phobia about Blackpool. I think not. I don't have a phobia about Blackpool. I'm just never going there ever again, actually. You see, do the Great Walk on the Wild Side on YouTube. No, thank you. I went to Blackpool once. I was hoping it would have been closed, but we weren't. That was the first thing that Eddie Mayer heard me talking about Blackpool. He played it on his programme, me talking about Blackpool. Because I went there, and I thought it was the most awful place I'd ever been to. We went there for a magic convention. It was a big magic convention. And we went there, and I remember thinking, I'm never coming back, ever, ever, ever. I think a better put it was just full of the most awful people. I like the idea of waving to people. I mean, we're very big at this waving kind of thing, and we want to save puffins as well now. But on the snow leopards, I always direct people to my YouTube, Steve Allen and the Snow Leopard, which is very cute. Unfortunately, it's not with us anymore, but it was still very cute. I mean, never get the chance to hold one ever again. It was just one of those things. Apparently the Queen may be resisting a proposal to call the new national yacht after Prince Philip, in case the public thinks the boat extravagant in the presence... Oh, I don't know what that is. Given that this yacht is to be used as a national flagship... You've seen this yacht, haven't you? It's about £200 million. And it's not for state visits or royal honeymoons and holidays. I think the Queen could rest easy, says Anne Widdecombe. The nation showed its affection for Prince Philip in April, and far better to have his name on its side than that of some woke hero. Yes. Although, is there not a university who've complained about Prince Philip? They've had to apologise to everybody. Honestly, can't win nowadays, can you, really? And the latest screen incarnation of Cruella de Vil no longer brandishes her trademark smouldering cigarette holder because its makers, Disney, enforces a strict smoking ban in films. It's taking over everywhere, isn't it? You can't do anything. And here is Line of Duty's Anna Maxwell Martin. She says that she faces incognito. Why? Because she's got a rubbery face. A rubbery face. I quite like rubbery faces. Steve, I don't paint, says Dean, but the joy of painting is amazing. We've got another thing, haven't we? Isn't there a jewellery programme and a pottery programme as well? And also a sewing programme. There's sewing bee as well. I mean, honestly, there's makeup. You're right, there is makeup. We've got the most awful programmes at the moment, haven't we? Oh, that's fine. Oh, and quizzes and antiques programmes and cooking programmes, where a bunch of old has-beens sort of attempt to make a cake and they tell you how to make it and then they can't do it and then the fridge doesn't work and then they seem to have no end of presenters on these programmes. You know, it's like having a presenter on the radio with 4 people presenting the programme. It's ridiculous on television. You know, anything that's got baking on, it's got about 4 or 5 people there. Why? They don't contribute anything to the programme. They really don't. I'm even more horrified to tell you that Steph's ghastly programme has been recommissioned. Can't imagine why. Their taxi bill alone must run into hundreds of thousands. It really is ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Gazza's Great Unwashed Kit. This is from Paul Gascoigne during Euro 96. Gazza has donated his unwashed shorts and socks. That's nice, isn't it, really? And they're expected to fetch at least £1,200. Wow. They will be sold with a note from the Star's broadcasting pal Danny Baker confirming they're genuine. Shorts and socks as worn unwashed. There's also a photo of the pair with Chris Evans. 1,200. They'll go for more than 1,200, won't they? Because they were worn by Gazza, but they've not been washed from quite a long time ago. And Isaac Newton's handwritten revisions to the Principi are expected to make up to £900,000. The unpublished autograph manuscript is written in Latin. We did Latin at school. I don't know why nobody became a chemist or anything like that. Thomas Venning from Christie's Books says there are 14 lines and 2 diagrams. £900,000. It's good, isn't it? We still haven't found the jewellery that was stolen. Was it Hever Castle that had Anne Boleyn's beads stolen when somebody broke in and took them? We've not found those back again yet, but hopefully we will do. Roger says Rowan Atkinson has made a handsome living from having a rubbery face. Yes. Overfishing is the major factor in the puffin's demise, says Mark in Bromley. And somebody says, I've never been to Blackpool. I never will, because I know what to expect, says Stephen Stroud. Yeah, exactly. You know what to expect up there. Yeah, now you will. Now you will. That'll teach you. Steve, surely this is the people's ship. We should get to vote on a name. How about Titanic 2? As it will undoubtedly sink on its maiden voyage. No, it's £200 million worth. I don't know how much the Titanic cost. I can't remember what the original cost. I mean, anyway, I haven't got enough time to tell you. We'll have to save it for tomorrow. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Thursday, the 3rd of June. How fantastic. Well, today's a good day. You know why? Today is the day Jordan gets his laptop back. Do you remember? From Stockwell Garage? Oh, yes. He's very excited. I sent him a thing yesterday to say, I bet you're really excited. He's going to go to the garage today and pick it up because he left it on the bus. And he gets it back today, which is fantastic. The world's deepest swimming pool is 164 feet deep. Well, the average swimming pool is about 9 or 10 feet, and that's quite deep enough as far as I'm concerned. The Cat Owner's Guide to Perfect Relationships. The Takeaway Giant says it will play its part in tackling litter. Don't worry, the summer sun will be back soon. Britt Eklund says she ruined her face by getting lip fillers. Pop paedophile Gary Glitter is edging closer to freedom. How, I can't imagine. And what links Chitty Chitty Bang Bang to the amazing Mr. Blunden? I only realised yesterday when I watched Chitty Chitty. Details in a minute. And it's nice to have your company. If you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Hope you have a nice day. Hope you get loads of cards. Hope you get loads of presents. It wasn't too hot yesterday. I did a bit of planting. I had some pots to fill up. So I emptied my bag of earth into the pots, and then I always spill. So I had to get my little dustpan out and sort of did that kind of bit. I'm very domestic, and planted up some bits and pieces on there. Had to put the cushions away because it just started to rain, but only a little tiny bit. And all in all the things that we put in, I'm growing sweet peas this year. Only one lot of sweet peas, but they're not. I don't think they're big enough to cope. I should have actually put something in there to sort of help them climb up the actual post. But, you know, because you can't, they don't sort of find it by themselves. You have to sort of, they can't do it by themselves. So amateur sweet peas. Plus, what else we got? Princess Diana's wedding dress goes on display at Kensington Palace. Ooh, bet they'll all be pleased about that one. I will, definitely. And the celebrities plugging dodgy stuff, criticised by the advertising standards people. And there's all sorts of well-known people, including Gemma Collins, who was flogging something which wasn't meant for people like her. And she goes, "Oh, I wasn't advertising it." You bloody well were, dear. Oh, yes, you were. When you're standing there with holding up a big board with the name of the company who've given you all this stuff for free, that's called flogging it. Okay? That's called don't tell lies. I don't like people who tell lies. Tomorrow is, wait for it, National Fish and Chip Day. National Fish and Chip Day tomorrow. I might get some tomorrow. I like fish and chips. I like it. Haddock, definitely. Yeah, haddock, because it's the only one that's actually a bit, it's got a taste to it, you know. And also 2 weddings and a funeral. The Indian bride, who drops dead of a heart attack at her wedding, so her sister marries the groom instead. Slightly peculiar, but there you go. Trump says, Donald, you know, I know you asked the question who, he would pay £100,000 not to hear Theresa May speak, which is lovely. And racy Rhiannon Sugden gets her boobs out yet again. Oh, how boring and tedious. Why don't you go and get yourself a proper job, love? Also, elephants use a special form of high-speed suction to drink. They can apparently make their mouth bigger, or their trunk, or whatever, I don't know. And so they can sort of pick up food and booze at the same time. They're like a giant vacuum cleaner. In fact, actually, you know, if they'd been around before Bex Bissell, you'd have had an elephant in your sitting room, but it doesn't work. And also, if Henry had not lost his head over Anne Boleyn, she would have been burnt alive. It's not quite as straightforward, but because she was going to be executed, the king had the opportunity to decide her method of execution. It was either going to be beheading or burnt at the stake. Now, to be honest with you, I mean, either, you know, not really preferable. I suppose the only advantage would be beheading's quick. Burnt at the stake, you'd be screaming your blooming face off, wouldn't you, as the flames burnt more and more. And he decided to save her that she'd be beheaded, I mean, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, and I think, I might be wrong, I can't remember, but I'm sure that when the head came off, perhaps it was somebody else, the executioner picked it up and the head fell to the floor because he picked up by the hair and she was wearing a wig. And it might not have been Anne Boleyn, it could have been somebody else. And he also brought over a swordsman from France, because all the executioners over here were drunks. And there was whoa, like that, you know. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, it must have been incredibly messy. But, you know, somebody that you've been to bed with, you could actually order their execution. Is almost horrendous, but it's old news. And have you ever heard of Eliane Pluman? I bet you haven't. I'll tell you all about her. She was another one executed because she was a spy, one of ours. She operated a unit behind enemy lines in Nazi Germany. And in fact, just down the road from here, there is a statue to somebody who was shot at dawn. And that's right outside Pret a Manger. It's a huge statue. And somebody else was shot at dawn. They had to ask the executioners, the people firing, you know, do you have any objection shooting a woman? And they didn't. And that was Nurse Edith Cavell, who is commemorated there. There's a museum. And also there's the train carriage that brought her body back is still preserved. You can still see that. But what is the link? Here's one for you. Between Chitty Chitty Bang Bang oh chitty you, chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. And chitty oh chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang loves us too. Near, far, in a motor car, or on chitty chitty we depend. Bang bang chitty. Not that I remember the words to any of these things. What's the connection between Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and The Amazing Mr. Blunden? And I only realise it, and I've seen both films numerous times. Firstly, in Oh Chitty You, Chitty Pretty Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang loves us too, they do a dance sequence where they're trying to flog toot sweets to James Robertson Justice, and they do a bit which is almost identical to Mary Poppins when the chimney sweeps danced up on the roof. It's almost identical, but they were doing it on a piece of stairway inside the sweet factory. But no, the thing that is identical is I was watching it, and Trudy Scrumptious, Trudy Scrumptious. It was a very good little film, actually. I liked the Child Catcher and the Toy Maker, which was lovely. The whole thing was just. It was very Victorian, wasn't it? Very Victorian. And it's children, sweeties, and all free. And the kids were told specifically, stay with the toy maker. Don't go outside because they will be, after you, because you weren't allowed any children in Bulgaria. I think it was Bulgaria. And they weren't allowed children at all. So, but they were tempted by the child catcher, but they didn't know he was called the child catcher. Thank you, Papa. That's all right. They didn't know. And he was going, lollipops, ice cream, all free today. And he looked in. He was quite evil looking. And then he said, treacle tart, apple pies. And the little boy went, treacle tart. And the little girl said, no, we mustn't go outside. We've been told not to go outside. But of course, children and sweeties, and off they went. And there's people in the town going, children, stay in, stay in. And the child catcher gets them in the back of the wagon, and all the beautiful things fall off the wagon, and they're in a prison thing. But what is the same in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang that is in The Amazing Mr. Blunden? And you'll know it from the very beginning of Mr. Blunden. Well, about sort of 10, 15 minutes in. But at the very end of the film as well. They filmed in the house that featured in The Amazing Mr. Blunden also features in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and the bridge that the two kids sit on to say goodbye at the end of the film features with Trudy Scrumptious walking over it. And I suddenly thought, that's the film studio. They're filming at the film studio. And so they used it. So it's exactly the same. So I was so excited. I was quite pleased with myself. I thought, I must tell everybody that. I'm a mine of useless information, breaking news. Steve, and I had no access to you yesterday morning, says Mo. Well, we've got the bag back. The bag is back, and today Jordan goes to collect it from Stockwell Bus Garage. How cool is that? How cool is that? Yeah, thank you, Derek. Derek now, everybody, shut up about bloody Derek. Honestly, he's been unbearable ever since this. But no, so today he actually gets it back. Which is good. Did you ever get the curry sauce to pour on your chips from the chip shop? No. I did. I mean, I have bought curry powder before. They sell it in Iceland, and you basically mix it in with whatever you've got, and it turns it into a medium curry or a strong curry. And Steve, so what I thought I'd send you a text to ask you for some advice. Last week, couldn't get into my Gmail account. It said I'd signed out, and wait a minute, no, it's a different one actually. It said I'd signed out and changed my password, which I hadn't. Went to my phone provider, managed to get me back in again. Also found my Amazon account had been hacked and somebody was ordering things, changed my passwords, and then last night found out I'd been hacked on Amazon again. How is that possible? He says, I don't have a home internet or a laptop. They'd have done it through your phone. They'd have done it through your telephone. Otherwise, how else do they do it? They always write to you. Normally, and they say, have you changed your passport? Have you changed your password recently? And if you write back no, they'll say somebody's trying to access it. But be careful. Be careful. There's lots of scammers out there. I got sent something from my doctor the other day, and it's on an account I don't have access to. So I've had to write back to his secretary and say, can you just send me an email? It's so much easier. I understand an email. I can read the thing. Yeah, a fax or something. But I can't do it on it. What are you eating? What are you eating? What are you eating? What's it? Oh, the biscuits. They were there from yesterday. It's a bit odd, isn't it, really? Yeah, Kieran Levin. Mind you, Kieran had been eating everything since God created heaven, earth and the Garden of Gethsemane. I've never known anybody eat so much. Just as well he wasn't here today. He'd have just picked up where he left off. Were they hard or were they a bit soft? Oh, they would. Oh, right, okay. Because when I brought them in the other day, they were a bit. It's cold in there. That's what sort of obviously made them hard again. Because when I took them out the back of the car, they were soft, and I remember thinking, oh dear, nobody wants one that's soft, do they? It's not the same when you have a biscuit that's got a bit of chocolate on the top. Is the Queen Mary finally sunk after 87 years? It's going to cost 16 million quid to put her back together again. They might have to scrap her. The old lady of the sea. I think she's over in Los Angeles, is she, or something like that? The Queen Mary, California. But perhaps nobody wants to spend 16 million. Mark in Romford says, I've never seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Mr. Blandon, the amazing Mr. Blandon, Mary Poppins or Oliver. Oh, it's your problem, isn't it? What are you telling me for? Nobody likes you. I mean, fancy not seeing these films. These are childhood films. Unless you are a child, everybody watches them. I mean, I lost track of how many times I've seen Mary Poppins. Early each day to the steps of St. Paul's. They do it in Mr. Rio and his orchestra. They have somebody singing. And also they have Mary Poppins, who flies in on a wire. Don't want to ruin it for you, but she really didn't fly on an umbrella. But a nice idea. I'd love to have flown on an umbrella. It would be wonderful. But Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is very good. Oh, chitty you, chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you, and chitty oh, we've got to take a break.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, Henry VIII had Cardinal What's-Its wife executed, but it took 10 attempts to do it. Yes, unfortunately, they weren't very good at executions. I mean, the mess. I mean, seriously, it must have been really absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. I can't imagine, actually, I was looking at a picture the other week, it was in Country Life, and it was Charles I's children. Well, Charles I was executed, as you know. And how it must have been for I think he had about 4 or 5 children, how it must have been for them to go, our father's been executed, who was the king. Yeah, but they called him a traitor. Called him a traitor. Steve, American, Michigan to be exact, listener here. Always enjoyed your show. 11 p.m. my time. Had to have my dog put to sleep yesterday. Oh dear, Cara. That's not very good, is it? You always hope, don't you? Do you think that dogs know that something's going to happen? Yeah, if they're in pain, I suppose it's a relief from the pain. But it just sends them to sleep, doesn't it? Sends them to sleep. Shame, isn't it? The Queen Mary's at Long Beach, California. Used to be alongside the Spruce Goose. But we think that's moved to Oregon, says Todd. The Spruce Goose. You know what the Spruce Goose is? An aeroplane. An aeroplane. And the QE2 is in Dubai, is it? It's a hotel. That's quite a nice idea, isn't it? I looked at a ship the other day. It was advertised on the television. You know these two guys who do the cruising? Always make me laugh. And they were showing you Norwegian cruises. Now, I'd never heard of Norwegian cruises. But to be honest with you, their cabins look sensational. Can you get up a Norwegian ship? I think it might be called Norwegian Cruises, but their cabins look so much bigger than anything else I've ever seen. And they make sure they have less... Oh, don't put that up again. Don't want to see that. That's puffins being attacked. Poor little things. But Norwegian cruise lines... And their ship, there we go. Their ships, they have less passengers on them, so that there's more. Look at the size of their rooms. I mean, that room there is massive compared to some of the things you have. That one, that's what they call a stateroom. I'd want something bigger. Norwegian Cruise Line stateroom. You see, I mean, that's been photographed with wide-angle lenses. I like that. I mean, anything that's big, so you can move around, because mostly on these things you can't move around inside the rooms. I had a stateroom all to myself, but look at this one here. Look, this one that's suites and penthouses. See, I'd like a penthouse. Look at that. See, that's quite nice, isn't it? It's still not massive. It's not massive, and it's a round bed. I've never slept in a round bed before. I don't know how you're supposed to cope with that. But it doesn't look as big as it could do. But no, I would definitely want a stateroom or a suite. No, not a stateroom. I want a suite or a penthouse. Yeah, presidential suite. That'd be quite nice. They look good. Norwegian Bliss cabins. But they've all got exactly the same. Every cruise line you go on, they all look exactly the same. But they photographed it so that you go in and you've got the bathroom, and then you've got the bed, and then you've got a little seating area, and your television is above the sort of the vanity unit. Oh, that's quite nice. See, that's quite big, isn't it? That one there, Norwegian Cruise Line. That's that. Where's the bed? Oh, there it is. It's the bedroom. It's the other side of that thing there. You can't see this, can you? You can play along at home if you want to. You can just imagine me on this. Steve, which English actor could have played Dick Van Dyke's character better? Nobody. Oh, but you know who else was in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Come on. Arthur Mullard. Do you know Arthur Mullard? Yes, my dear. I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control. He was an oldish bloke. I did a couple of charity things with him. He was quite sweet, actually. But also, Barbara Windsor. Barbara Windsor. Have your hair cut here, she's going. Have your hair cut. Barbara Windsor is in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And billed as Barbara Windsor. And she plays, because it's obviously set in Victorian times, and you see Dick Van Dyke dancing, the old bamboo, there she is. There she is. Any different. And it was so funny because I was watching it the other day, and in all the films, Bar looks exactly the same to me. And I still can't believe she's not with us. I still cannot believe. As far as I'm concerned, whilst we've got films and interviews on the television, these people never go anywhere. They're always going to be there in our memories. Do you know the country in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is actually called Bulgaria, not Bulgaria or Bulgaria? I found it out only a couple of years ago. Well, the windmill, that's a real place, the windmill where Dick Van Dyke lived. That is a proper windmill. So they filmed there, but it's just the link, isn't it, which was good. Steve, these days, would an au pair like Mary Poppins? She wasn't an au pair. She said, you obviously watched the wrong film. She was a nanny. They had kitchen staff, but definitely, she fancy getting it wrong. An au pair? No, she worked up in the nursery. Up in the nursery. Yes, how rude to sort of. Steve, loose women or Steph? At the moment, neither. I just don't. I mean, loose women's. It's gone a bit awry, and I don't know where it's gone wrong. Steph, I can't bear the programme. Waste of everybody's money completely. They're obviously trying to turn her into some sort of personality, and you know what happens there, don't you? They try. Ooh, it would be a fantastic person, wouldn't it? Ooh, let's make her a personality. No. Steve. Great to hear your friend Jordan got his kit back. Good to know that many honest people like Derek still exist. I know. Absolutely. Stella says, I saw a sign at Chiropodist's office that read, Hell hath no fury like a woman's corn. Like a woman's corn. Do you get it? No, probably not. I'm going to explain to everybody. A woman scorned. Actually, I'm due to go to, what do they call them? People who look after you, Chiropodist. I find it's nice if you get them to cut your toenails. And then they sort of, buff your feet up and make them look attractive. Pedicure, that's it. I was going to go to one of those sort of places that I thought, no, because I don't know whether they'd have them painted different colours. Perhaps I could go in there and go, okay, all the different colours, please, I can have. Yeah, I could have the LBC colours on my toenails. And then walk around wearing flip-flops. People go, he's out again, he's wearing flip-flops and he's got coloured toenails. I don't think there's anything the matter with that. The rip-off test for COVID. We did this a few days ago, I think, where we were talking about the price. In this country, you get absolutely ripped off. Also, 770 migrants crossed the channel the other week. And contrary to what you've heard on the BBC, I couldn't see any women and children. They were saying, oh, there's women and children. I've seen one picture of a child in a boat, and that's about it. An apple a day might not keep the doctor away, but 2, they say, could. 2 apples a day. Apples are good for you. And I get the hanging baskets next week. Steve, as a fellow Piscean, coriander, love or hate? Couldn't care less. Really couldn't care less. But I do love the smell of basil. I love the smell of basil. Seriously, whenever they get the box out in Paul Cooper's Emporium of Fruit and Vegetables, and I just go, oh, I love the smell of basil. I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. I mean, obviously people cook with it, but I've never got that. Mo says, you're quite right, Steve. Beautiful Barbara never aged. Always look the same. I know, always look the same. And somebody says, first time texting in, just got out of A&E. after getting a wire hook stuck under my eyeball. Oh, cheering little thought there, isn't it, really? How in God's name do you get a hook stuck under your eyeball? I did that once. All my cousins and things like that, we used to go fishing, and they'd pick me up from prep school, and we'd be taken fishing. I hated fishing. Hated it. You can see where the story's going. And I remember... And we'd all go along different bits of the river, which was very nice. You know, it was a hot summer's day and you're sitting by the river with your little maggot dangling into the water, waiting for a bite. And then you go, and you pull it out like that. And then I go, oh my God, the hook's gone through its eye. And so I'd have to put it back in the river again on the end of the line because I couldn't take it out. And I used to have to wait till one of my cousins came up and I'd go, oh, wait a minute, I think I've got one. Oh, look, you take the hook out. Covered myself that way. I hated it. My brother goes fishing. He goes nighttime fishing. You go and sit by the side of a riverbank all night. What point? What's the point of that? There's probably other fishermen, listening at the moment going, but it's very therapeutic. Well, I couldn't care less. Seriously, I can't think of anything worse than going fishing. All night fishing, yes. My brother went to France. There's lots of places over there where you go and sit by the river all day and you fish. And then they bring you your breakfast in the morning. It'll be a bacon roll wrapped in tin foil, and you sit there and you just fish all day. One of them's called Silver Lakes, I think, or something like that. And they're just purely carp fishing. If you like that kind of, it's not for me. It's not for heavens above. I know I'm fairly adventurous when it comes to the sporting, but I think croquet's pushing it as far as I'm concerned. I don't do any more than croquet. Trying to get your ball through a hoop is sometimes a bit more difficult than you imagine, but I always manage it eventually. I always think trial and error. More sort of error than trial, but at least I managed to get it through there. We used to have hockey. We used to have croquet at home on our lawn. We had a croquet lawn. Yeah, check us out. And we used to play badminton. We used to have to keep moving the net around because you'd scuff the grass and looked a bit rank. But no, I used to love a good game of croquet. Banging your balls through the hoop, I tell you, one of my favourite occupations. Swing ball was very popular. We had swing ball, and also Jenga, the big version of Jenga. Well, I think it was actually the next door neighbour, but I could be wrong. And we used to go and play in the garden all the time. Nowadays, kids sit on their computers, don't they? And they parents don't know what they're looking at half the time. Just as well, you'd be horrified. Absolutely horrified. So, texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we'll try and make your Thursday. It's not easy. I like the idea of Diana's wedding dress going on display at Kensington Palace. I think that's a brilliant idea, and I will be hot-footing it down there to go and see it. Elephants, so we did that one, didn't we? The man called James Hind, who peeled his banana, only to discover 2 bananas were inside the skin. Normally there's only one. Happy birthday to Rafa Nadal. And the celebrities plugging the dodgy acts. They're people from reality shows. Don't ever buy anything that they plug. Okay? They're being paid to do it. They have no knowledge of this. You want to listen to the old whinging and Gemma Collins. David Beckham takes his shirt off and reveals he's still shaving his hair. So somebody's taken a picture of him with his shirt off. Poor little soul, honestly. I feel a bit sorry for him. Yes, at least he had some on his body. But a bit like Jeff Brazier, though. He used to be quite a hairy little person. Now he's got no hair at all. Honestly, I ask you. Tomorrow being National Fish and Chip Day, I've got no idea who organised that. Presumably some fish company or something. I can't think of any other reason why it would be National Fish and Chip Day. We had it, I got fish and chips delivered a few years back here in the morning. But unfortunately what they've done is put the fish on top of the chips in the box. And of course they went all soggy. You have to keep it separate. If you need your batter to be a bit hard. I don't want it soft. That's my key word this morning, hard, isn't it? It's just, it's just the way it goes. But I do love my chips. I could eat chips now. If somebody turned up with chips, I'd eat them. I'm not proud. Salt, vinegar, just a bit of salt. Not vinegar. I haven't had vinegar on chips for a long time. I can't remember if vinegar's any good for you. Don't know. No, probably not me. I do like pickled onions, though. I said yesterday I love pickled onions. And jumbo Herta sausages. No, they're hot dogs, aren't they? They're very nice too. The BBC executive who's outraged the residents by calling their high-rises, because they live in high-rises, dumps. I'll tell you who he is a little bit later on. He's going to be thrilled. But we're going to make him famous. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Holby City. The BBC, it's been running for 23 years. There's nothing the matter with it. It gets good audiences. And the BBC go, oh, no, we want to get rid of it. And so it's going to finish next year. March, I think, and then it'll make way for other. What's the point? Listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Another ridiculous example of the overfunded BBC. God knows why we bother paying, because they waste your money like there's no tomorrow. I mean, radio programmes on the BBC have roughly the equivalent. A programme like this on the BBC would have at least 8 people working on it. Doing what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's so annoying. It makes me sick. I honestly want to withhold my money and everything. I don't like any of the programmes on there. I've even gone off Blue Peter. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? I'm in a good mood, generally speaking, but you only got to mention the BBC and how much money it costs us to fund this over rubbish.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning! Nice. Apparently, the recommissioning of Steph's Packed Lunch, broadcast live from Leeds, the millionaire's playground, bringing viewers a daily dose of entertainment, lifestyle and consumer news with celebrity guests. Yes, the Screen family of well-known non-entities, including Tony Beak, Chris Kamara and Oti Mabuse. The show also features a mix of chefs cooking up tasty lunchtime treats. It's television. What do you mean, tasty lunchtime? How do we know? It's television. Plus consumer, legal and medical experts giving timely advice. And how many does it get? 277,000. I'd give up now. Blimey, I'm doing better than that. God knows what their budget is. Millions, I should imagine. The taxi bill alone must run into hundreds of thousands of pounds. But it is one of the worst programmes on the tape. It's just basically people throwing a programme together with loads of so-called experts. Nobody's interested in, Tony Beak, Oti Mabuse and Chris Kamara. They're really not. Unfortunately, Tony Beak is the man's so in love with himself. If he was a lollipop, he'd lick himself to death. Very boring, very dull, but they've recommissioned. So apparently it will continue to air across 2021. Let's hope it finishes very shortly. But 277,000 viewers. Phew, blimey. Steve, I tried to recover from long COVID. Okay. And lovely hearing you talk about her. Well, I used to take her out. Vinegar's very good for you. Many medicinal uses and also many practical and household ones too. Thank you. And Steve, the best part of the day is 4 a.m. Yes, I agree, actually. And somebody says, I've just choked on my Yorkshire. Heard you saying you like the smell of petrol. I love the smell of petrol. Love the smell of petrol. I like too. Coriander smells a wee bit petrolish. Does it? Oh, well, that's what I don't do. I do some of the other. I love the herbs and spices. I do, but I shall have to check that one out. Somebody says the windmill in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is at Turville in Buckinghamshire. Same village used for the Vicar of Dibley. Yeah, there was a house up for sale a short while ago. It wasn't a fishing hook. It was part of a hanging basket. My head was attached to the basket. The basket was still on the wall bracket. Good Lord. Steve, we got this heat wave for at least 2 weeks, says Martin. It's not really a heat wave. It's just, the temperature's up on what it would be. On what it would be. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Steve, must have seen it about 100 times. Great childhood film. And Steve, I was working in the Glasgow Riverside Transport Museum a few days ago, and unbeknownst to me, there was a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, one of the originals from the film. I think it was owned by Pierre Picton. I don't know how I know these things, but Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, the original one, was owned by Pierre Picton, because it used to feature in the New Year's Day parade in London. Now, he might have sold it, I can't remember, but it was definitely Pierre Picton, who was a clown. And he had, am I right? Sickening, isn't it? So, honestly, I infuriate myself. I think, please get it wrong. Please get it, because then somebody can write it and go, I think you got that wrong, Steve. Pierre Picton sold it some years ago. No, he's still got it. But he's a clown. He's a clown. And because it was written by Ian Fleming. Ian Fleming, the man who wrote all the James Bond. But the second version of the car, I think 5 other car props were built, but the second road version only appears for 12 seconds. It's on display at the Desert Car Museum in Orlando in Florida. Oh, right. The car differed from the others as the grille supports were horizontal instead of vertical, and the steering wheel sat higher. There you go. At one point, the car was owned by Pierre Picton, who modified the front left wheel cover to fly up for his circus act. Da, 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 da. So, right. But it was sold. 505,000. 505,000. I used to... The funny thing... No, it wasn't that much. When they did it at the London Palladium with Michael Ball in the role of Caractacus Potts, Michael, of course, will freely admit to anybody he can't dance for toffee. But he managed to get through the old bamboo. But then at the end of the thing, and they'd all get into Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and the car would rise off the stage and go up to the first shelf of the London Palladium. But unfortunately, they used to have dreadful problems with it, and sometimes it would break down. And it would be stuck there whilst the orchestra was playing, oh, chitty, you, chitty, pretty, chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang. And they'd have to wait till they could get the thing down. Mid-performance, yeah, mid-performance. But I think there's a touring version. Everybody was in it. It was really good. It's a really good show. But it was the old bamboo. The old bamboo. Is Dick Van Dyke still alive? Of course he is. Why would he not be? He's 95. Of course he's alive. Heavens about people like that don't die. Even when he's dead, he won't be dead. Oh yeah. Is Benny Hill in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Yeah, he plays the toy maker with a lovely German accent. I thought I was the only one, Steve, who liked the smell of petrol. No, there's quite a few of us, actually. Quite a few of us. Steve, some of the two-bed housed in the Vicar of Dibley sell for well over $1 million, says Stuart McCracken. You know who Stuart McCracken is, don't you? He's in that Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away. I watched one there. The bailiffs, yeah, he's the bailiff. He's sort of, I mean, put it this way, I wouldn't want him turning up at my place. I'd be frightened a little bit. They went to a place the other day. People tell lies to the bailiffs. You know, they go, we're looking for so-and-so. No, not here anymore. They had some bloke, he owed 14,000 quid. And it was a shop that sold wigs and all sorts of things like that. And the people in there said, no, he's in Pakistan. He wasn't, of course, if they'd lied. And people say, no, the company's closed. But they find all the evidence. And they go, it's a case of, listen, we're not here from the county court. We're here from the High Court. Okay, they can lock your shop up and they can literally, take everything and sell it. If you haven't paid within 7 days, they can offer it all up for auction and they can take it away. And people go, no, you can't get it. I've seen people arguing with them and they go, listen, we're from the High Court. This is a High Court writ. And they'll go, I'm going to call the police. You go, call the police. You'd be a fool if you did, because the police are on the side of the bailiffs. The amount of times, people have started removing stuff from shops. That's the best part of it, because if you owe money, and some people, they had one the other day, and it was, what was it? It was a garage. Somebody had bought a car from, obviously a ropey old thing, and he wanted his money back, and they just ignored him. So he escalated. He was an 85-year-old man. He only wanted, I think, £2,500 back. And he took it to the county court. They agreed in his favour. The person who owed him the money totally ignored it. So he escalated it to the High Court. And once the High Court do it, then you can go to the bailiffs. And they will then go out and they will execute the writ. They will turn up in somebody's place. They've been known to close places. One of them, big bloke, he started removing chairs and tables from an Indian restaurant. And they're going, you can't do that. And he goes, I'm from the High Court. Of course I can. We call the police. Call the police. And the police turn up and they go, no, he's more than entitled to do that. You have to pay this money you owe. People think, so that they own everything. Yes. So once the High Court go in there and they start making an inventory, that then becomes their property. And you have to come up with the money. And if they go away, because some of them go, oh, can you come back next week? And they go, no, I can't come back next week. If I come back tomorrow, it's another £700 on top of it because the bailiffs have got to go. They're not, one of them, the bloke, the bailiff said to them at the end, he said, you're just running rings around me. He said, and I've had enough. He said, I'm going to check. And the bloke went, yeah, obviously. And so they called the locksmith in, changed all the locks in the shop. So now the owner of the shop couldn't get into his own property. And they said, either you come up with this money in 7 days or it's all going up for auction. They'll have a shop auction and they will sell it to get the money back. He turned up with the cash. Because once it's escalated to the High Court, you are screwed. It's as simple as that. They are operating with the High Court's permission. And they go there. Some of them go. And one place they turned up to, they owed a fortune. There was no chance of them getting it. It was like they owe £300,000. One woman was working in some place. She was a right old bag. It was a coach thing, and they owed a lot of money. And she's going, get out. And she pushed them out and locked the door and all the rest of it. So they called the police. And she was made to look as stupid as we all knew she was, because they're from the High Court. People think you just ignore these people. You can't ignore them. He's from the High Court. You know, it's like sort of, you know, I mean, he's a bailiff. He's an official bailiff. Pierre Picton, that's brilliant recall, Steve. Lived up here in Charlcote, near Warwick. Used to take all the children and us grown-ups for a ride round the village when he didn't have a gig. I like clowns. Not everybody likes clowns. There's a name for a fear of clowns, and I can't think what it is. Because it's been said I work with a pair of clowns. I tell you, this programme, it's a winner. I amuse myself here, which is just as well, isn't it? Basil's a very good fly and mosquito repellent. Hate the stuff. Oh, they hate the stuff. I love the smell of basil. It comes in a box, and it just, oh. We used to have it when we lived in Hong Kong. I hear the bells go ding dong, eat down inside my heart. That was my favourite song from the world of Susie Wong. The Ding Dong song. I can have it. I've got it in Chinese and I've got it in English. And it was a very, very well-known song from the 50s. And we had the 7-inch in the days when having a 7-inch was something to talk about. And we had it. And on the first side, it was in English. And on the second side, it was in Chinese. And I learnt to sing it in Chinese. Now, I won't do it now. But it was a really good song, actually. Really, really good song. Anyway, we had it in our flat. There was a kitchen. But because it was, you know, it was back in early days in the 60s, and under our stone sink, it smelt. And I can't tell you what the smell was, but it was just fantastic. It was one of those things you would open up underneath the sink and you could smell this stone. I don't know what it was. What would be just smelling under the sink? Just smelling under the sink. It was wonderful. Oh, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I go, oh, you know, you get certain smells that you go, that's really, I mean, some people like, you know, if I like the smell of petrol, that's what people go, why do you like the smell of petrol? I don't know. It's just, I'm just peculiar. If Darren Adam thinks I'm peculiar, I'm definitely peculiar. My aftershave, you see, everybody can smell my aftershave, but I can't smell it now. So I always have a good old, can you smell it today? Do you know when I've been in the lift? Really? Isn't that funny? Because I can't smell it. We're not talking about your one, Jake, which is Brute for women. Old Spice. The mark of a man. Old Spice. Good stuff.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Thursday, the 3rd of June. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you till 7. I'm that keen. So yesterday, now, you might think I'm being a little bit bitter over this one, but I was watching this morning. I was flipping through the channels, twiddling my thumbs, trying to find something that was vaguely entertaining, a little bit difficult. I sort of hooked up with BBC Breakfast Time. That was ultimately dull and boring. Like the day before, they had a whole section coming from a roller skating rink. What a waste of everybody's time and money. And it was very dull and dreary. But anyway, that was nothing. So I flipped on it and went, this morning, da-da-da-dun-da-dun. And I'd forgotten it was Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary, because the other two take the time off. And I thought it was going to be Eamon and Ruth, but it wasn't Eamon and Ruth. They're back in the summer for some peculiar reason. So I'm watching Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary, and I'm thinking, I don't think she's very good. It was one of those strange moments where I was watching somebody on the television and she said something to him, and it was the look on her face that, to me, it was almost like Judy James analysing what somebody's body language meant. And they had a cooking segment with some bloke who worked in a place, but he didn't cook in there. I didn't quite get the habit of that. But anyway, they were doing it. And you couldn't shut Dermot O'Dreary up. He was asking, she sat there saying nothing at all. And she was obviously not happy. She didn't look very happy. And she rounded on him at one point and said something. And they had a bit of a spat. But I got this distinct impression yesterday, and don't ask me why, because I'd not noticed it before. I don't think that she likes him. I've just got this feeling. It just didn't come over as they were having that, because I'm very good at spotting people and trying to read them. I have to, because if you interview people for a living, you've got to work out whether they like you, whether they don't like you. And I got the feeling that somebody had said to her, listen, you're the star of that programme. He's your sidekick. Because that was the distinct impression I got. And I was a bit disappointed, because I sort of thought, I don't think she likes him. And I said yesterday, and I noticed it again, they were doing obviously they must have heard the programme, because they were doing a salad with with bacon. Was it bacon? No, it was chicken. Fried chicken cut. You shouldn't really have it. I mean, she is carrying a lot of weight. And the reason I said that yesterday was the fact that it's dangerous. You know, you are prone to diabetes, heart disease, you know, all sorts of terrible problems. But she was carrying a lot of weight. But it was when she had this fried chicken the other day. It looked delicious. But, you know, you shouldn't really have eaten it or anything like that. On a salad, it's fine. The salad cancels it out, doesn't it? Steve, Brute aftershave. Many years ago, I was guest of Her Majesty in a prison. Brute was the best-selling item in the prison shop, not for the smell, but the alcohol content. Well, actually, all aftershave is alcohol, isn't it? That's why, you know what they say? You know when you buy a bottle of aftershave, don't buy aftershave, buy atomizer, buy spray. And you're supposed to spray into the air and walk into it. If you take aftershave, and you put it on your hands and go like that, that's why people go, ha, 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 because you're putting pure alcohol onto your freshly shaven face. You shouldn't do that. Very bad for you. Very, very bad. Steve and Michael Cuddington says, Steve has said he gets more than 277,000 listeners at 4am. Well, according to Rage Hour Limited, he doesn't. Well, I think we do, Michael. And, you know, I think we know a bit better than you do. In fact, we know a lot better than you do. And, Steve, can I ask how you get 4 of your exes in one room? Well, we just did. We're in a theatre. Clowns can be very scary to many of us. The ones that most people dislike and dread the most are in Parliament. Yeah, why is it people don't like clowns? Somebody says they're always a bit sinister. You don't like clowns either? You think this... Oh. I thought they were funny, actually. I used to like Coco the Clown. He used to have hair that went up at one side, which I thought was fantastic, actually. Steve, I've just returned from work in my factory. There's a fellow worker, I've been calling him Keth for 3 months now. I've just been told his real name's Keith. But he's got an eye missing. Am I barred, says Alan in Hove. Well, for living in Hove, you're barred. Who lives in Hove? Nobody lives in Hove. People just go passing through it. Apparently the hatred of clowns, or the fear, is called coulrophobia. Coulrophobia. I've never even heard of it. Doesn't sound right, does it? Fear of clowns, coulrophobia. Well, how does that fit in? Is that what it is? Coulrophobia. Well, there you go. We learn all these different things, although Judy says it's a shudder of clowns. But yet in all circuses, there's always going to be a clown. The white-faced clowns, you know, with the pointed hats on, and all the different clowns. You know, do you know each clown's face is totally unique? You know, when they do their makeup, that is unique to that particular clown. That is unique to them. And it's registered in the Clown Museum. Their face is painted onto an egg, and so nobody else can use your makeup. It's like a fingerprint, yeah. So so the Clown Museum has got hundreds of these things, and people do their makeup. You know, it isn't just a red nose and, you know, sort of rouge on your cheeks. They're all specifically done. I think it's very clever, the makeup. But the white-faced clowns are better, which I think are from the Italian circuses, because you just have to wear an outfit which has got big sort of shoulder pads sticking out, and you go around being in charge. And then you get the little clowns, the little dwarfs, which are sort of falling over or fall in a bucket of water. And then they always come and throw a bucket of water over the audience, but it's not. It's a bucket of paper. And they sort of throw shredded paper. People go, oh, no, can't believe it, like that. And there's always a car that explodes. That'd be a cheap car. And they always have it. I love a circus. You can't beat a good circus. I like seeing horses there and stuff like that, which is really wonderful. Steve, I've noticed exactly the same thing. Dermot's a good sport, but Alison seems to dislike him. I sense tension. I didn't sense tension. I just got the feeling that she thinks that she's the boss of that thing. And I thought it was supposed to be joint. It's like when you watch Eamon and Ruth. I mean, technically, they're the one item, aren't they? And exactly the same for Pip and Holly. No one person leads the programme, although I suppose if you put your money on it, you'd probably say it's Pip. But they don't seem to work like that. I mean, is it because she's new to presenting? Because I listened to her questions, and to be honest with you, they weren't much cop. And I know she's new to this kind of thing, but I pick up on that kind of stuff. You know, people who are asking what I call the Ellen DeGeneres questions, which is, oh, so you're in a new film. Tell us about it. You know, what was it like working with so-and-so? Yes, how have you been? And, yeah, which I think is actually quite good. And Steve, I've noticed the exact... Oh, somebody else said they've noticed the same thing. I just thought it was me yesterday, but I noticed it. Definitely, she looked at him, and then obviously she quickly caught sight of herself on the camera and realised they were doing a wide shot. And because normally if they're doing something, they'll just put the one person on there, but it was a wide shot and you could see she didn't look very happy. Whether or not something had been said, or I don't know. Got no idea. Steve. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Can't Pay Will Take It Away is no longer being made due to somebody who took the company to court. Yes, I heard about that. And but I don't think they're showing them at the moment. Actually, there's probably loads of them around. So Can't Pay Will Take It Away. We'll just have a check on that, just so I get it right. But I think you're right. I think it did. Somebody complained who appeared on the court. They didn't agree to being filmed. No new episodes since 2018. Really? Wow, long time. So they don't make them anymore. Yeah, because you have to sign a disclaimer form. A release form, isn't it? If ever you're being filmed, they can't just film you. Steve, I never realised I was scared at clowns until I was coming off the M1 at Watford, and I looked to my right, and there was a fully dressed clown, face and all. How I managed to pull up, I don't know. Horrified, says Tom in Brent. Oh, right. It's funny, isn't it, how some people, there's all sorts of things that people get. They get sort of anxiety attacks and everything. There was a film, a very famous film, or was it The Greatest Show on Earth? Come to the circus, the greatest show on earth, come to the circus. And there was a clown in that one, but he kept his makeup on all day. Why? Because he'd been a doctor and one of his patients had died. And so he worked as a clown in the circus, so they didn't know who it was until halfway through. A very good film, actually. Very, very good film. Sue says, Alison's very overweight, but she's got a lovely face. I know she's got a lovely face. Was she in Big Brother? I've got no idea. Oh, she was. Was she? Oh, right. Big Brother 3, says Clever Clogs next door. Nothing worse than somebody who knows the answer, isn't it? I think you'll find she was in Big Brother 3. She was evicted, probably the fourth person out, that kind of stuff. Steve, I'm really afraid of Boris the Clown. Yes. Many people are, actually. And I wonder where the first clowns came from. When we had first clowns, I don't know when it was. They've never frightened me though. I've always thought they were supposed to be funny. They're always getting pies in the face and all that kind of stuff. But if you hate them, you hate them. We can't do anything about it. But the faces are all individual. All individual. Everything you register your face, which is good. Right, coming up very shortly, the news at 5:00 this morning. The BBC executive who's outraged the residents by calling their high-rises dumps. Not very good. He said, I didn't mean, the moment somebody gets caught out on these things. And somebody as well, we found another executive from television who has printed in the past racist tweets. And a bloke, and I can't remember whether he's in this country or in America, who is anti the coronavirus thing. He says it's all just made up, the pandemic and all the rest of it. Doesn't believe a word of it. He comes from a website where they actively seem to promote a sort of anti-homosexuality, everything else. And what's he just got? He's just caught coronavirus. It's almost God's way, isn't it, really?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 5:03. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So the Brits, because of the hot weather, have been downing bumper pints. Actually, yesterday wasn't as hot as I thought it was going to be. It was 27 degrees. And not that I noticed. I did go out in the afternoon and I did plant some stuff up. Today, I think, is about 24 degrees, somewhere between 22 and 24 degrees. And so, hottest day of the year yesterday. Isn't it funny? I didn't notice that at all. I planted a few little bits and pieces up, and it didn't. I might have to go and buy another sweet pea today, actually, which I probably will do. So. Happy birthday to Rafa Nadal, and here it is: 2 weddings and a funeral. An Indian bride at her wedding drops dead of a heart attack, so her sister marries the groom instead. Have you heard of that one before? That's a bit bizarre. Royal invitation to the nation to mark the Queen's 70-year reign, which I think is fantastic. Merci bien. Got a poem today. Let's have a quick look. I always like to have a quick scan of it first of all. And yeah, we had a very good poem yesterday. Very good. In fact, we had two poems, didn't we? We had one which was, I can't remember what they were about now. Donut poem. We had a donut poem. And then we had another poem as well. Today we got one called Summer. Did you pick this one, dear? You just picked it now. Very good. By John Gondolf. So Summer, here we go. It's not a very long poem. Little one. The scents of summer take my breath away like honeysuckle clinging to the vine, whose blossoms show in redolent display as tiny tendrils to my heart entwine. The brushing breezes of a summer's morn that softly run her fingers through my hair and beckon me as sunlit skies adorn to follow dearest dreams of days so fair. She comes into my life with open arms whilst following on heels of stormy skies and shares with me the beauty of her charms that show so clearly through her azure eyes. With sunshine streaming down its balmy beams, this lovely lady Summer fills my dreams. That is just so cute. So cute. Summer by John Gondolf. I've lost track of how many poems we've actually done on the programme now. We've done quite a few of them. Steve, last week I managed to meet Paul Bohill from Carpe when he was executing a warrant near me, and he's just as nice in real life, says that. Yes, I mean, I'm told they're all exactly, because the programme just showed, right, so somebody complained about it, but it does... so they weren't making the programme, but they're still operating as bailiffs. It's as simple as that. You don't need to have a programme on the television for people to be up, because it's not illegal to operate as bailiffs, and people have to pay. If you owe money, you pay. The reason that they got the programme taken off is because somebody said they didn't get permission to show it, and so they were then exposed as some. And so you can understand that, but oh no, they're all still operating out there. Good for them. Good for them. Steve, if you want to lose an hour and a half of your life, I really don't, Deborah. There's a film called Clown on Netflix. Apparently there's a sequel, but an hour and a half of my life. I've done that before. I've sort of watched a film and I thought, well, that's an hour and a half I'm never getting back ever again. But it doesn't matter, because I now pick the programmes that I want to watch. It doesn't matter whether it's a film or a documentary. I mean, I like documentaries as much as anything else. I like the wildlife programmes. I like history programmes. I like the Attenborough programmes. All the Attenborough family I can watch quite happily. And anything like that. I mean, I bought a lovely DVD, which is the Titanic one, which Disney made, but it's actually going down to the Titanic. I mean, it's fantastic. It is just absolutely amazing. And I like the Forbidden City in China as well, and they take you behind the scenes and they show you all the things that went on. I mean, it was like, armies. They had all the concubines, and at one point, I've never been, but the concubines, I think what happened was, now wait a minute, let me get this right. I might have got this slightly wrong, but one of the emperors died, so all the concubines committed suicide. They all committed suicide because they have and they all lived behind the Forbidden City in more parts of it. Looked fantastic. I mean, really did look fantastic. And that always intrigued me. Hidden tunnels to get people in and out. Fantastic. I got a text yesterday, Steve, telling me I missed my delivery and to call a number. Well, I remember what you said on the radio, and thank God for Steve Allen. I didn't know how to order online, and I wouldn't have called the number anyway. It's the best way to do it. Listen, it's, as I said to you yesterday, if you don't remember ordering anything, you haven't ordered anything. They'll send out millions of these things. Millions. So, and they work on the assumption that a few 100,000 people will call up and will pay the £2.99. But of course, what they're looking to do is drain your account. That's it. So if it doesn't sound like you, if you haven't bought a lottery ticket to the Guatemalan National Lottery, don't bother responding to it. It's fake. But you have to tell people. I told you there was a man on the television. They filmed it. An old man. And somebody had phoned him to tell him he'd won a lottery. And they were going to send the money round on a courier. He'd won £200,000. And he went, oh, thank you very much indeed. Then they left it. And they called back. And they said, we need £250 to release the money. And so he went to the bank to get 250 quid out. The bank then alerted his son to say, listen, he's taken £250 out, but we don't know why. That's, thank God for banks. And so they then told the police. And the police, of course, they never showed up. They never showed up. But they said to him, why nobody's going to turn up? He said that, yeah, they will. They said I've got the money here so they can give them, because he didn't know. And they said, did you buy a ticket for this lottery? He went, no. They go, well, why would you have won it? And old people sometimes get very, very confused. Very confused. So, mind you, I know younger people who've been confused by it. They used to run adverts on the television warning people, of the scams. There's billions lost every year. Billions. I was watching a program there, actually, billions. Is it John Caulfield, who owned Carphone Warehouse? He sold it for about $1.5 billion. And he's got a charity. He's got a very, very young partner. I don't know whether they're married or whether she's just a partner. John Caldwell. Sorry. And he bought these 2 houses in Mayfair, and they've knocked them together. And he spent 63 million doing them up. And they made a television program. It's the second time I've seen it. Down in the basement, they dug deep, 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 and they put in a swimming pool, an 8-car garage. The cars go in on a lift. But at the back of the swimming pool, the wall has designed to make it look as though it's an exploding volcano. So it's got all these big panels on there, and it looks like lava, and behind it are all these little tiny LEDs which change colour, and it looks like there's lava running down the walls. Who's going to see the bloody thing? I've got no idea, but it looked fantastic. And he had all his one of his rooms, the ballroom, gold leafed, because you can buy little packets of gold leaf. There you go, $1.5 billion. And he's dedicated his life to philanthropy, which is what I'd do if I won $1.5 billion. That'd be nice, isn't it? I definitely like that. 300 people worked on the renovation. I know. At one point, there was 150 people in there, and he was a stickler for detail. So he should be if he's paying that much money. They had all the brand new furniture. Everything was there. I mean, I think on the furniture alone, £6 million. £6 million. And he's got other houses as well. He seems like a genuine... There's that wall. This is in the swimming pool. Phones for you. Unbelievable. I think he's 60. But it is quite a house. But it's all gold leafed in one of the rooms, like the ballroom. And surprisingly, it only cost $28,000 just to do it. And you can buy these books of gold. Have you ever seen these books of gold leaf? An ounce of gold, you can hammer it out to fit the size of a football pitch. And the books of gold leaf, it's so thin, you pick it up with a special brush, and you put it on there and then brush it into the gaps. But you can buy them in art shops. So he sold the company. For the last 4 years, it was originally 2 properties, 300 strong tin. There's the gold. There's the gold. It just looks absolutely amazing. It really does. He comes from Stoke-on-Trent. Who else? It's 43,000 square feet. Who else comes from Stoke-on-Trent? Come on, you should know this. Robbie Williams, that's right. Who's in the papers? His wife's cut all his hair off. This is lovely. Steve says, John, my gran has a painting of somebody who was supposedly the first clown. He was called Grimaldi. Yes, I believe he was one of the first. I don't know whether or not he was the first clown, but he was certainly, there. And Steve, he owned Phones for You. What did I say? Carphone Warehouse. Well, it's a phone company, whatever it was. Who cares? And Steve, every morning I cycle in Wimbledon for an hour. And several days ago, I heard you sounding off about Prince Harry. Totally unnecessary, goes Jeff. No, all factually correct, Jeff. I think you stick to your bicycle, Sweet Pea. It's obviously a little bit taxing for you, but I'm sure you'll do well. In fact, actually, I've decided. Here we go. 0508. Thank you. Lose that one very quickly. The first famous clown was Nikolai Polyakov, born in Latvia. He created Coco the Clown, moved to England, was awarded the OBE. Was he the first famous clown? I don't think he was, actually. The word clown, I think, if I'm correct, comes from, doesn't it come from, Darren could confirm this for me, it's an Icelandic word, I think, which is kluni. Kluni, which means, as far as I remember, clumsy person. So they kept falling over. I'm hopeless at remembering all these things. I think really, the early clowns were also priests. And the roles were invisible. The ones, even in ancient Greece. So, our most famous one would have been Coco the Clown, I suppose. But we had Pierrot, Harlequin. You remember those, the masked ones? Didn't the Seekers sing a song about Say goodbye, my own true lover, as we sing our lover's song. Da, 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 breaks my heart to leave you. Now the carnival is gone. Do you remember that one? And then, and then it remembers the word, and it's Pierrot. Pierrot is featured in that one. But I mean, there are standard clowns, but I mean, they go back to Egyptian times, believe it or not. Joseph Grimaldi, of course, was the one who practically invented the modern clown. Even today, clowns are called Joeys. Matthew Sully performed in, God, what was the name of that bloody circus? Ricketts Circus he was in. And Jean-Baptiste Casimir Brichard brought back circus clowns in 1804. Joe Pentland would appear at the circus as a drunken sailor, and offer to ride a horse, and then they'd fall over it. They were always very good horsemen. And Clown Alley is a part of backstage where clowns get dressed up, and Carpet Clown is the clown who starts his act from the audience. So in other words, you'd be sitting there and somebody, hey, oh yeah, and it could be somebody who's dressed as normal. So there you go. So try not to be frightened of them, please. George Best lived in Stoke too, says Simon in Essex. Did he really? Have you ever seen the film Nebraska, about a confused Bruce thinking he won the lottery? The people have told fibs about winning the lottery, actually, before. There was somebody, do you remember they actually said, oh, my dog chewed up the ticket, and they turned out they were liars. But, it was all good stuff, wasn't it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Have you watched The Joker, Steve, with Joaquin Phoenix? I didn't say. Somebody said to me, don't watch it, Steve, you won't like it. So I haven't. I'm not very good with scary things. Jilly says, in the 70s, my dad, Max, worked on building a new supermarket. He was very disappointed when the celebrity that came to open it was Coco the Clown. That's from Maria, who's also Jilly as well. But, Coco the Clown was huge. You know why? He was the first clown to come out and be against animals in circuses. And he became known through being anti-clowns in circuses. And I saw him. He died in 1974. He was 73. And he was born to a Jewish family in Latvia, part of the Russian Empire. And Polyakov, Nikolai Polyakov. And he had this hair, this wig. Have you got a picture of him? There you go. And that hair, he used to push a thing, and his hair would go up at the side. And he worked for a long time with Bertram Mills Circus. He was their resident clown. If you've got a clown who had that sort of status, people would go there, and he would come in with the big shoes and the baggy trousers and everything else. And we kids, we thought he was great. If he actually came up to you and shook your hand, and he had a flower that squirted water, that was the sort of the pro, before people started, getting those flowers anyway. And you go, oh look, smell my flower, psst, squirt your face, and he would do it, and we'd all. That's right. We'd all scream, I screamed before I got the water, but, if he came over to you, that was considered a bit of a bonus. Charlie Chaplin was a very good clown. Donnie says, what about Ronald McDonald? We looked at pictures of Ronald McDonald. Looked quite scary. In fact, if in terms of scary, we thought it was really scary. How they ever thought that Ronald McDonald was flogging hamburgers to people. But they don't use him anymore, do they? He got pension. Imagine if you were the person, and there must have been a few of them, who was sort of, you operated as Ronald McDonald. Very scary. Shane says, I love the history. I loved I'm an Australian by the Seekers. I am, you are, we are Australian. The nice thing is about that, if you buy their farewell tour, they perform, I think they're at the Sydney Opera House, and there's an old man sitting in the audience, and he's obviously an old Aussie, because he's still got almost the cap on with the corks hanging around, almost like that. And he's there with his son, and they're singing along to the Seekers. I was a big fan of the Seekers, big fan, loved it. Judith Durham's voice made the Seekers. Everything from Hey There Georgie Girl to Morningtown Ride. I just thought they were great. Absolutely fantastic. Good export. Very good export. Steve. Another one here, which says, somebody else telling me about the film Nebraska. I haven't seen it. Steve, a poetry book, not off best ones. Is that okay? Says Sue Ann. Gold Leaf. Yes. Gold Leaf. gold leaf. I've got some because I've got a gold table in my sitting room. I bought it in. It's too much. It's solid gold. You can't lift it or anything. It's just too heavy for us. And it's like a side table. It's got cabriole legs and all the rest of it. It's a sort of modern piece, but based on something from Versailles. And I bought it in John Lewis ages ago. The first one arrived and it was broken. So just as they'd gone away, I had to call them back and go, "Come and take it away. The legs are broken." And they sent me the second one. It's lovely. I've had it for years, but I went to clean it and I've taken a bit of the gold leaf off. So I need to go and get some gold leaf, and I can gold leaf it myself. Because I tried gold paint, and it definitely doesn't work. Definitely doesn't work. Somebody else telling me about Georgie Best, and another one who says, "I've just left my mum at Westfield Shopping Centre, Hurstville. She said hello," says Shane, in Sydney, by the way. "For years, Steve, I was a clown at the Easter Parade in Battersea Park. If I was in an energetic mood, I'd chase people." Yes, I did the Easter Parade in Battersea Park for about 5 years. I covered the New Year's Day Parade for Bob Bone for 10 years, I think. And so I would do the commentary, always down at Parliament Square, so that when the parade went by, I'd finished and I could then go home. But in fact, it took about another hour and a half to get to the end. So all the people who were at the end of the thing had to keep talking till it arrived. But all those big marching bands, really fantastic. I mean, really fantastic. Thousands of young people, looking. The funny thing was, I used to make a joke about it, which sounds a bit mean. And it was, you would get these marching bands in from, Philadelphia, Ohio, all sorts of places, and they would be immaculate. They paid for themselves to come here. They weren't, nobody paid for them. They would have to do things at school to raise the money to come to this country to do the New Year's Day Parade. And they looked immaculate. And then you'd get a group from this country and they looked as though they'd rather be anywhere else but the New Year's Day Parade. Their uniforms looked grubby, whereas the Americans were just perfect. And we used to have a couple of concerts, about 3, at the Central Hall, Westminster, where they would have a marching band, but they would also have a seated orchestral band. And they were fantastic. To be in the school band in America is quite a big deal. Over here, it's like, oh God, we have to go out and play in the school band again. I was in the brass band at school. I played the flugelhorn, which is a cross between a trumpet and a cornet, and I played that. I will bring one in and I'll have a go of it. Yes, I like being in a brass band. I thought there was something exciting about it. You just sort of play. But I couldn't read music, so they had to put down the fingering for me. 1 0 1 3. There you go. I used to take mine home and polish it. Used to love it when it was all shiny. I was one of those sort of people. Front page of the Daily Star today. Goodness sake, honestly, where has Dawn Neeson gone to? Britain's sizzling weather could have a sting in the tail in the form of 20,000 swarms of angry bees. Oh, see, I thought bees were really nice. I thought they were okay. Friends star Matthew Perry split from his fiancée. They dated for 3 years, and then 7 months he popped the question the other year. And now they've split up. If you go off somebody, you kind of go off somebody. You can't make somebody, you go, oh, perhaps it'll be fine. Towie's failure, Gemma Collins, oh God, honestly, why do we bother? Has fallen in love with Fred Sirieix and even called him the one. Yeah, he wouldn't be interested in you, dear. Absolutely not. She developed a crush. She's 40 now. She still can't find anybody to go out with. It's getting quite tragic. She said on the podcast, I've got a crush on someone. I can't stop watching him. Fred's the one. There's something about Fred. He's hilarious. Yes, I don't think he'd be remotely interested in you, dear. Remotely. Barack Obama believes that proof of alien life would spawn new religions across the planet. Lovely. Kelly Osbourne has admitted she did heroin as a teenager because it was cheaper than pain pills. And look, Rhiannon Sugden's getting her boobs out again. I mean, is that what she does for a living? Is that it? It's a bit tragic, isn't it? She said, can you tell I'm a bit excited about getting my bikinis back out? Bit tacky, actually. What's she famous for? Nothing. She sells stories. Here's poor old Keith Lemon, still looking like one of Ken Dodd's Diddy men, with those ridiculous hats which just don't suit it. But there again, when your hair's falling out at the rate his is, you might as well wear something. Former One Direction star Niall Horan fears his days of being a household name are dwindling. I thought it dwindled. I didn't know. He's back with a new single. He says, what I'm getting now is, I used to be such a fan, and I'm like, and what happened? Are you not happy with it anymore? Did my music not suffice? It's nuts that I'm 27. I've been doing it for 11 years. Yeah, I mean, he's been brushing up on his culinary skills. He says, I've been attempting things like beef Wellington. He says here, which is, I mean, really, I don't want to take the mickey, but he says it's the most difficult thing he's ever done. It's a piece of beef, which you brown off in a frying pan, then you let it rest, and then you wrap it in pastry and put it in the oven. How complicated is that? Obviously, I've made that beef Wellington on numerous occasions. Sometimes I add pate onto the top of it, and he says he hopes that in the digital age it's all about streaming. He has loyalties with radio stations. Oh, people like him. It's just that, if One Direction aren't together, the only people that we're bothered about are the other ones. Vegans have mushroom Wellington. But it's not the same, is it? I'm sorry, I just think that's an excuse. I'm vegan. Well, bully for you. Bully for you. But yet they still have to have chicken. Marks and Spencer's got a whole range of vegan stuff based on plants. And they call it not chicken. Of course it's not. It's a plant. Why would they call it not chicken? What is it about vegans who just want everything to look the same as the other food we have? Admittedly, it all looks quite delightful. And they finally picked up on the fact that obviously they're a good market to tap into. And they've obviously got loads of money. I always imagine that vegans have tons of money. Because most of their stuff's expensive, isn't it? Didn't Linda McCartney have a range of vegan stuff or vegetarian stuff? She's still got it, has she? Good heavens above. Well, there you go. And sheds. Lots of people are getting sheds now, and they like their... We had a bloke the other day, do you remember? He bought a shepherd's hut. 16 grand. It was only worth... I mean, to be honest, it was falling apart. For 16,000 quid, he could have bought a brand new one. Much easier. Much easier. I'm trying to find this story in the papers. There was one. Trials of new British Army tanks have been halted because they made the troops sick. What sort of people have we got as troops nowadays? I'm sorry, would we all like to line up on the... I feel very well. Would you like to, I don't think they're made of stronger stuff. The Ajax tanks caused the three-man crews to be sick, their joints to swell, and left their ears ringing. I mean, goodness sake, honestly. I don't know why. I've never been in a tank. Margaret Thatcher went in one once. You remember there's that famous picture of her in a white outfit on Salisbury Plain or something, poking out the top of it. But I don't think I've ever been in a tank. It doesn't particularly interest me. Justin Fletcher should be knighted, and because he's Mr. Tumble. He's Mr. Tumble. He should definitely be knighted. He's fabulous. And what else do we have here? Oh, there's a bloke who saved little Matchbox cars. Wish I'd saved all of mine. Wish I'd saved them. They're now worth a fortune. There's a bloke here. He sold 1,800 Matchbox cars for £281,000. No, not each. All of them, you fool. Graham Hamilton, 54, says he spent over £100,000 on the miniature toys after falling in love with them as a child. And he saved all the boxes and everything. But of course, you can get these made up now. They'll make, if you go to a toy fair, you'll find people selling copies. They take them apart, they respray them, they get the boxes remade. Amazing what they can do. Absolutely amazing. So a 4-day holiday for the Queen's Jubilee. Thank goodness. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? I'm looking forward to that. And here's a load of people sitting on a beach. Nobody's wearing a mask. Nobody's doing social distancing. And nobody's doing anything at all, really. I don't like the idea that Holby's a casualty. They want to move the drama into the north. They want to make shows representing more of the UK. Bit blooming late, isn't it, BBC? Little bit late.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. You asked who was from Stoke-on-Trent. Well, my daughter is, Steve. I'm also an ex-landlady from a pub in Stoke. There's a tough life. You know, people say, oh, I'd love to own a pub, or I'd tell you, you've got to be up at the crack of dawn for the drayman. You've got to sit there at night and they go, one more for the road. And you think, oh, God, I've been here all day. I just want to go to bed now. So I know all about that. Steve, Paul McCartney gets $38 million a year from Linda's estate. The one thing you'll always discover about Paul McCartney is he's not flash with money. You won't find Paul McCartney driving a Bentley or anything. He's just a very ordinary person. Very. Theo says, is your friend picking up his bag today? He is, and he's very, very excited. And Steve says, Paul, my dad has been in the same brass band for over 60 years, the Carlton Main Frickley Colliery Band. He got awarded an MBE for his services. He plays the E-flat bass. The E-flat bass. See, I don't even know what that is, but I love, and they do tend to be, don't they, up north, the Northern Colliery bands. My favourite film, one of them, is Brassed Off. And Terry Wogan, of course, appeared on Top of the Pops with which brass band was it? It wasn't Black Dyke Mills Band, because I was in a brass band. I used to have all these brass band records. Which brass band did Terry, the Floral Dance? Terry Wogan. It's then, that's right, Brighouse and Rasterick. Brighouse and Rasterick. Really, really good, the Floral Dance. I thought I could hear the curious tone of the cornet, clarinet and big trombone, fiddle, cello, big bass drum. Did Terry Wogan sing? No, he didn't. He talked it. And it did really well. All together with the Floral Dance. It's an old tune, actually. Dun 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 dun. And it got to number 21 in the charts. Terry Wogan recorded the version with, apparently, the Hanwell Band from West London and omitted the final verse containing the climax to the story. And a version of the song was prominently featured near the beginning of the film Brassed Off. It's good, isn't it? So is that the same one there? That's right. As I walked home on a summer night, when stars in heaven were shining bright, far away from the footlights' glare, into the sweet and scented air of a quaint old Cornish town. Dee, 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 dee. It's good, isn't it? It's very educational, this programme. Steve, the guy that sold the Matchbox car, certainly struck a good deal. Well, he really did, actually. I mean, he says he paid £100,000 and he's now got £281,000. But, I wish I'd saved all of mine, but I didn't save them. Did you see that woman the other day in America? She's got her dogs out in the yard, and who's walking along the wall? The bear with its cubs, and she's trying to fight the bear off. Woo! She was only a girl, and she did quite well. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm frightened out of my life for those sort of things. Bears are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. What else do we have in the newspapers? Oh, here they all are. The celebrities plugging dodgy ads. Love Island star hits out. And this is somebody called Montana Brown. And she says something's gone very, very wrong when celebrities are misusing their power. And so they've got people here like Lauren Goodger. And she was editing her pics to flog a weight loss drink. It's wrong. Don't ever buy anything from these people. Georgia Harrison was told off for misleading her followers over claims for weight loss gummies. Again, they get paid for doing these things. Don't go a mile near them. They're dangerous. Gemma Collins, she has told how she regretted once promoting injections that claim to aid dieting. This is Skinny Jab. It's advised for people. Doctors will tell you, I've told you as well, because I was prescribed it, only on prescription for type 2 diabetics. There's all sorts of problems with it. Skin rashes, blood pressure, swelling of the lips, face and tongue. She said she'd only backed the brand out of desperation to lose weight. You're pathetic. Pathetic. Anybody would have told you these things are not for normal people. Celebrity Big Brother and Ex on the Beach star Stephen Bear has promoted high-risk foreign exchange trading accounts. The Body, which is, I think, the FCA say, if they're not authorised by us, it's probably a scam. Lucy Mecklenburg. She became an ambassador for a protein powder and supplement. Last year, the company was fined $100,000 for misleading claims. Don't go anywhere near these people. Seriously, you've got Chloe Ferry the other day. Miles Barnett, who apparently is in Towie, another idiot. And Ex on the Beach's Helen Briggs. God knows what these people would ever amount to. But anything that's advertised by a so-called celebrity, don't touch it with a barge pole. Especially not Skinny Jabs. This is the security camera. This bear is enormous. And it's walking along a wall next to a home in a place called Bradbury in California, and the dogs are there. The bear is sort of it's staying on the wall, but it's trying to go for her dogs. And this girl, she pushes the bear off the wall. She literally pushes it. The dogs have gone absolutely crackers. I didn't know they had bears that just wandered into people's houses. Is that? I mean, just I know that in certain California. So bears just wander into town. I mean, I presume they're looking for something to eat. Should have come round here. We had chocolate biscuits and everything this morning. I didn't have them. Steve says, Chris in Brentwood, it was Joseph Grimaldi who invented the clown character. It's funny how many people we've actually found who don't like them. But I don't have a problem at all. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Have you seen Stephen King's horror movie, It? The story follows the experiences of 7 children as they're terrorised by an evil entity that exploits the fears of its victims whilst hunting its prey. It primarily appears in the form of Pennywise the Dancing Clown. I've seen the picture. Very scary. Not for me. Not for me, I'm afraid. I've looked at the picture and I think to myself, why would you want to go and see a film that frightens you? What is it about being frightened? I mean, is it adrenaline? Is that what it is? I remember seeing Friday the 13th, and that was quite enough for me. Thank you very much indeed. Especially at the end of the film, and I was so physically exhausted, and then this thing comes out of the lake, and unfortunately, I have to be honest and say that I screamed. It's as simple as that. Also, what about Krusty the Clown in The Simpsons? Yes. And somebody says an ounce of gold can be hammered out so flat it would cover a football pitch. Really? Of course, we don't tell lies. We only tell the truth. Gordon the train driver says Norman Wisdom, another famous clown. Yes. I mean, well, because he fell over. His degree was... And then he fell over, which apparently was funny. Which was good. People, I mean, as I say, people like to be made to laugh, which I think is very good. Steve, I'm so embarrassed. Last Thursday I said to one of the girls at the Riverwood Club, this is Shane, I thought the manager was handsome. She said, I was that embarrassed. He's 26, I'm 63, says Shane. 23. Well, I work with people of 23. But I think I'm the same age that they are. I don't think I'm older than they are. Mental age, I think I'm exactly the same as them. Physically, of course, I'm a complete wreck and I'm dying. But I mean, apart from that, it's like, no, I always think that you're as old as the people you work with. It's like I've seen people walking on. You get somebody fairly old and they've got a dog and the dog's as slow as they are. And you think that's what happens. If you work with young people, then you feel young. It takes on a persona, doesn't it? You don't feel old. I'm sure that if I worked in an old people's home, I'd be sort of, slouching and sort of going, I'll just sit down. I do that now, but I do that sort of kind of privately. But no, yeah, on air. But I work with all young. There's nobody I work with my age at all. Mainly because there isn't anybody my age working for LBC. I think I'm the only one here. Steve, I love Brastoff too. Stephen Tomkinson ends up having to become a clown to make ends meet. Oh, right. Have you seen The Exorcist? Yeah, I did see The Exorcist. Steve, if you watch it, it was the dogs that attacked the bear. The bear was actually protecting its cubs, which ran off, says Craig. I've just watched it. It's in their garden. It's walking along the top of a wall. And this girl pushes it off the wall. The dogs don't push it off the wall. Go on, blimey, watch it again, mate. Struth. Steve, somebody else talk about the Matchbox toys and all the toys you had as children. Please don't write in. I really am not remotely interested in toys you had as a child. Give me a little bottle of bubbles every day and a like that, and I'm quite happy with it. I had not shampoo. No. I'm still not drinking though. Mind you, Darren hasn't drunk for ages. He said. Why did he stop drinking for a reason? I can't remember. See, me, I just lost the taste of alcohol. Which is quite... Oh, I tell you what's good. I picked up a copy of the Daily Express today, because I get the papers every day, and there's a two-page spread. Wait a minute, where is it? Come here, don't wander away. Loads of adverts still for barbecues, by the way, in case you're thinking. They've got one on the Queen Mary's. It finally sunk after 87 years, but it needs £16 million spending on it, and singing all the way to Mr. Banks. It's a 2-page piece on Nathan Morley's book about the life and career of David Tomlinson. David Tomlinson was Mr. Banks in Mary Poppins. He was also in Bedknobs and Broomsticks. And Nathan's written this fantastic book. Really fantastic. And there's a 2-page, I was going to say a 2-page plug for the book, but it's a really nice piece where they've got pictures of David with the kids and everything else. He died years and years ago, but he appeared throughout the 70s and 80s on radio, television, and tirelessly promoting autism charities. But his greatest pleasure was motoring around England in his vintage Bentley, sniffing out antique shop bargains. He was 83, and he slipped away very quietly, as they say. He wanted on his gravestone, David Tomlinson, an actor of genius, irresistible to women. They didn't do that. But I've already got that one going. But it's nice. So Disney's British Gentleman, The Life and Career of David Tomlinson by Nathan Morley is out now. And you should get it because it's despite finding fame as the happy-go-lucky English gent, his own life was plagued by tragedy and misfortune. It's a great read, it really is, and well done to Nathan Morley for that. Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Everybody nice, every company. Welcome to Thursday. Short week, I told you. Tomorrow's Friday. I call that as good as the weekend. If you don't work tomorrow, you might be one of those people who works a 4-day week, which is quite nice. So you get the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, then back into work on the Monday. According to one document from the National Archives, the Queen's then chief financial manager told civil servants it was not, in fact, the practice to appoint immigrants or foreigners to clerical roles in the royal household, but they were allowed to work as domestic servants. I can't believe I'm reading that. This is in a lot of the papers today. There's a load of here. The exchanges reportedly happened when ministers were seeking to introduce anti-discrimination laws. Buckingham Palace says that the record showed people from ethnic minority backgrounds being employed in the 1990s, but before then it didn't keep records on employees' racial backgrounds. Blimey. The Queen's birthday parade, June 2nd, 22. Trooping the colour, 1,400 soldiers, 200 horses and 400 musicians. 400 musicians. They'll never play in tune. They'll never play in tune. That's on the 2nd. Jubilee beacons will be lit. Friday, service of Thanksgiving. Saturday, June the 4th, the Derby. The Queen will attend. And then the Platinum Party at the Palace. And it's going to have the world's biggest entertainment stars. But they've done that before. They did that on the last one. They had Paul McCartney and they had Gary Barlow. I think he was organising it. On Sunday, it's the big Jubilee lunch. Communities will be encouraged to celebrate their connections and get to know each other in a spirit of fun and friendship. Whoopee. Apparently, it'll be like the street party things which we've had before. And Jubilee pageant featuring over 5,000 people from across the UK and the Commonwealth against the backdrop of Buckingham Palace and the surrounding streets. It'll be street art, theatre, music, circus, carnival and costume. Oh, well, there you go. That'll be quite nice. I want to see Diana's dress. It's not been on show since 1996. And here it is. And so her dress goes on. And it's got the 25-foot sequin-encrusted train. For the first time, features the fitted bodice overlaid at the centre, both front and back, with panels of antique lace that had originally belonged to Queen Mary. What's it worth? Million? 2 million? I don't. It's worth what somebody they did sell a lot of Diana's outfits to the Americans. The Americans bought a lot of her outfits, but I think it's owned by William and Harry. I think they own the dress, and they've loaned the gown to the fashion exhibition. Isn't that funny? They've loaned the gown to the exhibition, which is in the place where they live, Kensington Palace, which is where they have places there as well. So, I mean, I don't know what would it be worth. Because she died, that increases the value immediately. So, $1.5 million, 2 million, I don't know. Yeah, it's the provenance. You know, who owned this beforehand? It was only Princess Diana. Getting into his turmeric is Mark, who's up there, enjoying himself, I hope, at the moment, not with this weather. He says it has to be good for you. I buy every week, amongst other foodie treats. I don't find it fattening. It's supposed to be. They run adverts all about turmeric and the benefits of it, because if ever I get a cough or a cold, which I haven't had for ages, fingers crossed, I take Manuka honey in hot water with a little bit of turmeric, and I mean a little bit, like a quarter of a teaspoon full of it. I just, a little bit in. But he said, I was delighted to hear you mention Dan and Sam from loveitbookit.com. I think they're hilarious. He says, as you say, they're co-owners. I've been watching the presentation from over a year now. But a little bit of an unfortunate time to be promoting ship cruising holidays. Well, these are the ones who did the Norwegian cruise the other day with these ships, which some of the staterooms look really good. And also not as many people on board a ship, because I found them a little bit overcrowded. You might get 2,000 or 3,000 people on a ship, and that's too many. I went years ago, but we did do a big cruise. It was quite nice, but if you just got too fed up with everything, and I'm not a sunbathing person, I just went and lay down in my cabin. And then sort of get up, and I had a balcony at the back. I was at the back of the ship, which is quite nice. I didn't mind being at the back of the ship. I thought, it kept you away from everybody else. Yeah, we were definitely above the waterline, definitely above. But I did think then, when you were out in the middle of the ocean, you'd never see anybody. If somebody was bobbing around in it, you'd never see them. Because people think the ocean is flat, but it's not. It's all little waves, and you just don't see anybody at all. I was looking, trying to see, if I could see a seagull floating around. You can't see it, because the whole of the ocean is little waves, and you stare at it for as long as you like. That's why, they say, oh, we went out there to look for this plane. They can't find them, because you can't see it. I don't get seasick. No, I didn't. I used to get car sick. Car sick, I was terrible at. So when my dad used to pick me up from school and take me home to Yorkshire, it was 400 miles. I'd have to take my travel sickness pill, which was very good. Steve says, Kevin the Milkman, Diana's wedding dress worth $1 million. I bet Meghan's bending Harry's ear to sell it. Yes. I don't think so, actually. Tell Steve to mention Charlie Caroli. We've already done it, John. Were you listening to the programme or not? Is Nathan Morley related to Sheridan Morley? No, I think not. Did you mention once your dad was in the RAF? Paul says we have a lot of RAF bases in Lincolnshire. I know, we were there. We were in Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Because for ages I couldn't remember the name of the RAF base that we were on. And I used to go horse riding in Coningsby, and I learnt to drive in RAF Coningsby as well. But no, then we went to, I can't remember what point, because you do 2-year postings in all the bases. So we did 2 years in Egypt, we did 2 years in Hong Kong, where my dad was ADC to the governor of Hong Kong, aide de camp. So he used to go to Government House and work there, and we go to South Beach. Yeah, great title, isn't it? ADC. It sounds quite posh, actually. It sounds quite posh. I mean, but Hong Kong was hot, but as kids, I don't remember feeling the heat. I don't remember sitting there going, oh, God, we need a fan. Now I feel it all the time. Perhaps it's an old thing. As you get a bit older, perhaps you start feeling the heat and the cold and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm more delicate. You imagine working, in a building where there's no air or something. That must be a nightmare for people. People who have to drive buses and things like that. I mean, I don't know whether you've got air conditioning in the cab, but they've got a window. Actually, I put my window down on the car the other day. I quite like it as wind brushed through my hair and sort of gave me that tousled look. I used to do that all the time, actually, years ago. I'd have the windows down and the sunroof, and then I couldn't hear the music. So I'd have to bang out the tunes, happening music and all the rest of it in the car. I quite like driving down the motorway, but I hate it if I hear other people's music, because I never understand what they're playing. All my tunes are recognisable. Grime? No, quite clean, actually. But no, I wouldn't have anything that I didn't know what it was. I sometimes listen to people, all you get, what the dickens? That wasn't the Carpenters, was it? Or the Beatles, or somebody like that. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Steve, I'm from Sheffield, says Lara. I'm so sorry. It's where they make cutlery. But I live in Long Beach, California, where the Queen Mary is. It runs as a hotel with little cabin rooms and has a bar and restaurant. Looks a lot like the Titanic, but isn't well maintained. Well, they need to spend £16 million on it to bring it up to scratch, or they might have to scrap it. These are big liners. Do you know, as you go over Waterloo Bridge, look to the left as you go over towards Waterloo, and on the left-hand side, there's one of the original Royal Yachts, which is a bar now. You could tell it's a Royal Yacht because it's got the staircase on the outside, and they had that before they had Britannia, I think, and now there might be another one, which they could call the Prince Philip. I don't think the Queen's over keen on something like that, but I quite like the idea that these ships are still there, but they're huge. They're absolutely huge, but very shortly you're going to get all these horrible, ugly ships, which aren't very nice. Also, as you like brass band music, a friend of mine is Bob Eastwood, who's the chairman of the Thurleston Brass Band up near Barnsley, presents a brass band show on a community radio called Penistone FM. He plays all the Northern Band tunes. You can listen on demand to their website, Penistone FM. Says John in Barnsley. They're going to be thrilled that you're listening to LBC. I should bring my flugel. I don't have one. It was never mine, actually. It was the brass band owned it, and that we sort of had them on loan. In fact, I spent more time cleaning my horn than actually blowing into it. One of those things, isn't it, really? One of those things. The Department of Health was yesterday urged to slash its rip-off fees for COVID tests for returning holidaymakers. It just really is ridiculous. We're paying through the nose for this stuff. £175 rip-off fees for tests. You know, and also people have to queue, and you've got to self-isolate, and you're going to do this, you're going to do that. I mean, one of the places we found yesterday, what was it? £400 to get the COVID test. I mean, that just seems ridiculous to me. Jab Fab News, 3 in 4 adults have received their first dose. And women becoming pressured to have the contraceptive implant. That features in a lot. It's an England cricketer who had racist tweets. This is Ollie Robinson, made a strong start, taking the first wicket of the first test match against New Zealand in front of a crowd of 7,000. But unfortunately, in 2012 and 2013, when he was 18, he posted some racist tweets. He said, "I'm very sorry." He said, "I want to make it clear I'm not racist and I'm not sexist." But he said, "I've matured." Doesn't help, does it? These things come back to haunt you. The moment you put something down in writing, people find it. Somebody would have dropped you in it from a great height and said, "This is what he tweeted," and they'll then find, you know, it's... Be very careful. Very, very careful. Talking of Western, Sean Connery starred in one called Shalako with Brigitte Bardot. She was good, wasn't she? Here's the news.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Apparently it's going to rain tomorrow. You're going to the fair? You're going to the fair tomorrow? Is there a fair near you? Oh, you're going to Hampton Court Palace Fair? Oh, right, yeah. That's a big fair. Big fair. Weather forecast today, 24 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. Tomorrow, 21 degrees, rain. Saturday, 23, sunshine and cloudy. Sunday, same. Monday, same. Tuesday, same. Wednesday, 25 degrees and cloudy with sunshine. And Thursday and Friday, exactly the same. I'm a bit samey, isn't it, our weather forecast? 25 degrees, 24 degrees, you know, all very nice. Also, Koo Stark blames Graham Greene's advice for her appearance in the 1976 art film Emily. Do you remember Emily? I remember. I never saw it. She told Tatler it proved to be my nemesis, but Greene did generously give her a first edition copy of his masterpiece, The Heart of the Matter, signed for Coos from Graham Greene. A Florida bookseller is offering it for sale, price £4,000. Crikey. And Koo Stark, of course, I think she was topless, and she went out with Prince Andrew. Not something to brag about in this day and age, is it really? Also, Britt Ekland. She's sworn off surgery. She's admitted lip fillers ruined her face and described having the procedure as the biggest mistake of her life. She's 78 now. 78. You know, I've never had any work done. You look at me and you can't believe it. I know, seriously. You look at me and you go, I've never had Botox. No. Or fillers. Or anything like that. I just don't, I'm worried. I mean, I've seen, you know, the horrendous people like Jordan and how bad you can look. They think they look great. We think she looks terrible. So you don't want to ruin yourself. You know, leave it as is. When you stop, it goes back. Absolutely. To how it would have been. So that's a really bad thing, but worse. We've seen the Bride of Wildenstein. We've seen people who've had cosmetic surgery and they think it's the quick fix and you're going to look gorgeous and fantastic. Do you remember Victoria? Was it Victoria Principal? No, it wasn't. It was the wife of a plastic surgeon who appeared on television, and she said, he'll never have to divorce me. He can just alter me. And that was her line. And so if she wanted anything, she'd say to him, I want my cheekbones done. And there was a woman the other day, she'd had implants into her cheekbones to give her cheekbones. She looked ridiculous. You only have to look at Jordan to realise what bad cosmetic surgery does to your face. And now she's having her bottom done. Will we know which end up she is? The answer, probably not, I don't think. It's a case of, there you go. My wife is my house model. Plastic surgeon reveals he's redesigned his wife with multiple cosmetic surgeries. I just don't think you should have anything like that done. Somebody's cutting into your face and dragging it behind your ears and then doing stitches in it. So if you're a hairy person, you're going to be shaving behind your ears. It's as bad as that. Take my word for it. Steve, all these public figures that put out controversial old tweets obviously thought at the time they'll never be in the public eye. Makes you think how serious they were on achieving their goals. Either that or they didn't care. Either way, not a good reflection. No, it's not an excuse to go, oh, of course, I thought differently then. Whatever it is, the moment you become famous, and you go for any sort of publicity, then that's the time the press become immensely interested in you. And if somebody then phones up and goes, that person who's on XXX program, they go, do you know that they did this years ago? Did you know that they posed naked? People did all sorts of things for money if they didn't have any. And they just look through old tweets. You can find something. People tweet the oddest thing. Mine are just boring. My tweets are the most dull ever. They really are. Yeah, I'll be back with you at 4:00 tomorrow morning. LOL. I used to like LOL. It was always very funny. But no, Brit Eckler, she's 78. She didn't like the lip plumping. So why do people alter things? Please don't have it. Just be natural. Just be natural. It's so much easier. A footballer who was trolled, they've traced the troller, the troll person, to Singapore. They were trolling from Singapore. But we always find them. They aren't difficult to find. This particular one, wait a minute, is called Derek Nidirian. He pleaded guilty to sending abusive messages. He could face either a £10,000 fine or a 2-year prison sentence. He's tracked down to Singapore. Yesterday, the Premier League footballer, who is he's the French striker Neil Maupay, who plays for Brighton and Hove Albion, says the violent toxic abuse is a daily occurrence. Well, let's wait and see what they do with this little Derek. It's the first conviction to be secured outside of the UK. That time they started clamping down. We had it the other day with Marcus Rashford, didn't we? Somebody wrote abuse to him. One of them was a teacher, a maths teacher. I'm surprised they weren't named, unless I've missed out on that little bit. And also the crazy COVID career changes. There's a lady here who's a singer, and she's now become a tarot reader. They all change their things. Another one here from wedding planner Matthew Oliver. He relished swapping organising jet-set wedding parties for developing green fingers and being a plant grower. That's what he is now. From orchestra conductor to trainee lawyer. The longest I've gone without conducting since I was a child. This is a guy called William Lacey. Some guy who's a Toastmaster, and he had 70 weddings booked in, says Simon Shirley, and he's now a mower of lawns. Poor soul. What would you do if you had to change? Are you talking to me? What would I do if I had to change my career? I've got no idea. If I had to change my career. I don't know. I always fancied, if I had enough money, I'd just like to go and tour with a fun fair or a circus or something like that. Because I think, no, I wouldn't want to be a clown. No, I wouldn't mind selling popcorn to people or those things that light up. I'd be quite happy with that. Or, join one of those people who stands in the middle of Kingston with about 500 balloons on a string, and somebody goes, "I'll have that one," right in the middle of the thing, But no, there's a woman here. She was a belly dancer. Now she's a teacher, an eco-warrior. Oh. From a magician to a fine artist. Yes, magicians are finding it tough at the moment because nobody's having parties. If they were having parties, it'd be a lot easier. Fast food giant KFC has vowed to fight the litter scourge as it acknowledges it's got an important role in stopping takeaway rubbish. Could eat a piece. I've got to even speak now. I could eat a piece. Yeah, there's a new one. Yes, there's a new one. It's not open yet, though, is it? Oh, is it open? Oh, because when I was at the bus stop the other day, it wasn't open. They said nearly. What time does it open? Do you think it opens early? Do you think I could walk up there and get a piece of chicken for my breakfast? I think they need to open early. I don't like this sort of opening at certain times. I think it should be open from 7 in the morning, which would be much... 11 a.m. What's the point of that? What's the point? Put your figure out, for goodness sake. What's the point of 11 a.m. in the morning? I finish work at 7. Honestly. Steve, what happened to Jodie Marsh? God knows. Disappeared. Don't think she does anything, does she really? And somebody says, I wish I had Botox on my face. No, you don't. Believe me. I mean, you really don't need it unless you're really desperately unattractive. You know, you don't need it. I mean, you know, there are desperately unattractive people listening to this programme. I don't want to mention who you are. You know who you are. Don't need to call you out on it. But you don't need to Botox. Somebody's sticking a needle in near your eyes and stuff like that. Definitely not. Please don't. Please don't. Also, Oxford College cutting out trashing. They do it apparently every year. They said they can't afford to clean it up. Trashing. Never heard of trashing? No. What it is, it's undergraduates finishing their final exams are doused with food, drink and confetti. I've never heard of it either, but there you go. Christchurch College says it will shut the gates to the park for 2 hours twice a day when exams end this summer. The university added that trashing, which cost $25,000 each year to clean up, was disruptive to the community and reinforces negative stereotypes about Oxford students. Do you know, I never even had a negative thought about Oxford students. I really didn't, actually. But it's antisocial behaviour. Christchurch regard trashing as antisocial behaviour, which is a waste of food and potentially harmful to wildlife. So that's what they do. But students are weird. Really weird. You could say something to it they don't understand. If you see them sort of getting on the bus, you go, weirdo. As they go past, you just get weirdo. You know, long-haired weirdo. You know, how many drugs do you do? You know, that's what people are like. They're terrible. But they're not allowed to trash it. Only at this particular college, strangely enough. Everybody else seems to let them get on with it. Happy birthday to Imogen Poots, cast in a horror film 28 weeks later at just 17, and then starred in The Father. She got 3 A's at A-level and dreamed of being a vet. Well, you could always fall back on being a vet, but she has got... after her friend Star Trek actor Anton Yelchin died, she had his initials tattooed on her fingers. It's nice, isn't it, really, I suppose? I mean, I can understand how people like this sort of things. Born on this day in 1942, but died in 1999, Curtis Mayfield. Move on up. Remember that one? And also, American radical artist Valerie Solanas shot Andy Warhol, who was hospitalised in 1968 and had to wear a surgical corset for the rest of his life. Wow. June the 3rd, 1953, the Queen is crowned in our history and enthroned in our hearts, says the Prime Minister from number 10 Downing Street last night, following the coronation. I wish I'd been there. I've seen the picture. It was all very murky, the actual quality of the actual footage. Was I born? 1953? No, I wasn't born. Very rude. Only that kind of talk. Very unnecessary. No, I was 9. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter, does it? Steve, Koo Stark would be a breath of fresh air if she was a member of the royal family. Her dignity and discretion over the years should serve as a model for certain current members. Well, I think we know who you're talking about, don't we? Definitely. I mean, to be honest with you, some of them don't know how to behave. Some members of the royal family. I don't want to mention any names. Yeah, Charles. It's unnecessary. Seriously, we don't need things like that. What else have we got? Ben and Marina Fogel. I like Ben Fogel. There's something about him. He was doing a programme on the telly the other day. I can't tell you what it was about, but I quite liked it. He was over in, I think, you know, one of these people who goes and lives in the wild, in the Antarctic, all by themselves for no logical reason. The 4-day party, which will celebrate the Queen's Jubilee, which we're looking forward to. Thank you very much indeed. And celebrities, including Tilda Swinton and Sir Mick Jagger, called for limits on tourism in Venice because the city faces damage to its foundations and regular flooding. Wow. They reckon the city could be underwater by the end of the century. Not going to affect us, is it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, 6:20. I know, frightening, isn't it? What do you mean you've missed the train? I nearly missed a train the other day, actually. Now they've moved all my trains till November, it's going to be, at the platforms 21 to 24 at Waterloo Station, which is very annoying because it's just out a little bit. If I was on the steps, you know, if my bus dropped me by the steps, then I could manage it, but it doesn't seem to work like that. And it's terrible. It's terrible. It really is. James Hind is in a lot of the papers today. Why? He bought a banana, and when he peeled it, he pulled the skin back. There's 2 bananas inside there. It was a double banana. He bought it from his local Asda. He said, as soon as I held it, I knew it was much thicker than a normal one. And there's a picture of they've taken a picture of this sort of double banana. Don't you get that sometimes with eggs? You know, you'll crack an egg and it's got a double yolk or something like that. Same sort. I mean, I admit it's not exactly the same as a double banana, but he said, I looked online. I read that as many as 5% of bananas can be double, but they tend to get discarded. Well, because it must look like 2 bananas in sort of the one skin. So you're going to notice it, aren't you? Really? Ministers are pushing for Britain's alfresco dining revolution to be made permanent under COVID. So we don't have the weather really for eating outdoors. We do this week, but I mean, that's 2 weeks, you know, out of 52 weeks in the year. There's another 50 where we sit there and freeze to death. Ghastly. But they want to try. Mind you, if you go to Oxfordshire, they won't even let you smoke if you're sitting outside. Where normally you can smoke, can't you? I see no end of people. So if they bring it into London, God help them. All the people sitting outside cafes with a cup of coffee and a packet of cigarettes will be banned. How are they going to enforce it? We were trying to work this out the other day and we didn't actually get it. I see that Blue Star Lee Ryan is to stand trial, charged with 2 speeding offences. I didn't know they gave a trial for speeding offences. Is that normal? I thought they just normally give you a fine. It's sort of, oh right. Well, this one wasn't really that bad. He was driving they're all what? Bad. I mean, I just got done for speeding. I was doing 56 in a 50. And they've said it could be £100 fine and 3 penalty points, or we can probably do one of these speed awareness courses. I mean, to be honest with you, the difference between 6 miles an hour is just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. But if they want to go with it, you know. And it was 5:38 in the morning. I mean, to be honest with you, just me and some rabbits. And that's about it. You know, the rabbits hitchhiking down the motorway. No, I'm not going to do it. I was only charging the battery up. And so or you could do the speed awareness course, which I did years ago, but now they do it on Zoom. Is that, you do that on your telephone, do you? Do you have to do it on your computer, do you? I shall tell them I've not got a computer. I don't have a computer, I have to do it on my telephone. Oh, just give me the £100 fine, it makes it so much easier. No point in complaining about things, is there? Warren's got computer problems all over it. This boy spends his entire life with computer problems. He says, I can't cope anymore. I know the feeling. Actually, the funny thing is, I'm trying to cut back on going on my computer. Instead, I seem to be using up the juice in my telephone because I'm spending all the time. Get on the train. What do you do? The first thing is you're on your phone. Everybody's the same. I'm not the only one. Years ago, people had a book, or they read a magazine, or coloured in something, or wrote their name on the back of the seat in front of them, you know. But nowadays, everybody's on their phone or on their tablet. The girl in front of me, sitting in the seat, she was on her computer. Well, of course, I mean, I had to look through the gap to see what, you know, see what she was looking at. But be careful getting your phone out in public, because you remember my producer Joe, he was mugged the other day in daylight, not night, daylight. And what they did, very clever, obviously very well organised. One person, he was holding it. One person distracts him by banging into him. He then goes, oh, so what? And the person on the bicycle grabs it and they're gone. It's as simple as that. And to be honest with you, he can't run after them. I've never seen anybody run after them, but that would be good, wouldn't it? Because you'd be running after them, dragging them off the bicycle and going, you won't be doing that again, pal. You know, because it goes on all the time. They either sell the phones, they must sell them, mustn't they? So there's obviously somebody buying cheap second-hand phones somewhere, because a phone is worth, you know, 20 quid, 30 quid or something. Because the person buying them must know they're nicked. They must do. They really must. But, you know, wouldn't you really want to see somebody dragging somebody off one of these bicycles. Oh, I tell you, we'd clap and cheer and go, gotcha, pal. Did you see that police car that was chasing bicycles? We had a lot of trouble with bicycles in London, jumping lights and all the rest of it. And this police car rammed straight into the bicycle. Made me very happy, actually. And Nikki in Workington says the double banana must have slipped through the quality control. Yeah, they don't normally make it as far as the supermarkets. They want things to be... Because I like a banana. I tell you what they've got. I got on the bus the other day going down the Strand. Have a banana. And on the left-hand side, there's a few shops that have closed. Almost opposite McDonald's, down on the Strand. Just you go round the corner. And they've got old costumes in the window. I don't know what they're from, because the bus went past a bit too fast. But they're also closing the Strand. It's got real. I did it yesterday. And they're also closing the Strand. They haven't said what for. 4 different days. How we're supposed to get to Waterloo Station, God alone knows. One of these days we might actually stop doing roadworks and scaffolding. That's all I see in London. Scaffolders everywhere. Scaffold going up. We even have it here. I don't know what they're doing on it. We can't work it out at all. Apparently, speeding fines will go to trial if the defendant pleads innocent to doing the speed that's claimed. Oh, right. Oh, I just put down guilty. Yeah, I could be... To be honest with you, I couldn't be bothered. Imagine going through all of that kind of thing. It could be a dispute over the accuracy of cameras. Yes, it could be. Oh, of course, or if you weren't, and there's lots of get-out clauses, if you weren't driving your vehicle, or you haven't told the police. Do you remember, I tell you, there were 2 well-known people some years ago, not mother and father, it was husband and wife, very well-known people, and they got done for speeding, but they got away with it, because they said they couldn't remember who was driving the car. Well, you'd always remember who was driving the car, wouldn't you? I would have thought so. And, oh dear. Ronnie Wood is recovering well after fighting cancer for a 2nd time. Well, that is amazing. He secretly battled small cell cancer in the first lockdown, 3 years getting the all clear from lung cancer. His second wife, Jo, who remains close friends with Ronnie, said, I'm very proud of him. I think they caught it early. He has a history of cancer. 2nd cancer. That really is something. So well done to him. And there's a man here who dressed up as a T-Rex on the beach at Woolacombe in Devon. Wittering is a beach, isn't it? Now, who was I talking to the other day? He was talking about oh, right, John, who works for Paul Cooper, has gone to Wittering. And I said, oh, right. I don't know why he's gone to Wittering. I think it's his daughter's first birthday or something. I don't know. West Wittering is a place I've heard of, but I didn't know there was a place called Wittering. And so I'm presuming there must be an East Wittering as well. North Wittering? West Wittering. Here we go. Let's have a look. West Wittering. Oh, there's West Wittering Beach. Oh, blimey, that's quite nice, isn't it? It's in Sussex. Oh, no, is it Sussex? West Wittering East Head Beach. Nobody on it. It's got sand dunes. We used to love sand dunes. That's lovely, isn't it? The UK Beach Guide. West Wittering campsites. Oh, not sure about that. And then you can have holiday homes and short lets. Blimey, I've never seen a place so empty. They must have... And it's got blue skies. When did they film that? Looked quite nice, didn't it, really? Holiday lettings in West Wittering. They look very posh. So that's where people go. A day out with the kids to West Wittering Beach. Fantastic. If you're going to the beach today, because the kids are still on holiday, aren't they? The children are still on holiday for this half term. So busy at work, Steve. So I've been listening to your podcasts at night. But I'm off tomorrow, says little Julie, so a long weekend. Need to finish potting up my summer bedding plants. I've done all of mine, actually. It's all finished. You've just got to water it, because you don't want to forget, do you? Next week, pick up the hanging baskets. Do you remember years ago, Steve, there was a very lucrative second-hand car radio market? All those smashed car windows. Strange how trends change, says Helen. Yes, you'd go to a car boot sale, there'd be loads of these radio... You knew they were nicked. Why do we sing Abba Banana, says Simon. Let's all go down the Strand, Abba Banana. I don't know. Perhaps bananas were... Yes, we'll find it. We're going to find out after the news. So exciting, honestly. This programme is educational. Steve, I can't eat outside a restaurant because there's always somebody nearby smoking a cigarette, says Jemima. Yes, I'm the same. I've seen people sitting at bus stops smoking cigarettes, and that annoys me. Underneath a sign that says no smoking. No smoking.
At Honda, we've been listening out for inspiration and discovered something everyone wants in a car. Nothing. So, introducing the Honda HR-V Hybrid. The exterior is very nothingy, just beautiful, clean lines front to back. And you don't need a key or fob, so there's nothing to forget or lose. You can do everything with your phone. In the back, it's all about nothingness, with its legroom views and seats that can disappear, making way for even more nothingness. The HR-V Hybrid. Nothing to it, really. Where will listening take us next? Honda, the power of dreams.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Nicholas Lyndhurst apparently used to have a house on the beach in West Wittering, and somebody says you can't just go to West Wittering, you have to book a slot, and a parking slot. Can't just decide on the day, let's go to West Wittering. Oh, well, there you go. Listen, we've sorted the problem out about the let's all go down the Strand, have a banana, because it was the first winter after the end of the Second World War, and the children of Britain were about to receive a late Christmas present. On 30th of December 1945, a Fife ship, the Tilapa, arrived in Avonmouth from Kingston, Jamaica, loaded with 10 million bananas. Hundreds of children who had never seen a banana before, were there to greet it. As the ship docked, a crew member threw a yellow banana. It was caught by the 10-year-old daughter of a dock worker, the first banana to reach Britain since 1940. Many of them were green and unripe, which meant you had to store them for a week before they were distributed. The band leader, Harry Roy, had asked, when can I have a banana again? The arrival of the Tilapa was a symbol, that was the ship, unfortunately a premature one, of the end of the shortage and the return of the good time. They actually had to show children how to eat a banana, like an ice cream cone rather than corn on the cob. That's what they thought it was going to be eaten like. And so London Tin Pan Alley tossed out songs like, it was all free advertising, Yes, We Have No Bananas, and I've Never Seen a Straight Banana, and dance halls held banana nights. The word have a banana was inserted into the let's all go down the Strand, have a banana, and it was free advertising, because the only people who were distributing bananas here were Fifes. They were the only people. The bananas went on to divide East and West in the Cold War. It was rarely available behind the Iron Curtain. Nikita Khrushchev boasted that the Soviets could produce everything except bananas. And despite being frowned upon by today's low-carb diets, the banana is still one of the best-selling items in British supermarkets. And we still sing, let's all go down the Strand, have a banana. And then you had to say to the kid, it's a banana. And they go, what's a banana, mister? And you go, it's a banana. How do you eat it? They thought you ate it like a piece of sweet corn, as opposed to pulling the skin back and then popping it. But of course, you tend to forget that the bananas that arrive in this country, they arrive green. They have to ripen them before you can have them, because you can't eat a green banana. It's like eating a plantain or something like that. Unless it's been cooked, it tastes horrible. Steve, to park at West Wittering, you have to book parking in advance or have a resident permit. The lanes are too narrow to park in, says Robin Chertsey. Well, you've taught us something new, but on reflection, I seem to remember somebody telling me about this, or I read it on the news, that you can't just turn up at West Wittering. So do you have a parking space? No. Well, you're not going here, are you then? Shane says, I'm sorry I've been drinking. Mum told me. I'm hopeless. Steve, are they closing the Strand and putting scaffolding in place due to the Euro football? I think Trafalgar Square's a football zone on June the 18th. Oh, for the England v Scotland match, says Mary. Oh, no, really? Oh, they're going to put a big screen up in Trafalgar Square, are they? Oh, no. What time does that start? And how am I supposed to get to... So I've got to go all the way down there to try and get... Oh, it's in the afternoon. Oh, right. But I bet they actually close the Strand for all of it. Oh, dear, honestly. Why can't they just close it 10 minutes before the game starts? Or go and sit in Trafalgar Square and start staring at it. I mean, why don't you just stay at home and have a television? Who's it for? I mean, I just feel a bit cynical about the whole thing. I need to get home after having worked all night. And there's a few people, I've been literally slaving away here, the sweat of my brow, and then all of a sudden they go, oh, we're going to close it because we're putting a screen up in Trafalgar Square. Well, put it up somewhere else. I don't want to be inconvenienced. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I can't eat outside. Somebody else says they can't eat outside a restaurant because there's always somebody smoking a cigarette. And Jason says, I did my speed awareness on my phone. Cup of tea sitting on the sofa, and it's quite interesting. Costs the same as the fine, but without the points. Yes, you don't get the points, do you? You can sort of buy them. But I've already had a speed awareness course, but that was long time ago. Long time ago. And thought to myself, it was the most boring thing I'd ever done in my entire life. It didn't make any difference, actually. Well, I don't think it made any difference to me. There are hopes. Some Spanish and Greek islands, Malta and parts of the Caribbean, could be added to the green list of safe travel destinations. Yes, as opposed to Tristan da Cunha. I've never met anybody who's ever been there. Ever. Somebody else saying, Steve, would you ever have cosmetic surgery? No. And to be honest with you, I'm sure I would actually qualify for things like that. Steve says, Simon, thank you for that about the banana. You're a fountain of knowledge. We are absolutely a fountain of knowledge. Ooh, look at that. Stretchy. Ooh, look at that. Prince William had his injection the other day, and the papers were commenting on the fact that he's got biceps, which, of course, I mean, everybody was quite surprised about because he looks a bit drippy. He doesn't look as though he's got biceps and works out in a gym, does he? I mean, come on, play fair. And then they had somebody else. They were doing it on one of these come dine with me's. And gay blokes love it, absolutely love it. And one of them had muscles, and one of the other people there said, "Can I feel your muscles?" He said, "Yeah." And it goes like that. And I thought, but we've all got muscles, haven't we? Haven't we all got muscles? Yeah. And I don't even go to the gym. Lift and separate. You know, I mean, sometimes I feel I should really do some exercise. I used to have a producer years ago, part-time, and he would finish doing the programme all night. He'd worked all night, and then he would go for a 12-mile run. Run home. I couldn't run home. I couldn't run. I can't. I look silly running. If it's a toss-up between missing a bus and make yourself look silly, I'll miss the bus. If I'm going to miss the train, yesterday I had to get on the other train because they couldn't find a train driver for the normal train I get on. There was no train driver. I said, well, where are they? Oh, he's at home at the moment. He's enjoying the sunshine, putting his ombre solaire on. If you could drive any celebrity's car, whose would it be and what car is it? Says Ian in Somerset. It would probably be, I don't know many. Noddy. And he's not a celebrity. I'd probably drive Simon Cowell's because he's got a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and I quite fancy driving one of those. Just out of curiosity. You know, I'd mention that just in case, you know. Rod Liddle today talks about the lovely name Karen is dying out. Because if you type in on YouTube, Nasty Karen, you will get some horrible people up there. Horrible people. They call them Karens in America. We call them Karens here as well. And these are people who are racist, homophobic. They're just about everything. You know, really absolutely dreadful. Steve, there is a story about a boatload of bananas fermenting coming in from the West Indies that exploded with the gases coming off them in the heat. Well, I can well imagine. Because they are literally green. They're sort of like a bright green. And then you can buy something to ripen your bananas on at home, can't you? It's like a hook. Looks like a little sort of hangman's kind of thing. And you can hang your bananas on there and they will ripe quicker. But don't leave a banana ripening for ages, because eventually it just goes manky. And you don't want a manky banana. I can't understand why they're axing Holby City. Loads of people have been on it. Sheridan Smith, Romesh Ranganathan, Judy Comer, Charlotte Riley, Nicholas Holt. Who's Nicholas Holt? Do we know Nicholas? Yeah, we must do. Letitia Wright and Michael Fassbender. Those are all just some of the celebrities who've been on Holby, and they're going to axe it after 23 years. That means hundreds and hundreds of people who work on the programme will now not be getting their break. The BBC want to move the series away from the south of England and better reflect, represent and serve all parts of the country. Well, why not? It's Nicholas Holt. He's an English actor. His body of work includes supporting work in big budget mainstream, blah, blah, blah. So he's been in Warm Bodies, Mad Max, Jack the Giant Slayer and About a Boy. Do you know, I have a sneaking feeling I've interviewed him as well. You interview so many people, you can't remember half the time. I get really bad on things like that. They always ask me on the news, somebody dies, a celebrity, they always go, did you interview them, Stephen? I can't remember. Probably. There's a very good likelihood that I would. Here's the BBC executive. This is the BBC News creative director called Chris Cook's remarks made on social media as he looked back at presenting the Beebs London Olympic coverage. and he sneered and called the Olympics 2012 base a dump. Can't do that. Can't do that at all. That's not very nice. Chris Cook, this was. You've achieved immortality, Mr. Cook, now. All of a sudden. And baby... They've got loads of people here who have built sheds. There's one man who's got Chitty Chitty Bang Bang in his shed, but he's made it all himself. Yeah, I always fancied a shed. My nana, who lived in Ilford, she had a shed, and I remember going in there, and that's where I found all my uncle's disco equipment. My uncle Alan had all this disco equipment, and he said, you can have that. So we had it for our youth club. We had a valve amplifier, 2 speakers, and we went out and made our decks up. We got 2 Garrard SP25 decks, cut out the thing, and we had them in, so we were like DJs. It was all terribly sophisticated, because now DJs in this building, nobody puts a record on. Nobody goes and gets a record out of the library. It's all on the computer. Everything's on the computer now. Everything that I have is on the, not obviously what I do on the programme, but everything, like all the ad breaks and all the little things I have to read out, they're on the computer. Gone are the days of taking the record and going, just clean it up a little bit. And then you pop it on. Wrong speed. So it's a 33 1/3. And you put it on there. I used to love stuff like that. But you don't see records anymore. When we first moved into this building, there were records all over the desks because all the record companies sent them in, but we don't send them in anymore. It's sent over as an MP file or something ridiculous. I don't know what it is. MP3, thank you. Have to make me look stupid, don't you? You just have to remind me that I don't know these kind of things, which is probably to my advantage. Tomorrow, I can tell you, is National Fish and Chip Day. We have no idea why, but there's a man here. He's a speed eater, and he munches his way through 100. Take note of this: 100 fish fingers in 15 minutes. It's a pile and a half, I'm telling you. And it's a 4,300 calorie belly buster. That's not bad for 100 fish fingers, is it? Isn't it? 15 minutes left. For what? Oh, yeah. Oh, I could eat things like that.
Sometimes things that are your type on paper don't always turn out to be for you in real life. That's why T-Levels, which mix classroom and on-the-job learning, can help you decide what to do next while you're doing it. Designed with employers, they can help you get the jump into work, an apprenticeship, or university. With subjects covering software production and design, construction, and health and science, to name a few, search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody, 10 to 7. I'm still trying to get over the fact that this bloke can eat 100 fish fingers in under 15 minutes, but it turns out that he can do 146 chicken nuggets in 10 minutes. I mean, and he's thin. Why is it thin people can eat all this stuff? This is just grossly unfair. But it's a 4,300 calorie belly buster. He says you'd think it's mainly fish, but it's not actually. Fish fingers are not. It's mainly breadcrumbs and everything else. In fact, I've said to you before, it's cheaper to eat smoked salmon than it is to eat fish fingers. Because if you actually take away the coating on the fish finger and you put the fish together, smoked salmon's better value. But most people don't like smoked salmon. I like smoked salmon. Don't you like smoked salmon? Oh, admittedly, fish fingers are... I tell you, Young's fish fingers are nice in the chip shop batter. They're very nice. I like the story of the police officers. They got called out to bust an illegal lockdown bash. When they finally got in, there was loud music and up to 30 people at a house party. Turned out they were police having a house party. So they immediately turned off their body cam recordings. Bit naughty, isn't it? A little bit naughty. And this is, a source said, to find that a load of serving police officers are being COVIDiots is a major embarrassment, especially as they've been handing out these £10,000 fines. This was in Hove, in East Sussex, so just along from Brighton, came 2 days before COVID restrictions were eased and groups of 6 people were finally allowed to eat. The officers involved have not been suspended while the investigation continues. Imagine going... Sorry? What? Imagine going there, though, and discover you open the door and go, hello, Pete. Dawn, hello. What are you doing? Having a party. Well, you can't do that. Goodness sake, honestly. Dolly Parton says she wears her makeup to sleep in. You know why? She's worried in case a volcano erupts and she had to leave the house quickly. And so she looks good. And also a lady who was in Emmerdale. I was watching her in Emmerdale the other day, actually. Paula Tilbrook, who died. She was Betty Eggleton. And she left £66,000 in her will, which actually didn't seem like an awful lot to me. She died aged 89 in December 2019, but her death was not announced until July last year. She also got a son, Greg. She joined the soap in 94 and established Betty as a no-nonsense, sherry-loving northerner who was always first with the gossip. Her character dated Seth Armstrong, played by Stan Richards. He died in 2005. I mean, to be honest with you, actually, and the producers pointed out to me that a lot of soap stars don't actually get paid a huge amount of money. 66,000 she left. Not a lot, is it? Which is a bit of a shame. So here they are. These are the... I don't know why we've got National Fish and Chip Day. This I cannot work out. Who is this put out by? I don't know. And so they've got battered fish. Young's Chip Shop, 4 cod fillets. At Morrison's, it's £3. I mean, £3 for 4 is okay, isn't it? Chips. They've got frozen chips here, which I quite like. 90 pence at Tesco. I mean, you've got to go to all these different supermarkets to go and buy all this stuff. It's far too complicated. Breaded fish at Morrison's. You can buy 3 packs for £10. Pickled onions. See, I must be the only pickled onion person. I love pickled onions. Mushy peas. No, thank you. Definitely not. Bachelors. You can buy 5 tins for £2 at Iceland. Curry sauce. Oh, where does this come from? Morrison's do curry sauce. I didn't know. Fishing apparently continues to be the most dangerous peacetime occupation. Didn't we have a lot of trouble with trying to get fish out? And a lot of our fishing boats are laid up at the moment. We've had a few arguments with the French, I believe. And there's a 1 in 14 chance of being killed at work. And so the funds which are generated through National Fish and Chip Day allow the Fishermen's Mission to continue to provide welfare and emergency services to fishermen and their families. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I had no idea. So is it the Fishermen's Mission who have said it's National Fish and Chip Day and they make money? Oh, right. Oh, well, there you go. But I know an awful lot of the boats are laid up because we haven't sorted out the quotas, have we? Which is ridiculous. 84850, 100 fish fingers in 15 minutes, Steve. My son could beat that and still not put on weight. Well, this man's got the record. And somebody says, Steve, Trucker Phil, I used to load bananas at Liverpool docks. He says, we wore gloves and tucked our trousers into our socks. Why? There was a risk of tarantulas hiding in the load. Because sometimes you get people to buy bananas and they go, oh my God, there's a spider in there. That would frighten the life out of me. That would absolutely, that would just about do me in, I think. I'd be going, especially if it crawled out and you didn't see it crawling out and then all of a sudden you'd be watching television and this thing would appear. Oh, no. I have to check bananas very carefully. Sometimes you can buy them. You can buy organic bananas. Oh, there's a thing on the television looking at at Diana's wedding dress. She didn't design the dress. Oh, this is another one, actually. This is somebody else's. If you've not joined Kensington Palace, it comes under Historic Royal Palaces. And you can buy for the year. I promise you, it's the best value you'll ever get. And you can do these. You can go every day to Kensington Palace for the one fee. And you can go to the Tower of London. You go to the Banqueting House. There's Hampton Court. There's loads of Hampton Court. Seriously, it's like £60 for 2 people for a year. You get 10% discount in the restaurant, discount in the shop. Worth doing it. Worth doing it for anybody. Historic Royal Palaces. Find them online. Check out. They do a family ticket. And you probably get a free gift as well, which is very nice. Very nice. And if you love pickled onions, you must try pickled shallots. Yes, I've had pickled shallots, actually. Steve, a plate of mustard chicken and pasta with pickled onion for breakfast. I'm not sure about that. Fish fingers for breakfast is doable. I think that's quite nice. I might have to... I think that could be on the menu today, actually. No sausages. Which is very nice. Clarkson, Jeremy, he's had a bit of a rant at the Manchester City people. I've got no idea why. It's obviously something to do with football. And party hats. Everybody wearing party hats. GC. Vanessa Felt says she can now scale her garden fence. She's had a gastric bypass. Unbelievable. Scale the fence. I couldn't scale the fence if my life depended on it. And brown is the new green, as a parched lawn shows you're environmentally savvy. The Royal Horticultural Society is for the first time urging people not to sprinkle mains water on lawns to keep them green. Oh, You see, the trouble is, I like green lawns. I don't want a brown, parched-looking lawn. It's bad enough having plants that have died on you, thank you very much indeed, without even having to worry about anything else at all. And back in the pink. Pink is the new colour again. You know, men's shirts, pink. Pink. A lot of estate agents are wearing pink shirts nowadays. It's nothing to do with sexuality or it being a girly colour, because apparently it's not a girly colour. It's a colour that we can all wear. I myself have no pink shirts in the wardrobe at all, but I do have some podcasts. I have a little bit extra podcast today, and I have the whole show podcast. On today's Little Bit Extra, Robbie Williams' wife has shaved off all of his hair. I don't understand what all the fuss is about. It's still Robbie Williams, just with no hair. Ellen DeGeneres gets thrifty. She's bought a $2.6 million house. It's not very frugal, is it? Well, perhaps it is. And Nicola Adams poses with Bear Grylls as they film his latest survival show. Wouldn't get me on one of them. Morning, everybody. Oh, the rain today. The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain. Now, once again, where does it rain? On the plane, on the plane. So it goes on. Anyway, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, the 4th of June. We've made it through a very short week, isn't it? Only seems the other day it was Thursday. Wait a minute, it was Thursday the other day. Holidaymakers hit the beach, including the ice cream man, who drives 750 miles round trip to sell ice cream. Such is the profit in ice cream. There must be you load up your ice cream van, you drive down, I forget where he lives up north somewhere, and he drives all the way down to Swanage to sell ice cream from Newcastle. There must be huge profits in ice cream. You can imagine, can't you? I went to an Essex show one time. It was held in a field. It was very hot. And who had the biggest queues? The ice cream man in the middle of the field. He was the only ice cream man there. And I thought, he must have taken thousands. Thousands. It was really good. Anyway, nice to have your company. Till 7. And your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A billionaire has given £500,000 to the Tories. It's nice, isn't it? Just days after he's made a lord. Honestly, that payola stuff, it works really well, doesn't it? In other words, if you give some money, well, we'll give you a lordship, you know. I've often wondered how Beefy Botham got a lordship. It's not confirmed, but doesn't it seem odd? He's a billionaire. Days after he's made a lord, he gifts them £500,000. I mean, I'm that cynical to realise. And then Ian Botham is a lord. Excuse me. Bad news if you're in Portugal and you can't get home by Tuesday. You'll have to self-isolate. Oh, what a pity Jordan isn't still out there. That could have been lovely, couldn't it, really? And Biden's set to meet the Queen. Oh, the police investigate. Remember the £1 million castle burglary? I think it was Hever Castle. And they lost Anne Boleyn's beads that she took to her execution and loads of other bits and pieces. They found a stepladder, which they used to get into a window, and it's got paint on it. And if it's got paint on it, it's got DNA. And if it's got DNA on the ladder, they found it propped up against one of the windows. Not theirs. It was obviously brought by the thieves. What sort of people go around with a paint-splattered ladder? Think on that one. And so, as I say, they're very near coming to get you. There is a substantial reward, but it's the gold rosary beads. They're not worth anything. They're, all together, but they've got a pair of ladders used by the thieves to gain access to the castle's dining. It will have your DNA on it. They're coming to get you. We're going to put you in prison, which is going to be exciting. Those are those beads. She carried those, they say, to her execution. I think that's amazing. I love stuff like that. But they've shown you the step ladder. So they smashed a glass cabinet to grab the items. Arundel. Why do I think Hever? I don't know why. Arundel Castle. And significant monetary value, but they are unique artifacts. That's what they are. I mean, to have something like that, the rosary beads carried by Mary, she was led to her death. And now you know, if you've seen that peculiar programme on the television where she's magically become black and become gay, which nobody was too sure about that little bit with Jane Seymour. It's all very odd, actually, very odd. But so they've got that, and apparently the execution, the beheading, was a little bit gruesome, I'm told, for the television programme. I mean, perhaps they really did behead somebody, just to sort of add a touch of realism to it. But the interesting thing was that, people change things around now, and we just go, oh, well, that's okay, we don't really mind. You can sort of get on, do whatever you like, really. But in fact, it was Henry VIII who decided that she could be beheaded, as opposed to, as I told you yesterday, being burnt at the stake. Those were the two options. Well, I mean, given the choice, most people of her rank who were going to be burnt at the stake, their friends put dynamite in their pockets. And that means that when the flames started, I mean, to be honest with you, it's burning up your feet, the flesh is falling off there. You just want to die, but you're probably screaming in agony. So they actually put dynamite in people's pockets, little packets of dynamite, to literally kill them by blowing up. So you'd be standing there, we're at the front. Come to the front. Takes out 6 people in the front row, which is always very good, isn't it? Shane says, I loved Mr. Whippy as a kid in the 60s. Yeah, I saw a Mr. Whippy the other day. You don't see them very often. You don't really see them. And he used to have a little jingle, call him Mr. Whippy. And his ice cream tasted delicious. We used to get them on the RAF camp we were talking about Lincolnshire the other day. And I can remember it arriving there, and you could hear the little twinkly thing, and you could go and get a lolly or an ice cream and a 99 with a flake in it. It's been around for ages and ages. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. And it was sort of yellowish ice cream, which is what we told when we went to... Did we go to Cornwall? Yeah, my parents took me to Cornwall in one of our many caravanning holidays, which of course means that everybody hates you, because Cornwall is up and down hills. Well, we had a Hillman Minx, and we're towing a little Sprite caravan. You can imagine going up the hills. We crawled up, all the cars piled up behind us. Oh, it was dreadful. Mr. Whippy used to refer to soft serve ice cream in a cone, and it's now the business name of manufacturers and sellers of ice cream and frozen yogurt. I like frozen yogurt, actually. But in fact, Froyo. The company originated when the businessman Dominic Facchino visited the States and saw their Mr. Softy ice cream franchise. I love it. Frozen yogurt, soft serves and beverages. Founded 63 years ago, Mr. Whippy, by Dominic Facchino. But the fate, it merged with Wall's ice cream. It's not the same, is it really? You used to like Mr. Whippy. But there's a lot of money. If that bloke drives 750 miles just to sell ice creams in Swanage, there's got to be a huge profit. Huge profit in ice cream. I mean, far more than fish and chips. And gangs used to use... we had the ice cream wars in London for many, many years. And what it was, there was so much money in it, they would pull up outside the museums. South Kensington was the place to see the ice cream van wars. You'd get there in the morning. The police would then try and move them on. They'd just move a little bit up the road, carry on selling. So they were practically always on the move. There'd be one person in the driver's seat and the girl standing at the back serving the ice cream, because there was so much money in it. And then they started fighting among themselves. And the ice cream wars in London were quite dangerous, because they were all just pieces of filth. They were just making money out of the tourists. And they tested it down at... Where did they go to? They did it on the television. They did it outside Westminster Abbey. Again, tourist attractions. What do they want? They want an ice cream. And they had a Japanese couple who were actors, and they wanted to see how honest the ice cream persons were. This is years ago. This is like 30, 40 years ago. They wanted to see how honest they were. And so they would go up and point, because that was a good thing with ice cream vans. You didn't need to speak the language. You just pointed. Just need to point. Which was very, very good. And so they pointed and they handed over a £20 note for 2 ice creams, which I think in those days cost less than £1. And the man went, "Thank you." And he nicked the £20 note from them. He didn't give them any change at all. And so it was all done on hidden cameras. So we learnt then that you have to be very careful, whether you trust these sort of people. They do exactly the same with the people who flog those disgusting hot dogs on the streets. What you're buying is something from a filthy, disgusting person who's never washed their hands. Look at their hands and their fingers. Disgusting. They also drop the sausages on the ground. They'll pick them up. They'll put them back in the thing. And all it is, it's a metal box with a jet flame underneath it to keep heating it. And you're buying the smell of onions. And again, most of them crooks. And so Westminster Council used to come along and confiscate their trolleys, but they couldn't confiscate the food. So all they do is take their box of disgusting, filthy sausages, which are going to give you serious illness, and they just wait for another one to be delivered. And you know where they all are? They're up at the end of Tottenham Court Road. You go up to the Tottenham Court Road, turn left by Warren Street Station, go down to the bottom, and there's a place there with shutters. At night time, up come the shutters, and out come 100 of these hot dog wagons. And also the same people used to sell in the winter hot chestnuts and things like that. But again, have a look at the people selling them. Filthy, disgusting people. Never seen a bath in their entire life. 84850. It was Mary Queen of Scots, Rosemary Beads, not Anne Boleyn, at Arundel. It was the diary, wasn't it? Not the diary. They had her little Bible. So Mary Queen of Scots, was it? Have a quick check, and we shall bring it up to date. So Arundel Castle, Mary Queen of Scots. So that was the. But there's an undisclosed sum that's being offered. They think they're worth more than $1 million, but all the stuff that they nicked, So what are we watching on the television? It was that Anne Boleyn, who we were watching on, who's magically become black and gay. That's a separate one. Honestly, these queens, dear. These queens in the olden days. Also, I loved Mr. Whippy as a kid, which is very nice indeed. I don't think there was anything else. I don't think we had anything else. It was just Mr. Whippy. 84850. Wouldn't it be lovely, Steve, if doctors recommend we eat 5 portions of chocolate and cake a day, said Stella. Yeah, never likely to happen, is it? We used to buy, says Mark, from the Tony Bell ice cream van, a screwball or a witch's hat. I don't know what a witch's hat is. I know what a screwball is. And that was as far as I've got. Del Boy and a rare only full... There it is. Oh, right. That's interesting, isn't it? Ice lolly in the top of a Mr. Whippy. What a peculiar... I've never even heard of that. Never even heard of it, but it does look good. I do like an ice lolly. But there you go, witch's hats, £1.50, out of stock apparently. So it's a Greco cone topped with freshly made soft ice cream and a small strawberry flavour lolly. Bizarre thing to have, isn't it? Very bizarre thing, but that's why witch's hat. It looks lovely. Of course, it's National Fish and Chip Day today. It's the last time I shall mention it. Unless, of course, fish and chips turns up on the doorstep, in which case I shall be mentioning it all the time. You can eat fish and chips. Of course, it's a bit more difficult if you're doing a speech radio programme, because you don't get much of an opportunity, unless it's the advertisement breaks, to actually, eat that.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Absolutely lovely. My favourite, an oyster, says Bev. Yeah, did you not find, though, Bev, that the oyster, which was 2 shells of the stuff that they make the cornets out of, and then they put the ice cream in, and then they put the top bit on it, so it looks like an oyster. It's so difficult to eat because you bite into it and it all squirts out the back. Oh, it's awful. I mean, I like them, to be honest with you. I think that we should be able to do what they did originally. Take your bowl out there and they fill the bowl up with ice cream, especially if it's soft. We were on one of these cruise ships and they didn't have ice cream. It was frozen yogurt. That was delicious. Very delicious. They had that. The first time I had that was at the Barbican Health and Fitness Club. They had a frozen yogurt machine. It's very healthy, apparently. So, well, it depends how much you eat. But no, I absolutely loved it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, you remind me of a programme on television where they showed the hot dog sellers on Tower Bridge weeing in the hot dog stand as they were just filthy, disgusting people. I knew somebody who used to sell chestnuts in winter. Little Italian bloke, and he sold chestnuts in the winter, and they do a little bag of chestnuts for, I don't know, I mean, it's quite expensive now to buy things like that. Smells lovely, but of course in the hot dogs case, the hot dogs are bound to make you very seriously ill, but you're buying the smell of onions. Cooked onions smell delicious, and so that's why. But the actual hot dogs themselves and the people say, why you'd ever want anything from any of these people is totally beyond me, but I think you have to be fairly drunk to actually enjoy them. Shane says, you said it was Fish and Chip Day today. Yes, it is. I don't know whether it counts in Australia. National Fish and Chip Day, but that's only here, isn't it? So not for you, Shane. Simon in Brixham, which is in Devon, says, do they still sell ice cream wafers? Do they ever? Yeah. Iceland, you can go and get those. They do the cones and the wafers, and you'd buy a block of ice cream. You put one wafer, we used to lick all the way round. Did you ever do that? No, just me again. And that was absolutely lovely. So yes, they do sell ice cream wafers. That's made my mouth water, actually, just thinking about them. David Beckham, there's the one who loves the attention, doesn't he? I can't wait for it all to finish for the Beckhams because I'm so bored with every other day another excuse. Yesterday we had him with his shirt off, and obviously somebody else there taking a picture of him. Oh, Dave, can you get your shirt off? Yes, I can do that. And, look at that ice cream there. Vegan, low calorie. Do you know they were saying a thing about vegan today? These look lovely. They were saying that vegans are shorter as children than anybody else. Don't know why. See, I like these scoops here. They look delicious, don't they? They do, and they've got strawberry with bits in it, chocolate, and they've got all sorts of new low-calorie brands. Who wants a low-calorie brand? But last week's high temperatures boosted ice cream sales. But apparently Britons increasingly eat ice cream throughout the winter. Well, that's not strictly true. The Italians and every other place abroad eats throughout the year. They eat ice cream. They don't just wait for it to be summer. In Vienna, the ice cream shops open all year round. Here, we're a little bit lax. Whereas I think, if you like your ice cream, fill up your freezer. Go to Iceland, go and buy boxes and boxes of lollies and stuff like that, and just stick them in your freezer. And then you can have an ice cream. I used to keep them in my fridge, and I suddenly realised this is not the way forward at all. And I used to absolutely enjoy it. I'd sit in front of the television, and would happily munch away on a lolly, as you do. It was delicious. I used to like all that. I couldn't care I used to close my eyes and try and guess the colour I'd picked up. I was not much use at that. Steve, I was walking over Westminster Bridge on Monday, saw an ice cream van, thought I'd get one, then I saw it was £4. I didn't bother, says Dan. Well, I can believe it. The trouble is they do make a lot of money. That's why. This bloke drives, I say, 750 miles he drives to sell ice creams. You go, oh, poor soul. You go, no, he's minting it. If he doesn't make £1,000 a day, he's not trying. It's as simple as that. 1,000 a day would be easy for an ice cream man to make. Definitely. Britain's longest-serving railway worker has retired. Goodbye. And some woman tries to board an aircraft at Heathrow Airport. She's carrying, I think, about £5 million. She's a money launderer. Where does she get money like that from? One has to ask the question. Newborn lambs are being dumped in gardens now. Newborn lambs. There's pictures of them being dumped in. I mean, how marvellous. For your Sunday lunch, and somebody's already delivered the food to the garden. So you leave it out there until till it's eaten, a bit of your grass, and then you sort of dispatch it, and you have lamb for Sunday lunch. It's an odd one, isn't it? Lambs taken from others and dumped in gardens. They've got the umbilical cord still attached. There's one here in Sunderland. Some woman woke up to find a little lamb shivering in the front garden. Yeah, a friend of mine used to have a farm. One of my producers, Dave, and his parents owned a farm very near Chartwell, and when the mothers used to abandon their lambs, nowadays what they do is they rub the mother's scent all over the lamb, so the mother will then adopt it and think it's one of hers. It's quite a clever trick, actually. They're not bright lambs, they're really not. Bah, ram you. Remember that from Babe, the talking sheep. I thought they were brilliant. But they used to, before they used to do that, if one of the little lambs got abandoned, they would sort of put it in a metal tray underneath the Aga to keep warm. So, I said, were you ever tempted to put a sprig of mint next to it? He said, no, not really. Steve, my mum was Italian, and in the 60s we'd go to the DeMarco family ice cream restaurant in Hastings and fill up a tub from their ice cream machine to put in our freezer. Oh, how lovely. Yes. Somebody said that's a very broad statement you made about hot dog sellers. They're illegal. Silly little person, honestly. It's illegal, okay? And you want to see them. You should look at them. Filthy, disgusting people. Filthy fingernails. I've seen all the programmes on them. I love it. You should hold your tongue, mate. I take that as a direct threat, actually. But seeing as you're a bit not in the real world, we're going to ignore you. But instead, we just put you out of your misery, which is so much easier. Steve, I know you sometimes get driven. 5 days a week I get driven. But you also drive that car. Do you prefer being chauffeured, or do you like being in the hot seat and drive yourself, says Kevin? I'm not bothered either way. I like driving and I like being driven. Really doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm just as happy driving as I am. But if I'm being driven, I like to close my eyes. I've tried that when I'm driving. It doesn't work the same way. You get a little bit panicky. So the answer is it doesn't make any difference. Steve. Not long ago, there was a documentary on the old box about dodgy people in the West End and the city. The police stopped the hot dog man, found he had no licence, confiscated all the goods and binned them. He waited for the police to go round the corner, got it all out the bin. Yes, I saw it. It was in the city. Filthy, dirty people. Disgusting. But, if you seriously choose to buy any one of these, they just don't look hygienic. Not good. Our 99s here were more like 69, Steve. Very stingy. And double nougat, says Kim. I vaguely remember that, but I can't remember what it is. But I did used to like an oyster, but trying to eat the blooming thing, you've got ice cream over your hand, because if it's a hot day, which it generally is when you have an ice cream, it does drip all over the place. I bought one in Marks & Spencer's the other day, £1.50 for a very small strawberry cone. But of course, what do they put in the bottom of it? They put chocolate, which goes all over your hand. Well, it was solid, but of course with the heat yesterday, it goes all soft and squidgy. So, but I did enjoy the ice cream. It was very nice, actually. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. I've lost it. I'll find it for you. It's 0419. There you go. Should hold your tongue, mate. Do you know you're not allowed to call people mate anymore? Because A, I'm not your mate, and B, it's offensive. So it's another one of these banned words coming in. Not allowed to call somebody mate. I don't call people mate, actually. Popsicles, popsikins, pop it, and that's it. But never mate. Never called. Your father calls you mate. You sure he's your father? Have you checked? Get a DNA. You can find out immediately. You know, you might find that you were really born to another family further up the road. It could be a bigger house. You know, go for a bigger house. Make sure they've got a bigger garden and they've got a double fridge freezer. I've always wanted a fridge freezer that you open, like double doors, like the big American things. I've always wanted one of those with the bottom bit, the freezer bit, and it does iced water with either ice cubes or crushed ice, which sound. I mean, I could do that now. Actually, I've got cold water today. Oh God, it is cold. There you go. Calling girls sweetie or boys mate in primary school perpetuates gender stereotypes, so they're going to address it. The government is going to challenge it. So, I mean, also, what age are primary schools? I don't know what age they are. Under 11. And they call people mate. Dreadfully common children. How bizarre. And sweetie. No, what they're asking for. Have you got any sweeties? Yes, mate, I got sweeties. It's lovely, isn't it? Evidence shows that gender stereotyping is everywhere, according to Felicia Willow, Chief Executive of the Fawcett Society, which campaigns for gender equality. God, we're not even allowed to do anything very shortly. I mean, I was going up behind one of the producers the other day. I was about to goose him, and I thought, no, you can't do that, Stephen. That's not nice. You might complain. On the other end, no, my producers, they probably wouldn't. But I mean, it's odd, isn't it? The things that you can say and you can't say, and the old television programmes that you'd watch them. When you watch them now, they've sort of edited them lest they offend anybody. Oh dear, we're such a nation of little snowflakes, aren't we? Oh, I was offended. Somebody called me mate. Oh, isn't that awful? You know, it is sadly pathetic, I'm afraid. I despair of the things that you can do. You call me sweet. I couldn't care less what anybody calls me. Just call me. And, you know, it doesn't bother me. I couldn't imagine anybody ever getting offended unless you're really, really thick and stupid, you know, and you worry about stuff like that. But I was amusing myself this morning. Oh, no, I can't tell you that story. Anyway, so I was watching YouTube and I just put in nasty Karens, and they've got all these old bats in America. There's one woman. She's obviously one of these. She's wearing her leggings and she got a headband on and all the rest of it. She obviously goes running and stuff like that. And what does she object to? Kids skateboarding in a public square in America. So she stands in front of them with her arms out like that. So, of course, the skateboarders just go round her and all the rest of it. And she's running around. She's quite clearly, you know, completely off her trolley. And she tries to stop them and she's shouting obscenities at them and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, why don't you just mind your own business? There was another woman pretended she was a police officer stopping kids of about 13 in a children's playground on the swings. Get off or I'll have you arrested. Get off that. And I wanted to say to her, why don't you mind your old business, you old bag? You know, but the kids didn't say anything. But then she I think went to push one of them and the kid said, don't touch me again. Don't touch me again. Then there was my favourite was the white woman stopping a black guy going into his block of flats. She goes, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. What's your address? And he goes, I'm not telling you. And she thought that he'd walked in off the street and he was going to rob them. And he said, look, I've got a key. And she goes, well, I don't feel comfortable you being in here. And she goes, where she follows him in the lift and everything until eventually he gets to his front door of his flat and he opens the door and he goes, do not do that ever again. He said, it makes you look really stupid. So he then goes on television. He said, I'm not out, for revenge or anything else like that. He said, but, it's a case of she was in the wrong. She knew she was in the wrong. Oh, the Oprah Winfrey in the shop thing. Yeah, she in Italy, she goes into a shop to try and buy a bag. And because there was a little entourage of them, the shop assistant thought they were obviously on the rob and wasn't prepared to go into the window to get a bag out. It's a good story. You can't afford it. Yet it's not for you. It's not for you. Wait till they're released in America. And so, but some of the things, there was also another woman worked for a hotel, and there's a black woman who's a lawyer, as it turns out, with her 2 kids swimming in the pool because she's staying there. She's got a case in town. And this white woman calls the police on her. What are you doing swimming in this pool? Because I'm staying here. Can you prove that? I don't have to prove anything to you. Anyway, it turned out this woman had a history of throwing black people out, and so she was fired. And then there was the Hilton Group in America. They call it DoubleTree or something. It's owned by the Hilton. And there's a black guy on the phone to his mother in the foyer, and 2 security men come up and go, I'd like you to leave. And he goes, what for? They go, you're not supposed to be here. And they obviously thought he just walked in and he might have been going on the rob. And so he goes, I'm talking on the phone. I'm staying here. Well, you have to leave the premises. People have complained about you. So he literally, and there's other people going, he's staying here. What are you on about? The racism in America, I mean, it's absolutely appalling. Anyway, Hilton Group then had to issue a statement saying they fired the 2 employees. I mean, it really is. But it's the woman in the block of flats. I'm sorry, what are you doing here? I live here. What's it got to do with you? Nosy old baggage. Mind your own business.
I'm Elizabeth Day, host of the podcast How to Fail, where I explore what failures my guests overcame and what that taught them about how to succeed. And when you need that extra bit of motivation, have you tried Peloton? It's a fitness experience for your body and mind. From cycling and running to strength Pilates, meditation and boot camps, there is something for everyone. I can personally speak to that with my own Peloton membership. I always look forward to the various workouts, and best of all, you can fit them into your own schedule. That should give you more time to catch the bonus Peloton episode with Joe Elvin on my podcast, How to Fail with Elizabeth Day. Listen now on Global Player.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Welcome to Friday, which is very exciting, isn't it? We like Friday. It's National Fish and Chip Day. I'm still waiting for it to turn up. I don't know why. I've got this feeling. You have a feeling and you sort of think, oh, I bet it's going to turn up. Steve, are you allowed to call people babe? If they're a pig, yes. If they look like a pig, you can call them babe. That was such a good film, actually. I watched it the other day. It was back on again. And then sort of Babe then has to go and talk to the sheep who are a bit stupid. They always portray sheep as a bit stupid. They're not the brightest. And he says, I have to have the code. What is the code for the sheep? And they and ah about it because they're trying to get the sheep into the pen in the big industrial agricultural show thing. But unless Babe has got the code, the sheep won't do anything. They just stand there, and he goes, I want it. And they go, okay. Ram you, to your fleece be true, blah, blah. And he goes back and he does it. He says, okay, ladies, here we go. Ram you. And they immediately say, okay, what would you like us to do? And he goes, could you just walk in an orderly line into the pen? And then he shuts the gate and the crowd goes mad. It's fantastic. Such a good film. You've never seen it? Oh, Babe, such a good film. There's 2 of them. The second one was a bit weird, but the first one was lovely. Absolutely lovely. The housewife in it was fantastic. She was a real good character actress. Lovely. I think it was made in Australia. They apparently have a few sheep over there, I think. But no, it was lovely, lovely film. Steve, men and women up here used to call each other hen. Hen. Now it's pal. I tend to say love or lass. No harm, no malice intended, purely terms of endearment. Who are these folks who get easily offended, says Kim. I don't know. I've heard of the term hen. We don't use that down south. We just go, oi, you've pulled. And that generally works out, mate. And that generally works. But no, hen, that's obviously that sort of northern expression. Everybody's got different names, haven't they, for people? I'm hopeless at remembering people's names, so I just go, all right, take it on from there. Yeah, you all right, mate, fella? I don't use mate very much. I don't think so. I don't think I do. If I do, I'm doing it, without any malice. So. What else we got? Piers Morgan says ITV have been in touch for the GMB return because their audience figures have dropped. They've dropped. I can't think of any logical reason why they've dropped, because they don't seem to be doing anything different. It's just that Piers isn't there, and he was the one who left. They didn't fire him. He left. He was the one who walked. So, he could go back. He could go back. Today's episode, Tuesdays, was presented by Ranveer Singh and Adil Ray, pulled in 450,000 viewers, a colossal fall from the 1.65 million who tuned in to watch Piers and Susanna Reid and Meghan Markle's bombshell interview. So 450,000. You see, I thought he was okay. She's okay. It's just that obviously people turn on the television and they go, I'm sorry, we want Piers and Susanna, because it kind of worked. It's like when you turn on the television and you get Pip Schofield and you get Holly Willoughby, all's well with the world. Then you get Alison Hammond and you get, what's-his-face, Dermot O'Dreary, and you think to yourself, it's not the same. It's not just a simple fact of putting two people on the television. I promise you. If it was that simple, they'd have a never-ending supply of presenters. But to find the right combination of presenters to do a double-headed programme is the God's own nightmare for you. It's very difficult because you've got to find two people who work well together and who look as though they... I've had one, years ago. We ended up giving it up after 2 weeks. So she did one bit of the programme, I did another bit of the programme, and that was the best way to do it. Because otherwise, if you've got two people, they fight. Even though, as I said the other day, we know that Pip Schofield is the host of that programme and Holly's his very excellent sidekick. Probably to both of them, they're both equally on the same level. They both earn the same money. So it would be on the same level. But you've always got to have somebody who leads a programme. But they seem to work very well. He seems to be able to step back. But some people can't. And you do see it. In fact, the other day, Nick Ferrari was on the programme and he actually thought that Dermot O'Dreary had gone to sleep. He said, because he hasn't said anything. It's the quietest he's been. So, of course, you could hear Alison Hammond laughing because, she thinks it's her programme. But he was never any good. He was never any good. When you watched him on The X Factor, he couldn't stand still. He hops from one foot to the other. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. So he folds his arms on very bad body language and posture. Whereas she's not good at what she does. She's a perfectly pleasant person, but she ain't no presenter. And it's a bit of a shame. It's like, better at reporting. But she got stuck in a caravan door once, didn't she? She couldn't get through the caravan door. She got through it. She said, I'm stuck. Because she's big. She's quite big, yeah. And television makes you look even bigger. Television adds at least £10. At least £10. But then on Loose Women, who did they have on the other day? Marty Pellow. He's aged. He's there. And then you tend to forget all these people age on the television. Marty Pellow, who was singing, and the woman who does it, who looks like an off-duty dominatrix. And that's, what's her name? Oh, okay, the Scottish one. The Scottish one. No, it's not Kay Burley, is it? Kay Adams. She does look as though she could wear thigh-length boots and stand on the corner with a whip. I don't know why. Don't even ask me where that was going. But I was watching her the other day, and she said that when she was listening to Marty Pellow, singing in the studio, she teared up a bit. I thought, oh God, grow up. She's way out of her depth on that programme. She thinks she's quite elevated, but it needs to be light-end. It needs to be more the Gloria Hunniford and Jane things. And she has done other things. Yeah, Kay Adams. Oh, yeah, she has. Yeah, she not things you'd remember, but she has done other things. Babe makes you smile when you watch it, says Jane. Oh, right. Barbara from Clown in Derbyshire says, here we say, Aop Duck. Aop Duck. I think that's quite a good idea. Update on the Stockwell bus garage. No, you have to download the programme from yesterday. I'm not going to start filling in people who don't listen to this programme on a regular basis. Sorry? He went after the show, yes. But I'm not going to fill you in on it. You have to go back and listen to the podcast. It's as simple as that. I'm not here at your beck and call to start filling in because you can't be bothered to turn up one day. I'm sorry, this is a programme for regular people. Regular people. I was talking the other day about that new book by Nathan Morley on David Tomlinson, the double-page spread in the Express, and I said it's a fantastic book. David Tomlinson, who was the father in Let's Go Fly a Kite, father died laughing. He's left a vacancy for a new partner. And then they did you see Mary Poppins? Your favourite film? I love it. I love the bit at the beginning. I want that picture that they did at Disney of London with all the lights twinkling, and then it goes up to the cloud, and there she is sitting on this thing. I've seen the other shots of what it is. It's blue screen, and she's sitting there, and then it's just such a good film. The music and everything else, and then at the end, the kids go, "You won't leave us, Mary Poppins, will you?" And she goes, "Spitspot, your father's calling." And it was at that moment that the father says, "I've repaired your kite," and they go down the stairs. They immediately forget about Mary Poppins. She can go whistle, and so then they go out, and he's been fired from the bank because why did he? Oh, that's right, because they invested tuppence in the bank, but Michael wanted his money back. And so a run was on the bank. He went, "Give me back my money." And then all the people in the bank were going, they've got they won't give him his money back. I want my money back. So they immediately shut the bank and all the rest of it. Anyway, so Mr. Banks does get a job as a partner at the bank again, and they all go fly a kite. And Mary Poppins stands there on the doorstep with the talking umbrella. She's got a talking umbrella. And then she holds the umbrella up, and then she flies away. Oh, let's go fly a kite up to the highest high. It's a really nice film. Cherry Tree Avenue they lived. Cherry Tree Avenue. You saw a bit. You found it annoying. You don't get out much, do you, really? Do you prefer those sort of macabre films where people, are beheaded and stuff like that? You like those sort of, the Anne Boleyn things, yes. There's a limit to how many beheadings you can do on one person, isn't there, really, I've discovered. But no, I like all the films like that. But you don't. Do you have DVDs at home? No. I've got. Oh, you do streaming. Oh, is that because you've got a cold or something? Or is it nothing like being topical on this program? No, I've got thousands of DVDs. I see something and I go, I've got to have it. And if it's a good weepy type film, I love a weepy type film. I like the British black and white movies. I like the kitchen sink dramas. I like all the sort of films which had all the old British actors in who were terribly posh. But they talk like that, ducks, don't they? And it was just wonderful. Really good stuff. You get them all online. I know, I can't. I don't know how to do things like that. I'm totally useless. Totally useless. Those people who've had cosmetic surgery and will live to regret it. Silly old Jordan, getting married. By the time she gets to the end of the church or the altar or wherever it is they're having it done for OK Magazine, she'll be totally unrecognisable. He'll walk straight past her. It'll be hilarious. They'll of course have him caked in makeup. Woo! And he'll look a bit of a babe. He'll look more of a babe than she does. She just looks sad and ancient at the moment. 43 and a failure. Never had a day's job. All she's ever done is just got her boobs out. That was it. She can't write anything. She can't spell. She can't clean up a house. What can she do? She gets married to poor, sad men who don't have anything else, And this one's it. We've heard it every single time. Every single time since the very first one she married, she's gone, this is the one I'm going to spend the rest of my life. She's bored within 5 seconds, which is probably the way they are with her, I should imagine. Steve, isn't Nick Abbott and Carol McGiffin working well doing podcasts, says Roger? Oh, let me tell you the truth about the Nick Abbott and Carol McGiffin. They're not there when they do it. They're both separate countries. He does his bit, she does her bit somewhere else, and they link it up together again. Yeah, they hate each other. They don't like each other at all. That'll get him going for this weekend. Steve. I really enjoy making my own frozen yogurt. I like frozen yogurt. Takes 1 hour in the ice cream machine. First time I had frozen yogurt was in Westfield, Shepherd's Bush. Right. I didn't know you could do frozen yogurt in an ice cream. Is that a proper ice cream machine, or have you got the cheap version where you freeze the bowl in the freezer and then put it in? Or have you got a proper gelato machine which has got the freezer unit built into it? And also, how much ice cream can you eat? If you're actually going to do ice cream for a pudding or a dessert for when people come round for dinner, you just go to Iceland and buy a block of ice cream or something like that and then do it. There's no point in making it, is there? Neapolitan's my favourite. I love Neapolitan. That's vanilla, strawberry and chocolate. And you just slice it and put a wafer either side. Or failing that, you get one of those scoops and you get some cornets and you get the little 99 flakes from Iceland. They do a whole box of 24 for about £1.50 or something. And stick it. Oh, I tell you, it's like having your own ice cream shop, which is lovely. Steve, you might like the Mary Poppins books, says Angela. Yeah, I've got them. Because each one was separate. Mary Poppins in the kitchen, Mary Poppins goes to the zoo, Mary Poppins goes to the park. The film, they amalgamated them all together. She was quite evil in the books. Not the nice, sweet little person you see, you know, doing all wonderful things. Oh, no, in the book she was a nanny with attitude. Oh, my goodness me, was she ever.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve Oliver would give Mary Poppins a run for its money. You think? You think so? Papa, that's how it goes. Probably. I quite like Nancy. That was one of the boys in the and nobody twigged. Nobody twigged to the fact that Fagin was one sort of slightly left of centre people. You know, oh, come here, my dear Oliver. You know, and they used to teach all the boys to pinch handkerchiefs. I'm led to believe, actually, that that's based on truth. There were gangs of kids going around in those days, and they would pinch handkerchiefs, and they would pinch pocket watches, and they would pinch all sorts of things. But it wasn't much of a life, was it? Sausages was about all they ate. Never saw them buying them. They just ate sausages. But I did enjoy the film. Because it had a fantastic ending, which is, who will buy this wonderful morning, such a sky you never did see. And of course, the disappointing thing was that Mark Lester never sang a note. He couldn't sing. And so it was the musical director's daughter who sang for Oliver. And who else couldn't sing? Oh, the captain in The Sound of Music. He couldn't sing a note either. So somebody dubbed for him too. All these people that couldn't sing. My Fair Lady, Marnie Nixon again, she was used for a lot of people's voices when they discovered that the actual artist couldn't sing a note. And so poor old Mark Lester, who not only couldn't sing, he couldn't dance either. So they've had to sort of film him from different angles. So it looks as though he's dancing, but he wasn't a very good dancer at all. That was like Dev Patel, who was in Slumdog Millionaire. He told me, he said, I can't dance. He said, but he had to do this big Indian dance number at the end on the station. And he said it was just shot very carefully to make it look as though I was dancing, which is good. I got a letter, actually, from P.L. Travers's son ages ago, because I was talking about P.L. Travers, who is buried in Twickenham. How about that? There you go. There's a link to everything on this programme. Steve, my friend told me recently the guy from Wings was in the Beatles. Can you believe it? The guy from Wings was in the Beatles. Wings. Oh, you mean Paul McCartney? Oh, right, yes. Good God, you've only just realised that. Blimey. Shane says, I'm a DVD collector. The landlord comes over every year for the inspection of my flat. He keeps saying a bit of clutter in the spare room, but they're all in boxes. I collect DVDs as well. I really do collect DVDs. I've got loads and loads of them. Loads and loads. But I love them, actually. I do love my... And a friend of mine, she buys DVDs. Then after she's watched them a few times, she gives them to the charity shops. And I think, God, no, if I spent £12 on a DVD, I'm blooming well keeping it. It's as simple as that. I started watching Yes, Prime Minister all over again, mainly because the scripts were so good. So I've started watching those again in bed, and I fall asleep to them, and they're still going on. Gemma Collins, the delusional one. Oh, she lost 3 stone. Did she tell you? She's told everybody. She wants to be our entry for Eurovision. Well, it seems to suit people who are failures, so absolutely ideal. Raheem Sterling is the most racially abused footballer in England, and a homeowner who's been accused of waging a reign of terror over people parking in a cul-de-sac. And this particular person has scratched cars, he's poured paint thinner over them, he's done everything. It's a nasty little piece of work. We'll tell you all about that a little bit later on. Happy birthday to Angelina Jolie. Do you know she's got an award from this country for services to humanity, or whatever it is? God knows why. Plus the definitive guide to traffic light travel. You can't go to Portugal. And if you can't get back before Tuesday, you're in big trouble, because you'll have to isolate. And I wonder how many people would. If you don't, big fines for you. So they've now decided that Portugal only just opened up. They've now closed it down again. It just really is ludicrous, isn't it? And a veteran from D-Day has been grounded. his mobility scooter that he bought from Argos has broken down, and they won't help him out. I think it's something to do with the battery. And so he's I bet you anything, after this has now appeared in the papers and we've done it, he'll be having a new mobility scooter delivered almost as fast as Argos can pull their finger out. Definitely. A Marilyn Monroe lookalike has moved into her old home. She had many. And now thinks her ghost is haunting it. No, it's not. Okay, no such thing as ghosts. Okay, let's leave that one to one side, shall we? So much easier. An iconic bikini. Here's your chance to buy a piece of memorabilia. If I say to you iconic bikini, what would you think? Whose bikini would you think it would be? It's an iconic bikini. No idea. Okay, well, it could be Raquel Welch, who was wearing a fur-lined bikini. It could be somebody who walked out of the sea in one of the James Bond films. No, or it could be Barbara Windsor's. Barbara Windsor in Carry On Camping, and her bikini's there, and they're doing exercise with 1, 2, come on, Barbara, push that chest out, and then the bikini goes ping. But of course, you do remember that Carry On Camping was filmed in the middle of winter. Have it, but in fact, Barbara didn't really have any Carry On memorabilia. You could go in her house, and you wouldn't know it was Barbara and Scott's house. You really wouldn't. There wasn't, loads of Carry On posters on the wall, whereas I've got loads of theatrical posters from on the wall. Yes, I'm supposed to wear in the bath, which has got the freezer unit built into it. And also, how much ice cream can you eat? If you're actually going to do ice cream for a pudding or a dessert for when people come round for dinner, you just go to Iceland and buy a block of ice cream or something like that and then do it. There's no point in making it, is there? Neapolitan's my favourite. I love Neapolitan. That's vanilla, strawberry and chocolate. And you just slice it and put a wafer either side. Or failing that, you get one of those scoops and you get some cornets and you get the little 99 flakes from Iceland. They do a whole box of 24 for about £1.50 or something. And you stick it. Oh, I tell you, it's like having your own ice cream shop, which is lovely. Steve, you might like the Mary Poppins books, says Angela. Yeah, I've got them. Because each one was separate. Mary Poppins in the kitchen, Mary Poppins goes to the zoo, Mary Poppins goes to the park. The film, they amalgamated them all together. She was quite evil in the books. Not the nice, sweet little person you see, doing all wonderful. Oh, no. In the book, she was a nanny with attitude. Oh, my goodness me, was she ever.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve Oliver would give Mary Poppins a run for its money. You think? You think so? Papa, that's how it goes. Probably. I quite like Nancy. That was one of the boys in the and nobody twigged. Nobody twigged to the fact that Fagin was one sort of slightly left of centre people. Oh, come here, my dear Oliver. And they used to teach all the boys to pinch handkerchiefs. I'm led to believe, actually, that that's based on truth. There were gangs of kids going around in those days, and they would pinch handkerchiefs, and they would pinch pocket watches, and they would pinch all sorts of things. But it wasn't much of a life, was it? Sausages was about all they ate. Never saw them buying them. They just ate sausages. But I did enjoy the film. Because it had a fantastic ending, which is, who will buy this wonderful morning, such a sky you never did see. And of course, the disappointing thing was that Mark Lester never sang a note. He couldn't sing. And so it was the musical director's daughter who sang for Oliver. And who else couldn't sing? Oh, the captain in The Sound of Music. He couldn't sing a note either. So somebody dubbed for him too. All these people that couldn't sing. My Fair Lady, Marnie Nixon again, she was used for a lot of people's voices when they discovered that the actual artist couldn't sing a note. And so poor old Mark Lester, who not only couldn't sing, he couldn't dance either. So they've had to sort of film him from different angles. So it looks as though he's dancing, but he wasn't a very good dancer at all. That was like Dev Patel, who was in Slumdog Millionaire. He told me, he said, I can't dance. He said, but he had to do this big Indian dance number at the end on the station. And he said it was just shot very carefully to make it look as though I was dancing, which is good. I got a letter, actually, from P.L. Travers' son ages ago, because I was talking about P.L. Travers, who is buried in Twickenham. How about that? There you go. There's a link to everything on this programme. Steve, my friend told me recently the guy from Wings was in the Beatles. Can you believe it? The guy from Wings was in the Beatles. Wings. Oh, you mean Paul McCartney? Oh, right, yes. Good God, you've only just realised that. Blimey. Shane says, I'm a DVD collector. The landlord comes over every year for the inspection of my flat. He keeps saying a bit of clutter in the spare room, but they're all in boxes. I collect DVDs as well. I really do collect DVDs. I've got loads and loads of them. Loads and loads. But I love them, actually. I do love my... And a friend of mine, she buys DVDs. Then after she's watched them a few times, she gives them to the charity shops. And I think, God, no, if I spent £12 on a DVD, I'm blooming well keeping it. It's as simple as that. I've started watching Yes, Prime Minister all over again, mainly because the scripts were so good. So I've started watching those again in bed, and I fall asleep to them, and they're still going on. Gemma Collins, the delusional one. Oh, she lost 3 stone. Did she tell you? She's told everybody. She wants to be our entry for Eurovision. Well, it seems to suit people who are failures, so absolutely ideal. Raheem Sterling is the most racially abused footballer in England, and a homeowner who's been accused of waging a reign of terror over people parking in a cul-de-sac. And this particular person has scratched cars, he's poured paint thinner over them, he's done everything. It's a nasty little piece of work. We'll tell you all about that a little bit later on. Happy birthday to Angelina Jolie. Do you know she's got an award from this country for services to humanity, or whatever it is? God knows why. Plus the definitive guide to traffic light travel. You can't go to Portugal. And if you can't get back before Tuesday, you're in big trouble, because you'll have to isolate. And I wonder how many people would. If you don't, big fines for you. So they've now decided that Portugal only just opened up. They've now closed it down again. It just really is ludicrous, isn't it? And a veteran from D-Day has been grounded. His mobility scooter that he bought from Argos has broken down, and they won't help him out. I think it's something to do with the battery. And so he's ground. I bet you anything, after this has now appeared in the papers and we've done it, he'll be having a new mobility scooter delivered almost as fast as Argos can pull their finger out. Definitely. A Marilyn Monroe lookalike has moved into her old home. She had many, and now thinks her ghost is haunting it. No, it's not. Okay, no such thing as ghosts. Okay, let's leave that one to one side, shall we? So much easier. An iconic bikini. Here's your chance to buy a piece of memorabilia. If I say to you iconic bikini, what would you think? Whose bikini would you think it would be? It's an iconic bikini. No idea. Okay, well, it could be Raquel Welch, who was wearing a fur-lined bikini. It could be somebody who walked out of the sea in one of the James Bond films. No, or it could be Barbara Windsor's. Barbara Windsor in Carry On Camping, and her bikini's there, and they're doing exercise with 1, 2, come on, Barbara, push that chest out, and then the bikini goes ping. But of course, you do remember that Carry On Camping was filmed in the middle of winter, and to make it look as though it was summer, they sprayed the ground green. That's why when you look at them doing that, all the trees have got no leaves on. There's a reason. It's winter. And Barbara Windsor's bikini is coming up for auction. There you go. They reckon it'll fetch £1,200. I think it'll fetch more. I don't know where it's come from. I'll try and find out. I mean, I thought immediately Scott, Barbara's husband, would have it. But in fact, Barbara didn't really have any carry-on memorabilia. You could go in her house and you wouldn't know it was Barbara and Scott's house. You really wouldn't. There wasn't, loads of carry-on posters on the wall, whereas I've got loads of theatrical posters from on the wall. Yes, I'm supposed to wear in the bath. No, I've got everything. I've got first edition posters from Cats, Les Miserables, Phantom of the Opera. I've got Les Miserables Chinese poster, which is huge, about 7 foot long by about 4 foot, 5 foot deep. My whole place is just full of old theatrical posters, all framed. I've had them all framed and everything else. But, I mean, there is no room left at all for little old me, which is a bit of a shame. But no, so it's Barbara's bikini that's coming up, which is lovely, which is very good. Will Guyett, I'm assuming this is now, actually. What's the date today? Is it the 4th today? Oh, it must be. 5th is tomorrow. And he says, good morning, Steve. Early start today in the shed, listening as the sun rises. It's nice when you can see that, isn't it? I looked at a couple the other day. They were rebuilding you looked out the window. It's lovely, isn't it? We're so lucky, aren't we, to be sort of looking out the window. I, of course, can't see diddly squat, but it doesn't matter. I'm not a complaining sort of person. But so Will Guyot's up at the moment, which is good. Everybody up early. Dawn Neeson gets up. She'd have been up for ages at the moment. She gets up because she does her column and she does her bits and pieces. Jamie Oliver gets up, listens to us while he's in the gymnasium. Phil Vickery will be throwing something together, probably his clothes, I should imagine. And Susanna Reid. She sent me in a cake once, Susanna Reid. It's very nice. I did have a few pieces of it, but I had to share it. It was a lovely cake. Just a cake. I don't know. I don't know the difference between cake. Well, I know what a lemon drizzle looks like, but this was a proper decorated cake. I've had all sorts of cakes delivered to me over the years, which I quite like, actually. I wonder who's going to be doing the GMB this morning. Don't know who it is on their roster. They haven't decided who to have they? You can't have Alistair Campbell. He didn't know what was going on in the world. He was losing the plot. He really was losing the plot. There's a lady called Margaret. She's 92, knitting her own Sandringham, complete with the royal. All knitted. And Chris Packham has blasted the selfish plans to build houses near a nature reserve. He's a right moaning little Mary, isn't he, Chris Packham? I've never known anybody moan about everything. Poor soul. And the British Ballet Gala at the Royal Albert Hall attracts loads of celebs, including David Walliams and I think his mother again. I think he just takes her out. And AJ was there because the girlfriend needs an outing. And it's an opportunity to sort of, just to go out and sort of watch all these things. Although what AJ and the girlfriend have got to do with ballet, I've got no idea. No idea. What have we got? I can't believe it's coming up to 5 o'clock. This is ridiculous. Also, the people who are ruining your summer holidays, ministers. Just when you've probably booked, and all the people of Portugal have just got all their supplies in, hoping to see it. Now it's on the red list. Can't go to Portugal. Definitely can't go. And Jenny McAlpine says it's been so gorgeous having Maureen Lipman back on Corrie. Maureen is 75. 75. Amazing. And here she is, Kate Ferdinand. What do you do for a living, darling? Answer, nothing. She looked sensational as she enjoyed downtown with her young brood over in Portugal. Get back before Tuesday, otherwise you stay there forever. Rod Stewart and Penny Lancaster were at their villa in Portugal. And John Terry's wife, Tony, was there as well. She was otherwise known as the doormat, do you remember, because of the shenanigans of old John Terry. And here's Rod. He still dresses like a rock star, even on holiday, which is lovely. It's a shame we couldn't even leave Jordan over there. But, Portugal kicked off the green travel list. You can't go.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
What do we like about Friday, start of the weekend? Why is it it only seems, this week has whizzed through. We had the bank holiday, and I promise you, I feel as though it's still Friday or Tuesday. Sorry, not Friday or Monday or Tuesday. But then Monday was the bank holiday. I'm as confused as Will Guyot, I think. Warren says, I don't live around your area, and but we're getting these ice cream vans making their noise every single afternoon. That chiming, he says, bring on the winter. Yes, I'm also a fan of the winter. We get Christmas, snow, ice, frost, all those kind of things. We didn't get much snow last Christmas, did we? I was sort of trying to remind myself. But the weather yesterday, actually, I was up early last night, just for a change, because I seem to survive on very little sleep. I can do 4 or 5 hours sleep. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, some people like 9, 10 hours or something like that, but not me. The older I get, the less sleep I seem to require. Which is okay. I do have a little nap in the afternoon. When I go home in the morning, I'll have a little nap for about an hour, 45 minutes, and then I'm up, and then I'm out doing bits and pieces. And I thought I'll get up early. I'll water the plants. So I did. I watered the plants. I've got everything because I don't like them in this weather to dry out. I don't want to have go to all the effort. And they've already started sprouting. The moment you put them in the earth, they go whoopee, and they start growing. So I've got I'll take some pictures over the next week or so. And you'll go, oh, you've got green fingers, Steve. And I go, I know, I couldn't get rid of it. It's awful. But very nice indeed. So tonight's Euro Millions jackpot will make you richer than Harry Styles and Dua Lipa combined. 112 million. 112 million. I've already bought my ticket. And you will be the 9th richest UK winner if anybody wins. Of course, it's so nigh on impossible to win the National Lottery nowadays. It's awful. How many do you do? Tonight I've done 20. But then the trouble is, it's billions to one, isn't it? Or millions. I forget, 75 million to one is the thing. You've got to get your ticket before 7:30. Harry Styles is worth 75 million and Dua Lipa 20 million. So you'd be worth more than them. But you could have a lot of fun with 112 million pounds. I could become a philanthropist. Or just a philan. And you'd have a nice time, actually. You've got here. So this is what you get. The jackpot. It's 1 in 139 million. That's how impossible it is to win. 2 numbers and 0 stars, 1 in 22. 2 numbers and 1 star, 1 in 49. 1 number and 2 stars, 1 in 188. It's getting more difficult. 3 numbers and a star, 1 in 706, and so it goes on. 5 numbers and no stars, 1 in 3,100,000. I mean, they made it so difficult to win that if you do win, I'm not surprised people sort of keel over. The most I've ever won is 4,000. But that was years ago, years and years ago. I mean, since then, it's been... my friend Graham used to say to me, it's absolutely impossible. He used to do the horses for the National and all the other races, and he used to do very well on that because he studied form. And I was quite lucky on the National. I was just lucky for a couple of years running, which was good. Steve, my mother made that bikini, says Kevin. What, Barbara Windsor's bikini? How did that happen? Do tell the story. We want to know. And Steve, a big fan, says Simon in Chertsey. I used to make deliveries to Barbara Windsor's Muse House. Always gave me a £10 tip. Blimey. He was a motorcycle courier. Can't imagine what she had delivered. Probably all sorts of things, actually. And Roger says, I can't wait to hear about the vandal in the cul-de-sac. I especially dislike vandalism. You won't like this one. You won't like this one at all. This one's horrible. Horrible. You do get it, though, don't you? Do you remember the story I told you some years ago of people in a little village who kept getting hate letters popped through their letterbox and all sorts of things? And it turned out it was some bloke who was on the parish council who was doing it. You know, he was sort of giving the impression of, oh, I'm a nice sort of person. And he turned out to be this sort of evil person. So this person... So, the bikini... They say it's going to fetch more than 100,000, more than 100,000. That'd be good. They'd be very pleased because it's going to Alzheimer's. Scott, her husband, says it's a touching tribute to Barbara to think any item associated with that famous scene will raise money. I'd say it was fitting, but it flew off, so it wasn't, which is lovely. So good. The bikini's still got the hole where the fishing hook was attached because it was on a fishing line and they had to whip it off like that. Good old Scott. We love Scott. We do. And it was filmed in the middle of winter. Everything was sprayed green. That's why there are no leaves on the trees. It was looking a bit. There you go. Lecturer found guilty of 12-year hate mail campaign in a village. Have we got his name? A former university lecturer was facing. How long ago was this? Was it 2014? James Forster. He literally bombarded residents with letters, leaflets, posters in a crusade that culminated in sending a pornographic magazine to a 13-year-old. He was a retired Open University academic. He branded his neighbour's daughter a prostitute. He alleged an unemployed man was a rapist. And he kept a detailed diary of his neighbour's movements. I mean, obviously they always say don't judge a book by its cover. Well, I mean, in this particular case, I mean, he was completely mad. Completely mad. He was, there you go, he was a former parish clerk, described as a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde character, acting as a community figure whilst conducting an obsessive secret life by sending all this stuff. Pathetic. Well, this one, which I'll tell you about a little bit later, determined to drag it out. It's such a good story. It's a good story in so much as they will find this person. And they will. I mean, 20 people. So here you have a situation of a little quiet cul-de-sac. And because there's nowhere to park, because years ago you could have a little quiet cul-de-sac, you wouldn't see any cars in it because nobody had cars. Now, if you've got a family, mum, dad, 2 kids, that's 4 cars. Where are they parking? In this quiet little cul-de-sac. And at least 20 drivers have had their cars vandalised by the self-entitled idiot who's allegedly used keys, paint, a wire scouring pad, and even bricks to damage their vehicles. Driver Liv Stewart Cole was horrified to return from work to find her Mini Cooper had been scratched with a rock Liv comes from Sale in Cheshire. She said it's ridiculous. They've got away with it for way too long, and they've done both sides of the car. Receptionist Liv claims police said her report was like deja vu, as the officer had just been dealing with the exact same story from another victim, and another driver claimed police had told them to urge others to come forward. Locals said the issue would soon be resolved if permits for parking were introduced down the street, meaning those without a permit would no longer be able to leave their cars there. There was a guy who'd commented saying he'd heard about 5 incidents like scratches, angry notes on his car, and loads of other stuff. Do you know what you need? You need one of those little dash cam cameras, which goes for the front and the back of the car, and then you will catch the person doing it. I'm surprised, actually, in Cheshire, which is supposed to be, you know, the land of the rich, certainly the ones that purport to be on the television. But if you get one of those little dash cams, they're activated by movement. So if somebody moves in front of the car or to the side of the car, they will be caught. I mean, come on, surely you've got, you know, intelligence to realise that. And these dash cams, 25 quid, 30 quid, they're tiny. Somebody will know it's there, and if they've got it, because once we find this person, admittedly, you're only going to get them for the cars that they've recently done. If they've done other cars, you won't be able to get them for that because you won't be able to prove it. But, you know, little dash cams. I've got dash cam. You can't see it on my car. It's hidden. It's tiny. That's all we'll say. That's all we'll say. Steve, for the ice cream machine, I had to pay 179 quid and it freezes itself. Makes frozen yogurt, gelato, sorbet and ice cream. Come to my place and I'll make you some. Okay, stalker. A little bit worrying there. What happened to Mr. Ed the Talking Horse? He died. Howie says, I tell my wife that some dumb person in Idaho will win, so I can't be that dumb. Nobody's going to win the lottery in Idaho. It's Euro Millions. I mean, at the very worst, it could be Belgium or France or something like that. Steve, have you ever been back to Hong Kong since the redevelopment of Old Hong Kong Airfield, which was Kai Tak? No. We left there in 64 we were there, 66 we came back, 2-year posting. But I don't remember any of it. I can remember when I look at photographs of our flat over there and things like that. I remember that. And I can remember meeting Father Christmas, who turned up at the Royal Yacht Club. And he was called St. Nicholas. They didn't call him Father Christmas. He was St. Nicholas. And he had 2 little children with him. It was when you think back on it, no, they weren't. One was a little white boy and one was a little black boy. And they dressed up in these outfits. So they did, for all intents and purposes, look like elves, but they had books. The little white boy had a book of allegedly all the good children's names, and the little black boy had the list of all the naughty children who weren't going to get a present. It was all, you know, back in those days, back in the 60s. But it was St. Nicholas we had. St. Nicholas was the thing, and he had all. I just remember a long beard and this outfit, but I think it's only because I've seen a photograph. I don't think I actually remember it physically from the day. We had a typhoon when we were over there, and the smells. Oh, the smells. The fish market at Wan Chai, all of these, you remember the floating restaurants at Aberdeen, where you'd pick your fish out of the tank. You go, that one, and they'd hook it out there and then. Next thing, it arrived at your table fully cooked. I didn't eat much fish. In fact, I can't remember what I ate in Hong Kong. Boiled rice, I think we used to have with sort of meats and stuff like that. That's all I remember. I don't remember any of that. And I remember going to school at the Victoria Military School. I remember that, and that's about it. And I remember our address. It was number 8 Tun Shan Terrace, and it's still there. Who's living in our flat? I've got no idea. From the 60s, still there. Looks a bit. And I remember the rat catcher. We had a rat catcher who would come. He would set his cages, which were quite big, probably about 2 foot long or something like that. And he would bait them with whatever it was he hung inside them. The rat would go in. The moment it sort of went to bite the piece of meat or cheese, whatever it was, the cage door slammed shut on it. He would come round and he would, in our yard, we had a yard where people put their washing up and everything else. And he would turn the cage up on end, slightly open the door, and the rat would crawl up the outside. The moment it got to the top, he would close the lid and it would break its neck. And then he would take it out, tie it up, and he had a pole over his shoulder with all these rats on it. Always had a huge rat problem. Still have them, I suppose. Laughter in Paradise, Alistair Sim, hilarious. And somebody else says, wait, locked into the spike, which is good. And a lot of people talk about Barbara's. I think Barbara's bikini is going to go for a lot more than the £1,200. A lot of people ask me if I've seen the new Disney Cruella movie. I haven't. I'd like to go and see it. This will be the third version, I think. And yes, so £112 million tonight. What would you do with that? 112 million. There you go. There is today's fantasy. You can pretend, just sitting there in traffic jams. What would you do with 112 million? Imagine how nice the bank manager would be to you. To go in there, and I would be going in on a daily basis going, could you give me my balance? 114 million pounds. Yes, thank you. I'll have £10,000 cash, please. Imagine the fun you could have. You could pay KFC to open early, couldn't you? You could buy a KFC franchise. I'd like that, actually. I'd like a KFC franchise. And it would be in Leicester Square. And I'd be offering a discount to everybody who worked for Global.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
We've decided in this quiet cul-de-sac, they know who it is. All the people in the cul-de-sac, because all houses in a cul-de-sac will face onto the road. They know who it is. They know who this is. There was a guy who'd had about 5 incidents, scratches, angry notes on the car and loads of other stuff. Get a dash cam. Get a dash cam. It's not complicated. So much cheaper, £25, £30. You'll find out exactly who it is and you prosecute. And then they get named in the paper as being a vandal. So yesterday I go to Kingston. I wasn't intending on going to Kingston, but I thought, I'll nip to Kingston. And so I go to Kingston to buy let's just call them garments. And I'm coming back and I'm sitting on the bus and I've got my baseball cap on. I've got my sunglasses on because it was a bit bright. And I've got my mask on. And I tend to find that if you're wearing your mask and you've got sunglasses on and a hat, you're totally unrecognisable. Totally unrecognisable. And I'm sort of sitting there and I'm sort of not taking much notice of anything. I'm sort of staring out the window thinking, if I won the lottery, what would I do with it first? Would I stay with the bank or go with Coutts? And I decided I would definitely go with Coutts. And so that's quite nice, which is also owned by the Royal Bank of Scotland, so it wouldn't make any difference. And a bloke gets on, and he gets on at the church in Teddington. Old bloke, he's got a hat on. He could be listening to the programme this morning. In fact, I suspect he probably is listening to the programme, because what did he have over his shoulder? A Steve Allen tote bag. He had a tote bag over his shoulder. And it was only because I recognised the writing. And I'm looking at it thinking, is that a Steve Allen tote bag? And then I could see on one bit of it, because it was over his shoulder and it was on the opposite shoulder to me. So it said Steve's. And I'm thinking, he's got my tote bag. And I was debating whether or not to say to him, good choice. But he actually got off the bus before me. I think he actually got off at Marks and Spencer's in the High Street. So if he's listening to the programme at the moment, the person who was sitting by the door was me. It was my tote bag you had. My tote bag. It's the first time I've seen somebody out with one. I've had people send in photographs of the tote bags. They've been out. But he was actually using it. I was ever so... Yeah, gutted now, I should imagine. I could have signed the thing as well. Steve, I used to work above the old KFC in Leicester Square. When installing a fibre connection, I had to go to the basement. I wouldn't go again. Yes, they had an infestation of mice in the one. It was over here. It's now a shake place. I think it must be milkshakes, I suppose. But an infestation of mice, and they got it closed down. They got it closed down. It was they had terrible. It was one of the dirtiest places. In fact, during daytime, mice running around on the counters. Actually, on the counters. That's why it had to be closed down. There you go. The environmental health inspectors found cockroaches as well. And a cockroach scuttled across the counter. It was the filthiest place we'd ever seen. The owners of it, were just disgusting. Just disgusting. And I think the restaurateur has been fined for a separate one. 28,000 quid. Countless sightings of rats, mice and cockroaches. The owner of the Korean restaurant in Soho pleaded guilty to 8 counts. They found a cockroach inside a saucepan in the restaurant. I mean, seriously. But this KFC, it was closed down for ages whilst they had to disinfect from top to bottom. It was full of animals. Awful. Yeah, there's the new one just up here, which is by the Hippodrome, and the old KFC is now a shake place. A shake place. Shane in Sydney says, if I won the lottery, I'd come over to the UK. I've never been out of Australia. Good Lord above. Well, we don't want you. No point in coming over. What are you going to come over here for? You can't come over here. You're not allowed. Not allowed. I'm going to do that list of places where you can go and where you can't go. Because believe you me, there's loads of them. Now you can't be in Portugal. You can't fly to Portugal, but there's loads of people there. Also, United could be a Concorde for the 21st century. They're planning a supersonic network covering 500 cities. London to New York could take 3.5 hours. At the moment, it's 6.5 hours. LA to Sydney, 8.5 hours. At the moment, it's 14. Paris to Montreal, 3 hours 45. At the moment, it's 7 hours 15. And Singapore to Dubai, 4 hours, where at the moment it's 7 hours. And they reckon a round trip from London to New York, similar to business class seats on existing subsonic aircraft, to be £3,500. Well, the same journey on Concorde cost £9,140. But I never went on it. Oh, pages and pages. Another lengthy poem. Love passing by. Oh, God. Another relationship on the rocks. Love passing by. And the stars went supersonic. Judith Chalmers, Joan Collins. Loads of people went. And I mean, the speed of it was phenomenal. I've never even been on a Concorde. Nothing at all, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it? But the one place you can't go to is Portugal now. Having told you could, all those hotels that have just opened up in Portugal, oh, this is fantastic, we're going to make some money. I'm sorry, no more Brits are coming. 11 nights in quarantine with 2 negative PCR tests. So the other places you can't go to, Afghanistan, Bahrain, Brazil, Costa Rica, Egypt, India, the Maldives, the Seychelles, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Trinidad and Tobago, Turkey and UAE, and Portugal. Amber. Negative test maximum 3 days before flight home. 10 days self-isolation on return with 2 negative PCR tests can be cut to 5 days with further negative private tests. Currently, most countries fall into the categories. So, Portugal is amber. Portugal's amber. The Azores and Madeira, Barbados, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Madeira, Japan, Malta, Spain, Tunisia, USA. Blimey. The places you can go to, negative test maximum 3 days before flight home, PCR test within 2 days of return, Brunei, Falkland Islands, the Faroe Islands, Gibraltar, Iceland, Darren very pleased, Israel and Jerusalem, New Zealand, Singapore, British service overseas, South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands, St Helena, Ascension and Tristan da Cunha, because we all know people who've been to Tristan da Cunha, don't we? No, we don't. We don't know anybody who's been to Tristan da Cunha. But they go, you can go there. You can go there now. But I feel sorry for the poor hoteliers and the B&Bs in Portugal. 1 minute welcoming thousands of Brits. In fact, that's where everybody was heading to. They were all heading, weren't they, to Portugal. Now, no. Not so good. Another one here. Proudly filming their arrival on social media. They've got Calais to Dover via TikTok. Some of the 4,000 migrants who have crossed the channel on small boats this year on course to sail past the total from last year, making a mockery of Priti Patel and cracking down on trafficking. She's had no effect whatsoever. No effect at all. Thousands of people here, and as I say, just here, and they've streamed, they've all got telephones, they're all fully charged. So there you go. The army barracks, which were not fit for asylum seekers, 6 migrants have won a court battle. Looks perfectly normal, but as I say, if they won the court battle. And a security alert was sparked at an army base after a badger broke into an ammunition compound. It penetrated secure fencing. I quite like badgers. I quite like them. I like looking at sort of, hidden badgers. They've got these sets, haven't they, which are quite nice. So why no damehood for the Born Free star, Virginia McKenna? She'll be 90 on Monday and has led a blissful life, apart from her first marriage to Denham Elliott in 1954. It lasted just 3 years after she discovered he preferred the company of men. Don't know why it took her so long. Everybody else knew about it. But yes, why no damehood for Virginia McKenna? Oh, gosh, she was good. And she's 90. Absolutely wonderful person. Wonderful person. She's played so many of those British movies that I've got on DVD now. And Virginia McKenna, but it was Born Free, really, which I suppose, even though she'd done loads of things before Born Free was, can you get up a list of Virginia McKenna's films? Born Free was wonderful. I loved her. She was married to Bill Travers. I thought they were a super couple, but she's 90. So I'm not sure if I'm wishing her a many happy returns of the day. So here we go. She's a wildlife campaigner, as you know. Born free, she did carve her name with pride. Did you ever see Ring of Bright Water? Oh, that was lovely. That was about an otter. And they used to sit there and watch it playing in the pools. Cruel Sea, Town Like Alice. Did you ever see A Town Like Alice? You just not seen any of these films. The Smallest Show on Earth, which was lovely. Swallows and Amazons, Christian the Lion, Golden... I mean, really, really, really. Born in 1931. And she was married to Denham Elliott for 3 years. And then Bill Travers, Jr. are the children. Bill, she married in 1957. And just absolutely wonderful person. Absolutely. Some of those films that she made were so wonderful. You should watch them. They're really good films. You've never heard of her? Oh, wow, she's a campaigner. Oh dear, terrible. My friend Jonathan Shallett. Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, Steve, he says. He says, I went on Concorde many times. You arrived in New York before you left London. Barbados at Christmas. Yes, we know all about Barbados at Christmas. And really lovely. He says, which avoided a night flight home. It was a brilliant exclusive and very special, but small and a bit cramped. A bit like being in a cigar tube. The special Concorde lounges at Heathrow and JFK are still open for VIP and first-class travellers. Great chef. Always a good meal before flying. So, Professor Jonathan Shallett, OBE. Have a happy weekend. How lovely. But fancy having those memories of going on it. But a friend of mine had worked it as well. And I've got the last brochure that they brought out. He gave me the last brochure. Warren gave me the brochure for Concorde. But I was told it was like being in a cigar tube. But it was... did you ever go on Freddie Laker's SkyTrain? How much to New York? 99 quid. 99 quid, Freddie Laker's SkyTrain. He used to advertise it himself. He was one of those... It was another aeroplane. And it just sort of got to... But it was cheap. It was cheap to go to New York. But Jonathan, of course, would be going to Barbados on Concorde. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? When it used to take off over our place, you could hear it. You knew it was Concorde. You knew it was Concorde. Well, for Jonathan and anybody else this morning who's up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £23 million.
Now that calls for a dance, Dermot.
Do I have to?
I hope you can limbo. That's it.
Oh, thanks. Just call me Dermot or Limbo.
Very good.
Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Mark in Romford says, when will you get your MBE or OBE? It's so overdue. We never think about things like that. There is a Concorde at RAF Duxford. It's quite cramped inside. Well, actually, strangely, I was just looking. And as Jonathan Shallett just told us, you know, it was like being inside a cigar tube. Do you remember? Do you know, that brought back such memories when he said cigar tube. For Christmas, when we were little, we didn't have much money. And so to buy my mum, we bought her a little, we've still got it actually. It's like a little tiny hand-painted Russian box. Beautiful, but tiny, round thing. And my father, we would buy a cigar and it came in a tube. And that was so it was, sealed, so it sort of kept the moisture in or whatever it was. And that's exactly what it looks like. I'm looking at the interior of Concorde, and it was only 2 seats across. Nowadays you get three seats and sometimes even more in the middle of the planes. But it shows how small it was. So it must have been like flying in a cigar tube. But it's so funny looking at the passengers there. You can see it's dated. You can see it's dated. And the stewards and stewardesses were in there as well. They can't have had much room either. But no, it was wonderful to watch. But as I say, when it came over my place, you knew it was Concorde. You could hear it. But it did look impressive. Lots of businessmen on it, which was good. I went on Freddie Laker's SkyTrain, says Roger, DC-10. It was pretty good. 99 quid gave us a seat, decent meal, and booze was £1 for a double whiskey. Oh, that was lovely. Remember those little bottles they'd give you, and you say, 2 whiskies and a gin. Steve, next time you're in Essex, head a little bit further north to Duxford Airfield, just north of Stansted. There's a Concorde there that you can go into and walk through it, coming out at the front beside the cockpit. Its nose gets lowered and raised at certain times during the day. Great day out, says Brian. Well, that's where my godchildren are living up there. Well, obviously with the whole family. And Steve, when my family emigrated to Canada in 1978, Concorde took off in front of us at Heathrow. We thought we were going to need a new plane. Yeah, everybody looked out the window, didn't they? Whenever you saw Concorde, you looked at the pilot would say, if you'd like to look out of your right-hand side, you can see Concorde taxiing to the runway, and you just had to look at it. It was wonderful. Steve, what's the film where the Borough of London becomes a part of Bordeaux or Burgundy? It's called Passport to Pimlico. And yes, it's got everybody. Margaret Rutherford, yeah. Yes, it's Passport to Pimlico. It's got everybody in it, all the old British actors and actresses. It's a fabulous film. Margaret Rutherford played Margaret Rutherford, and it was just great. Get me up the cast list of Passport to Pimlico. Here we go. And made in 1949, Hermione Baddeley, Stanley Holloway, the Lord Above, Paul Dupuis was the Duke of Burgundy, Betty Warren, John Slater was Frank Hug, Basil Radford, Raymond Huntley, keep moving along, Sydney, he's gone. Sidney Taffler was Fred, he was lovely. Charles Hawtrey was Bert, he played straight. They've all got funny faces. Yeah, these are all character actors and actresses. Arthur Howard, Michael Hordern was in it. But Charles Hawtrey, who was a big star in his day, until unfortunately the drink got the better of him. I only laugh because people from the carry-ons would tell you, Barbara used to sort of tell you stories of Charles. He would sit there holding court completely off his face. But he appeared in the Will Hay films. He was, very pop, but Camp as a Christmas Tree. And he died in Deal in Kent at the Royal Hotel. He shattered his femur, rushed by ambulance to hospital, discovered to be suffering from a vascular disease, a condition of the arteries brought on by a lifetime of heavy smoking. He was told that to save his life, his legs would have to be amputated. He refused the operation, saying he wanted to die with his boots on. He died 3 days later, aged 73, at a nursing home in Walmer near Deal. He was cremated. It was claimed on his deathbed he threw a vase at his nurse who asked for an autograph. He used to write letters. There's a little book out. It's called The Man Who Would Be Private Whittle. And he used to write letters to the BBC, pretending to be somebody else. But it was really Charles Hawtrey asking for, do they have any work for him at the moment? And they would write back and go, we haven't got anything, I'm afraid, for you. Because they knew what his reputation was. When he sort of left the Carry On films, it was over billing, I believe, and that was a very important thing to these people. But he would, if fans asked him for an autograph, he would swear at them. He spent most of his life living with his mother, who suffered from senile dementia. He just got drunk. He would frequent local pubs. He was thrown out of more and more places. His house caught fire in 1984. He'd gone to bed with a man. He left a cigarette burning on his sofa. Newspaper photographs from the time show a fireman leading an ill-looking, emotionally, partly clothed and toupee-less Hawtrey, because he wore a toupee. But he was cremated, and his ashes were scattered at Mortlake Crematorium, close to Chiswick. 9 mourners, but including no friends or family attending. I don't know whether he left any money, but he has been the subject of 2 biographies. But The Life and Death of Charles Hawtrey is one of them. But The Man Who Was Private Whittle, you should read. It's very good. Very, very good indeed. And for magicians listening, there's a new book coming out by David Copperfield on his collection. It's only of interest to magicians. I know it's a £25 book. It doesn't come out till Christmas of this year. But for magicians, they'll be going, is there? Order it on Amazon. You can pre-order on Amazon, and it's taking you behind the scenes at David Copperfield and his huge warehouse just outside of Vegas, where he collects magic. So magicians who've long since passed away, he would buy their collection. And apparently, I'm told it's sensational. But the book's coming out, £25, I think. And that'll be out at about Christmas. 20 to 6. Why did I give you a time check? Why am I doing time check? Don't do time checks. Steve, my friend, a BA Purser, is about 5'9" tall. She was unable to work Concorde because of her height. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much room. There really wasn't much room. It was a bit... that was from Helena. Thank you. Did you know that Phil Collins played at Live Aid in 85 at Wembley, then flew on Concorde to fly over to America to play at the American Live Aid event? Yes, I did. And there's also a Concorde down the road at Brooklands Racetrack in Weybridge, says Tony in South Ealing. And Steve, my brother Peter used to be an air steward. He was also a model for their uniforms. He once took me right up to the Concorde, and I was astonished at how small it was. Yes, it was. It almost looked like a toy, didn't it? A toy. Apparently, Charles Hawtrey's house in Deal has a blue plaque on it, says Paul. Lovely place. Oh, wow. And somebody says, I had the pleasure of, well, all the trolley dollies this morning. I had the pleasure, Steve, of working on Lakers SkyTrain. Still love New York. Ascension Island on the green list is another wonderful destination, and still enjoying my tote bag. Thank you. Thank you. We did very well with those tote bags, and it's all due to you. Steve, those unions who say amber is confusing, it means stop. Doesn't mean go. Yeah, don't go. Don't go. They might as well call it, red. Steve, my brother Dave Stud was captain on Concorde for... Look at this, honestly, it's unbelievable. All you people out here. This is from Claire. And he was the captain on Concorde for 10 years. He used to love doing the Bay of Biscay trips before they got stopped. Wow. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wayne, the trolley dolly, says... wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing now. There's so many of these coming in. Wait a minute. Wayne the trolley dolly says, I know it'll be a secondary concern to many, but the airline industry is now once again in a desperate state. Thousands of jobs on the line. I long for the day that I'm listening to you in the bar in Bangkok or the swimming pool in Sydney. I should be expecting photographs, Wayne. I shall definitely be. I know that we tend to forget, and it's a bit naughty that we tend to forget. And Nick Ferrari will have the latest on all the travel changes at 7:00 this morning. But Wayne, I have a lot of sympathy. I know a lot of people who fly. Did you know Dale when he worked at Beacon Radio in Wolverhampton? Yes, of course. I knew him since he was 18. Nick, absolutely. I knew him when his first job was at Radio Trent up in Nottingham. And then he had all these other jobs. And he tried to get me a job at Radio Trent. But the person who was employing was a guy called Len Grote. And he didn't think I was experienced enough. There was a story, actually, that came with Len Grote. I'm pretty certain. Sounds like a Dickens character, doesn't it? I know. It wasn't funny, though. There was a story about him which appeared in the newspapers. And I can't remember what it was now. Or something. We'll try and find out in a moment. But yes, I knew him when he worked... I knew him when he worked at UBN. He got me the job at UBN. That's why. And somebody else asking about some of these old films which we had in the 60s. And talking of winnings, Steve, from Cell, I've just checked my premium bonds and I can reveal I've won £100. He says, you brought me luck. £100. Listen, £100 better than nothing. Better than nothing. £1 million would be nicer. I wouldn't mind winning £1 million. If Shane's never been out of Oz before, says Roger, I'd imagine there are one or two places more interesting. And Steve, I've now lost this blooming thing. I keep losing these things. Did you ever have the pleasure of meeting Irene Handel? I didn't. And somebody sent in pictures of my house in Hong Kong as it is now. Thank you. Number 8 Tun Shan Terrace. There we go. Yeah, I've actually seen these before, and yes, Lord, honestly, seems so strange, doesn't it? Looked bigger when we were there. Looked bigger. I was smaller though. I was much smaller. So I didn't meet Irene Handel, but they put her on television. She appeared on, I think, TVAM, and she appeared. She had a little funny voice like that, and they asked her a question, and it was something about what was she going to do for Christmas. And I always remember it because she burst into tears on live television. And it turned out that all her friends had died. She didn't have any friends and she was in a terrible state and she sort of was crying. And they said, we'll go to a break. When they came back, she wasn't there. And they'd said, listen, she's having a little bit of a rest. But thank you to all the people. She was inundated with offers of people saying, come and spend Christmas with us. Come and spend Christmas with us. She was lovely. I saw Bear Grylls the other day. He was crying on Piers Morgan's programme. What is it about Piers Morgan making people cry? He did it the other day with Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer cried, and then Bear Grylls had to stop the programme. But I don't know what the question was. It was obviously something that affected him, so it could be anything to do with sort of family. Yes, Chris says Charles Hawtrey died. His house was full of old-fashioned brass bedsteads. Yes, absolutely. I work for BA, says Sunil, and one afternoon I was given the opportunity to fly on a test flight for Concorde. So unexpected, but wonderful. I'm amazed at how many people that were listening this morning to the radio, and thank you, were the people who sort of were flying, the aircraft. And up at the aircraft, somebody says there's a Concorde behind Hatton Cross Station. Is there? There might be, actually. And Sue said back in the day when Southend held the air show, there was as much excitement when Concorde put in an appearance as the Red Arrows. See, as I say, I spent most of my time living on RAF bases, so we got used to aircraft, and I thought it was brilliant.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Simon in, is it Bosham it's pronounced? It's not pronounced Bosham, is it? I have a feeling. Says, just brilliant memories. Anne in Richmond says, Concorde used to go over our house every evening at 6:45. Gave me a thrill every time I saw it. I know. And Andy Peters says, flew Concorde 3 times. Such a privilege. You got a gift on board. I've still got a Concorde paperweight. A Concorde paperweight. There you go. Now, of course, it would be, a camper van or something like that, which Andy Peters would have. I watched him the other day. I think, what was he selling? It was another one of these things. You can win £50,000 or 100,000. He wasn't in the Shetlands, I don't think. No, he wasn't. Bless his heart, honestly. And Concorde near Hatton Cross Station is a wooden model which used to be on the roundabout coming into Terminal 1, 2 and 3. Thank you very much indeed. There is a Concorde at Barbados Airport, Bridgetown, just fantastic. And it used to expand in flight. And so Simon says you'd love Barbados, Sandy Lane. Yes, it's owned by a company that own us. It's in the family, as they say. Not my family. But yes, Jonathan Shalit goes out to Sandy Lane every year, as does Simon Cowell. Everybody goes there. It is the celebrity place to go. I spoke once to somebody who went there, and he said for Christmas the entertainment was Take That. He said for about 13 of us. You can imagine how exciting was that. Very exciting. But brilliant memories. Good memories from you lot this morning. Very, very good memories. I like a few. I can't believe this week has gone by so fast. I really can't. How many people rent their clothes? Definitely not Andy Peters. Definitely not Jonathan Shalit. But loads of people do, including Carrie. Just married Boris. She rented her outfit for the day, and now they've got loads of other outfits here. They've got a dress here. If you wanted to buy it, it's £1,595. If you want to hire it, it's 136 quid. Because if you're going to rent something for a wedding, to be honest with you, you're either going to buy a wedding dress or you're going to rent it. And to be honest with you, you're only going to wear the thing once, aren't you? But do you really want a wedding dress that's been worn by somebody else? I don't know. There's some cheap items here. Prairie Princesses, Pioneer's dolly dress, 395 quid if you want to buy it. Want to rent it? 39 quid. Most of them are about, 30, 40 pounds, because when it comes back, they've got to get it dry cleaned and all that kind of stuff, which is okay. Lockdown has sent rail passenger levels back to the days of 1872, a new low. And it's taken 77 years, but finally, soaring above the Normandy beaches, British warriors have a magnificent memorial in northern France. And this is quite a wonderful place. 11,000 donations were made, totalling £1 million. We're very generous in this country, aren't we? Here's the Britain caught with a suitcase full of cash. And she's a former recruitment firm executive. She had nearly £2 million in banknotes. She's now facing prison for money laundering. Where'd you get that from, love? Apparently she'd made 3 previous trips smuggling out more than 3 million quid. And she's a former recruitment firm executive. Obviously doing a bit better than we thought, dear. And so 1.4 million on July the 14th, 1.1 million August 10th, and $1 million on August the 31st. Also 1.9 million in criminal cash from the country on the day she was arrested at Heathrow. Heavens above. Her arrest stunned her grandmother, who suggested her naive daughter may have been the victim of a setup. I don't think so, dear. I don't think so. Very sweet of you to make a contribution, but it didn't look like that. And here's Darcy Bustle with young dancers outside the Royal Albert Hall. At least we're seeing more boys going in for ballet, which I think is a good idea. I think Billy Elliot probably changed a lot on that front, didn't he? I love it. Go onto YouTube and type in Billy Elliot, end of film, and you get the bit where they're going there and they're going to see Billy. Because he comes from a hard mining town. Did you ever see Billy? You've probably never seen Billy Elliot. Oh, you've seen Billy Elliot. Oh, good. Never too sure whether he has or not. And they go to the theatre. They're going in the Haymarket, I think, to the theatre down there. And they call the usher over and say, "Can you tell Billy that his dad's here?" And he goes on stage, and then and I want it to go on. I want the film to go on after that, because you felt so proud that he'd sort of done so much. And I always recommend people to go and get the stage show on DVD. Billy Elliot, the stage show. It was filmed live, and it's fantastic. No, the show's not going. No, Hamilton is in the theatre where that was on. But Billy Elliot, the DVD, is... I bought a copy, sent it up to my friend Jordan. Remember, the one who can't hang on to his laptop? He was so thrilled that he was put down as the name over the podcast of the programme, Jordan and his laptop. But no, Billy Elliot live is fantastic. When you think that the mother has died now, the grandmother in it, and she was fantastic. And I saw that show a couple of times. We loved it. But you'll love the DVD. It's so good, because the kid in it is just amazing. I can't remember what his name is now, but he's now grown up. He's grown up, and it's so good. I can only say it's so good. I get certain films that I think I could watch this again and again, and you think it's just lovely. It just is lovely. The audience just rose as one, and gave it the applause that it deserved. Elliot Hanna, fantastic dancer. He's been on quite a few things, actually. He just looked right. Born in 2003, known for Billy Elliot and Mel and Sue in 2015. Because he was on there dancing, actually. He's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. He was the 34th and youngest performer to play Billy Elliot. And I think they were all good, but I thought he was amazing. He was 10. He was 10, but good. Born in 2000. Oh, how depressing is that? Born in 2003. I've gone into a deep depression, ladies and gentlemen. Born in 2003. But he's so good. He really is, and it comes naturally to him. He fits in, he dances. Oh, it's such a good DVD. Happy birthday. Wait a minute, I'm not sure about this one. I've said before, I'm never too sure. Angelina Jolie, the Oscar-winning US actress who got an honorary damehood, wait for this one, for services to UK foreign policy. Was this the one through... Didn't she have a friend in government? I'm pretty certain. And here she is meeting she was presented with the insignia of an honorary dame, Grand Cross of the Most Distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George on Friday. And it was a private audience at Buckingham Palace. I've never been invited to Buckingham Palace. But that's right, she was friendly with William Hague. I thought so, yes, it was there. He was sort of all over it like a rash. I seem to remember. No, nothing the matter with that at all. I just don't like her. I don't know why. But anyway... the divorce has cost them $1 million each so far. The mum of 6 was the world's second highest paid actress last year, earning £25 million. Cheap. 25 million. Bruce Dern, the US actor, is 85 today. And what 3 things sum up Britain and the world? We'll say pageantry, rain and the Queen. And in 2012, yesterday's Diamond Jubilee pageant on the Thames produced the greatest combination of all 3. For 4 glacial sopping hours, our monarch, 86, stood aboard the royal barge, refusing to sit on the throne provided and loving it. And she got absolutely drenched. Seriously, that's the way she does it. Born on this day in 1927, he died in 2020. Jeffrey Palmer. We were talking about Jeffrey Palmer the other day, the London-born actor from As Time Goes By with Dame Judi Dench. He was dubbed Britain's gloomiest actor. He said, "I'm not grumpy, I just look this way." When I was watching Yes, Prime Minister, I suddenly realised nearly all the cast are dead. The Paul Eddingtons of this world, all these people, they've all gone from it. I don't think there's anybody... Well, there's a few other members of cast, but the majority of them are not with us anymore. Shame in it. June the 4th, 1940... This day, in 1940, after the evacuation from Dunkirk of British troops, Winston Churchill said, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender." And that went down in history. I'm Steve Allen. I shall never surrender either. Went on a Concorde joyride, says Sheila in Gosport, from Heathrow for my 65th birthday in 2000. They did them for a while. Well, happy birthday for the 65th for those days, which is lovely. We'll take a short break. We'll come. I need to get a nice hot cup of tea, actually. I'm having a little bit of a treat, being a Friday, and it's the 4th of June. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you till 7. Nick will run through with the breakfast show this morning all those places you can't go to now, which last week you could go to. Now you can't. I wish they'd make up their mind. It's very infuriating.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
It's been a short week, a nice short week, and it means you can look forward to the weekend. Apparently today it's going to rain. They've said, don't look like that. Listen, they've said it's going to rain, and there's a percentage chance of rain. Here we go. 20 today, light cloud. Saturday, sunshine, cloudy. Sunday, same temperature. Sunshine, a bit cloudy. Same. Might rain this evening. Oh, that's nice. Water your plants. Plant everything up, because now you've got a little bit of sun. I hope it doesn't go back into the cold weather, don't you? We don't want that. Steve, having served in the RAF as a snowdrop, it's great to hear from a former RAF brat, says Paul. Former RAF brat. My claim to Concorde fame is that my stepmum flew LHR to New York and nicked a teaspoon. Using that once a fortnight was a massive treat, and my brother, sister and I would fight to the death regarding using it to eat yoghurt. Do you know what I had once upon a time? And I was reminded of it by a comedy programme on the television, and it was a set of apostle spoons. And I don't even know if anybody knows what apostle spoons are now, but we used to have a set of them. They came in a lovely little box. You see them sometimes popping up for auction. They're not very expensive. And I just felt like treating myself to a set of apostle spoons. And I don't know where you get them from. But they're... Oh, that's all right. That's okay. Colour's okay. Checking if there's tea. They can't make tea. They're out. We have to get rid of them. They have to go. Nice colour. Don't you know, it's almost identical to the colour of my original tea. I haven't let somebody make me a cup of tea for ages because of the pandemic. I tell people about the pandemic all the time. There was a bloke got on the bus the other day. He was one of those... I think normally you find him sitting by cash point. He didn't have any ticket to get on the bus or anything. The bus driver let him on. And he then proceeded to abuse his privilege by putting his feet up on the seats and everything and shouting into his telephone, which was very disagreeable. The poem. I haven't done the poem yet. So I'll do it now. It's by Elizabeth Wesley. It's called Love Passing By. When the crimson rose has faded and our day at last is done, in the forest dark and shaded blows the tempest, dims the sun. When the night holds us together, shall forgiveness mend the past? Will despair bring sunny weather and heal our hearts at last? If we hide within the shadows, will you stay here close to me? Will we walk forgotten meadows or sail a foreign sea? In vain the hour must reap what we gathered in the sun, and love's harvest now will weep for the battle never won. Within the world's disgrace, in the hour of nevermore, will there be another race to a far-off fabled shore? We promise love tomorrow, we preen with pride today. Now pride and love will borrow the tears of yesterday. Our pride, we now confess it, is a sin that couldn't last. Our passion, if we kiss it, is like a dream now past. While fragrance scents the garden and the misty moon rides high, the wind whispers a pardon when love goes passing by. Oh, so romantic. That's so exciting. That was by Elizabeth Wesley. Love Passing By, it's called. If you want to check it out, you can find it on the internet, as they say. Kathy says, Steve, I've got a photo of my mum sitting in Joan Collins' seat in Concorde in the 80s. Unfortunately, she never took off. It was a trip to Concorde with the WI. Apparently, Joan had her preferred seat. Also, you see Concorde when we lived in Richmond. You are good, aren't you? And Steve, we're very lucky. Down here in the West Country, we have two Concordes, one in Bristol and the other is in the museum at the Royal Navy Station, Yeovilton, says Ian in Somerset. I don't know why I did that. I'm so sorry. And way back in the 80s, Steve, I was in the audience watching the filming of Whoops Apocalypse, produced by Humphrey Barclay, who introduced all the actors and described Geoffrey Palmer as having a face like a squashed tomato. I love faces like that. They were great. I could watch the black and white Billy Liar again, Steve, and again. I don't know if it'll be shown on TV because the Gran uses some racist words. Well, they've cut them out, actually. They've cut them out, Nige, out of a lot of things. Even Only Fools and Horses. They've taken things out of them that used to be in before. They just didn't think it was right. Steve, great radio this morning. What do you mean this morning, cheeky devil? All must be of a certain age to be up and about. Just off to Wittering Beach with the dogs. Best part of the day. Empty beach, says Simon. It's not a certain age, believe it or not. It's people getting up to go to work. I was in a garden centre the other day. The bloke's up a ladder and he's painting and he's listening to LBC. And then when we got Jordan's bag back, which he left on the bus at 6:30, 6:45 in the morning, and we got that back because they were listening at Stockwell Station and Derek was the man of the moment. You know, people do everything. You know, you can find people driving lorries, people driving buses, people driving trains, you know, people getting up to come into work, people who are sort of just getting up because that's the time of the morning that they get up. They're probably sitting either on their allotment or sitting in the kitchen with a cigarette or a pipe on. That'll be my Auntie Enid. And they sit there, have a cup of tea, biscuit, something like that, piece of toast, and they listen to the radio. And people like having a few memories. I think memories are great. I think memories are very good, actually. But Steve, family and friends in the UK, Brazil and other countries love the film Billy Elliot. The final scene is wonderful, says Conrad. Looking forward to seeing the theatre version. You must get the DVD. You can order it from Amazon. It's Billy Elliot. It's live. And it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Looking forward, says Conrad, to the theatres opening in Cardiff and Brighton. Yes. Well, in fact, Andrew Lloyd Webber's got very angry. He said, listen, if they open them up, then fine, they open them up. But don't just open up and close again. Portugal are now going, excuse me, why have they closed? Why are you not coming here? People not very happy. Not very happy at all. And I can well imagine. Front page of... I was going to do the Times, actually. We never do the Times on the programme. And now they've got an officer here from Border Force patrolling the channel. It's like it's a ski, a jet ski, after an increase in the number of migrants. Yes, loads of people. Also, Britain's rushing to cancel their holidays in the travel chaos. Honestly, the travel agents who've now taken, bookings, deposit, and people paying for their holidays, and they're now going, oh, we want the money back, we can't have it. And also, the COVID rates have risen in Portugal from a 7-day rolling average of 33 cases per 100,000 to 51 per 100,000 on Wednesday. Tourists who made it out were trying to get home before 4 a.m. next Tuesday to avoid having to quarantine for 10 days. So, if you are out there, you need to get back home. You need to go and stop. But, of course, bearing in mind, there'll be everybody out there also trying to get back before Tuesday. People are going, I've heard of people going, oh, we'll have our last few hours on the beach. And you think, don't risk it. Don't risk it. It's too dangerous, and you will have to, to self-isolate. But the rules are changing. So people who enter England, if it's red from the countries, must quarantine for up to 10 days at a government-approved hotel at their own expense. Amber, people who enter England must quarantine for up to 10 days at home. A test including lateral flow is required for up to 72 hours before UK-bound flights, and 2 PCR tests are needed within 2 and 8 days. And green, you can travel to these countries and back to England without quarantining. A test including lateral flow is required up to 72 hours before UK-bound flights, and a PCR test is needed within 2 days of entering the country. So basically, all those beaches that in Portugal were absolutely humming with British people going out there now are going to be empty. And the hoteliers are going, well, you've screwed us. Thank you very much indeed. They're angry and they're very perplexed. It's so difficult. So difficult now. And especially as they were planning on this being the norm. You can fly to Portugal. In fact, it's about the only place you could go to, seeing as nobody wanted to go to Tristan da Cunha, thank you very much indeed, which turns out to be our joke, territory. Or the Sandwich Islands as well. Didn't want to go there either. All these places which nobody's ever been to. They go, no, want to go to Portugal, sit on the beach. So they get all the food in, all the booze in. They get everything. They get the rooms. They employ all the hotel staff. And now, nothing. You can go to Australia, but they won't let you in. So, you can spend, I'm sure, a very happy time wandering around the terminal. Not that you'll get as far as the terminal, because I don't think they'll let you go further than the baggage hall. Absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Also, Catholic girls in Germany wearing bridesmaids' dresses for Corpus Christi. The parades were cancelled because of the pandemic. Honestly. Dreadful. Also, the dedicated police unit tackling the web trade in fake certificates. Fake vaccination certificates. Do you know, I couldn't believe the other day that Boris has only just had his second injection. I had mine a few weeks back now. Why is he only just... I'm a bit old. What are you saying? I'm a bit older. What is the matter with you this morning? We're similar age, aren't we? Bojo and myself, yeah. Both late 40s, early 50s, heading towards 70. It's weird that, isn't it? But he's only just had his second one. But, you know, there you go. The peer who gave the Tories $500,000 days after taking a seat in the Lords. What a surprise. And also, a flamboyant celebrity art expert known as the Mick Jagger of auctioneers. Have you ever heard of such a thing? The Mick Jagger of auctioneers. Shortchanged one of his staff, 6 years of commission. He sold a Picasso at Sotheby's for $29 million. Can you imagine if you were rich enough to actually be able to buy that? And I saw they did a thing on, was it Sotheby's or somebody else? Might have been, I can't remember. But they were doing an art. And the Chinese are very big into art. And a lot of people make a lot of money over there. There was one man, he's got Picassos all over his flat. He's got, you know, if you think of a very expensive painter, he's got all of this stuff. Even in their dressing room, his daughter was saying, oh, yes, he liked this Renoir. And he's put, and you think, how much money has he got? And the answer is he was spending a serious amount of money. The Queen's going to meet the Bidens at Windsor Castle. They'll love it. Windsor Castle is very nice, full of history, full of paintings of dead people. That's lovely. And of course, it's all been sort of rebuilt after it nearly burnt down the other day. They may be bird-brained, but when it comes to following magic tricks, avians leave humans in the dust. Sleight of hand is a mainstay of a magician's repertoire. So effective is it at deceiving humans. Yet scientists from Cambridge University, who wanted to better understand the thinking of birds, found that a group of Eurasian jays were less easily fooled. Interesting, isn't it? But because I always think that birds and squirrels and stuff like that are actually highly intelligent. Highly intelligent. Why do I think that? Well, because when they put squirrels to the test, they put peanuts into a thing, and the squirrels could see them, and then they had to work out how to get in and how to actually pull this thing out to actually let them go down. I mean, very good memories they've got, unlike me. Will Guyatt says, I better stay out of the shed today. Jeff the cat has let herself into the house and has woken up Laura and Lola. Oops. So you better stay out in the shed today. Jeff the cat. You've not really got a cat called Jeff. How can you have a cat called Jeff? That's just not even a cat's name, is it? I'm not surprised the cat's embarrassed and wants to come into the house. You know, if it goes out and other cats see it and they go, your name's what? Jeff. I'm so looking forward to the weekend because we're going out for tea tomorrow. Me and the Groovy Gang, because Thomas, who was chief Groovy Man, Groovy Gang member, is moving to America. His girlfriend's out there, and he's got himself like a scholarship kind of thing to do journalism, which is very exciting. Can't believe he was working on my programme all that time, and he wasn't even a journalist. But anyway, so we're going out for tea with him and Corey. And we're going to, it's a hotel I've never been to before in Mayfair, and they do an afternoon tea. So I shall let you know what it's like. It's about £41, I think, a head. Seems roughly, yeah. It says £41 plus. I think depending on whether you have the champagne or anything else. So we've got that tomorrow, and I'll let you know how we get on. The reason apparently that Will Guyatt's cat it's called Jeff is because he didn't know what sex it was. It's a girl. But he didn't know how to sex a cat. Don't want to go there this time of the morning. Dave in Great Yarmouth says, I'd like to go to St Helena and Tristan da Cunha. Well, go. Go. Gillian Kent says, my memory of Concorde is seeing it flying like a silver bird for a cloudless blue sky over Carshalton. You've had a drink, haven't you? I can tell. Straight away, the blue sky. My mum's on her third ginger tomcat. Was she eating them or something? Oh, what's going on? It's been George, Frank, and the current one is Harry. Tiddles. We had one called Candy. Candy. We had a white cat called Candy, which is quite nice. And Jeremy, who comes from Worthing, Silverthorn Fine Jewellery, says, I have a few sets of silver apostle spoons in stock. Send me a picture. Send me a picture. Send it to steve@lbc.co.uk because I can't see them if it comes in on a tweet, and I can have a look at the silver apostle spoons. I wouldn't even know how much they were, Jeremy. I would have no idea. I mean, I really don't know. I see them coming up for auction. And I can't remember, actually. Sam says, yesterday I secured tickets for Download Festival Pilot. In 2 weeks' time, 10,000 people will be tested beforehand and then allowed to have a 3-day festival. Buzzing. Wicked. What sort of festival is it, though? Is it going to be country music festival, or is it going to be one of those ghastly, noisy rock and roll things? Very noisy. You know, you can't understand what they're like that. Drives me mad. So well done. Steve, I wonder if the block has been put on Portugal due to the thousands of football fans who were allowed to go there for the UEFA Cup final. I believe they were tested when they came back. Well, I don't know. I mean, I just think really about the fact that it's all these hoteliers. Some of these have got big hotels. They might as well just close them down because we don't know when they're going to let the Brits go back out there again. And we form most of the basis of their sort of core audience, as it were. 3 plane loads of Chelsea fans told to self-isolate after Porto returning COVID scare. Do you think they'll be self-isolate? Who's going to check that one? 3 plane loads. That's a lot of people, isn't it? That's a lot of people. Because the rising number of infections in Portugal has forced people into quarantine. At least one person on board tested positive. So Portugal is now out of the green list and demoted to amber days after the event. Man City have also been caught up in the scare as every passenger on the 9 a.m. Ryan flight from Porto to Manchester has also been told to isolate immediately. God, blimey, honestly. Nick will run through all of this for you at 7 o'clock this morning for the breakfast show here on LBC. One of my cats, says Sarah in Eltham, is called Marvin. My fiancé thought he was a girl and called him Mara bit, and then we realised we had to change it to something similar, so hence Marvin. So it was Mara before and now Marvin. Mind you, they had the same problem with the Blue Peter tortoise, didn't they? They thought it was a boy and it turned out to be a girl, so they added another letter on the end of its name. It was painted on its shell. The Blue Peter tortoise, and I can't remember what its name was. Somebody will tell me of that, and it was, like Bill to Bella or something. It was something stupid. Blue Peter tortoise changes sex. What was it called? That's the advantage of the internet nowadays, which is fantastic. Jill says you are funny, Steve. Our cat's called Eric. That's that white horse joke, isn't it? The white horse that goes into a pub and the barman says, we've got a whiskey named after you. And the horse looked at him and goes, what, Eric? There you go. Shell shock. No. Petra. No. The sex change tortoise. There you go. Fred turned out to be Frida. And so they had to put something at the end. I know I was right. Never wrong. Michael Sundin. Do you know, I loved Michael Sundin. He had to leave Blue Peter. We'll leave the list, shall we? He was caught dancing in his underwear. I ask you, honestly, you wouldn't catch me dancing in my underwear at all. Another one here. My father worked on the engines for Concorde. I'm so proud of him, Steve. That's good, isn't it, Chris? Well done. Always nice. And Pat in Brentwood says, I'm glad we can't go to EU countries. They gave us nil point. They always give us nil point. They don't like... Mind you, most of our songs are rubbish. We haven't done a decent song at Eurovision for ages and ages. Steve, good morning. Just listening to your dulcet tones while setting up the outdoor hot tub and complimentary bathrobes for our gorgeous holiday cottage at the Garden Cottage in Coalport. How lovely. See, I wouldn't go, not with other people there. I don't want to go in a hot tub sharing it with other people. No. Absolutely not. No, I can't think of anything worse. My other producer called her... Oh, sorry. Sorry. Pathetic, isn't it? Honestly, I'm so cold. I might have to start wearing rugs or something. Very butch sneeze. Do you not think so? Yeah, Corey. His family have got a hot tub. Sounds ghastly. And And so he said, "Oh, we have a hot tub." And, oh dear, not my sort of thing at all. No, I can't think of anything worse. Paul Savory used to be on our programme ages ago. He's got a hot tub at home, and you pad across the grass, and you said, "Oh no, I really didn't enjoy it at all." Do you wear swimwear? Of course you do. You don't get in them with nothing on. I don't think so, unless no, I don't think so. No, definitely not. Sam in the Isle of Wight says my friend's cat is called Dave. It's not as funny as some of the other names we've had. Eric the cat. You can imagine the cat going, oh, please, don't embarrass me further. Jeff, I ask you. Was the torture on Blue Peter called Michelle? As in, I know it's Michelle. Yeah, I did get the joke. I mean, I'm not completely devoid of humour, even at this time of the morning. Some people think I'm naturally funny. Other people think I'm just peculiar. Steve, we got given a cat called Guy, given by a man who said if we called it Guy, as he likes men only and seems to scratch my wife to bits and the mother-in-law too. So we're a gay couple and we call him our little gay guy. Oh, that's nice. Mind you, did you see that programme on the television? You know, you get dogs that need to be trained. And this was a dog owned by this woman. And every time her husband got into bed with her, the dog went for him in a big way. And they had to sort of train him because it was territorial. It was being territorial. And I remember thinking, that's a bit exciting. And Chris Lowry and Steve Campen, they've just got a hot tub. Of course, they would have. They live in Spain. See, where are you in Spain? Are we in lockdown? Are we coming to Spain or are we not going to Spain? Because you now know that's Amber, is it? Oh, God. Because you now know that we're not going to Portugal anymore. Having been allowed there for a few weeks, now we're not going to Portugal, Chris. But if they knew that in Spain you've got a hot tub, they'd be over there straight away. But you've got to do the self-isolating.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, I've just Googled Apostle spoons and found a set for sale, 985,000. But they are from the Tudor period. I can't remember why they were invented, Apostle spoons. Phil says, I used to have a cat called Arnold and currently have a golden retriever called William, who has his own followers in the original Spikers group, says Trucker Phil. So they get £985,000. That does seem an awful lot, doesn't it, for apostles? What was the point of apostle spoons? Was it because we were religious or something, I suppose? I don't know, screen. Apostle spoon. It's a spoon, usually silver or silver-plated. Could be pewter, with an image of an apostle or another saint. They symbolise the last supper of Christ in the company of the apostles. They were especially popular in England. So how many are there? 1, 2, 3. There are 6. I'm sure I've seen less than that. But originating in early 15th century Europe. How lovely. The spoons were used at table, often produced in sets of 13. The 13th showing Jesus, usually being referred to as the saviour or master spoon. And in fact, the British Museum have a set from England dating from 1536 to 37, which has got the Virgin Mary on the 13th spoon. By the 16th century, they become popular as baptismal presents for godchildren, but were dying out by the 1660s. And in some communities, this tradition continued into at least the mid-20th century. Wow. And also, they first appeared as a bequest in the will of one Amy Brent, who in 1516 bequeathed 13 silver spoons of the because they were writing Old English stuff, weren't they? So they're alluded to be by the dramatists, or of the dramatists, Ben Jonson, Thomas Middleton, Francis Beaumont and John Fletcher. Shakespeare refers to it in Henry VIII, or Henry V and Vi, -1. And Act 5, Scene 3. So it goes. It's too complicated. But they're still quite nice, aren't they? I just quite fancy a set. But I'm not spending £985,000. I'm sorry, you know. If I win tonight, I wouldn't spend 800. I couldn't spend that much money. Even if you won that much money, I would be so embarrassed in case somebody would look at it and go, "Oh, are we going to break in there? We know where he is. We can turn on the radio and hear him." No, thank you. What else we got here? Gavin Williamson's critics say his time as Education Secretary must come to an end amid anger at the Tories' Recovery Fund for Pupils. And a crowd threw bottles and stones at police responding to reports of a shooting and killing. I never understand why people want to attack the police all the time. Why anybody don't want to become a police officer, I've got no idea. No idea. These ladders, which they found following the £1 million castle burglary in which Mary Queen of Scots' execution, Rosemary Beath, was stolen, believe 2 sets of ladders could hold the key to solving the case. Dum, dum, dum. They're going to get you. They're going to get you. There's also a substantial reward. Dum, dum, dum. That's the winner. The winner is finding out about the staircase. I had to stagger with them in on the bus. Not me. But they're going to find it because they aren't. It's not a new set of ladders. They've got paint. They're obviously well used. Obviously, well, have you seen the picture of them? They look as though they're well used. They're unusual. Not many people, unless they do painting and decorating, take their ladders with them, do they? It's an odd one, isn't it? It's an odd one. Look at them. I mean, they really are. They're a unique set of ladders. One is 6 foot long, the other's 12 foot, but both are capable of being extended to twice their length. They'll find the person. Somebody will go, "I know who's got those. They were at our house the other week with so-and-so." Yeah, definitely. They banned a lout in the paper today. This is a rather stupid person. He's called Anthony Burke. Burke by name, Burke by nature, I'm afraid. He's been banned from football grounds for 3 years for racially abusing players. He was seen on TV. I mean, he's this thick, making a monkey gesture to Fred, Jesse Lingard and Anthony Marshall of Rivals United as they prepared to take a corner in a derby match. He's a Manchester City fan. He was arrested the day after United's 2-1 Premier League victory at the stadium in December 2019. He pleaded not guilty in August last year to a racially aggravated public order offence, but a judge found him guilty after a trial. In footage beamed around the world and shown in court, Burke could be seen with his hands raised to his waist. Frank Coulson, a steward at the stadium, told the court it was racism. "I saw a large gentleman with a beard going, ooh, 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 ooh." 100% that's what he was doing. "I've never seen anybody do a monkey chant. The air can be blue where I work, but what made this one different was it was below the belt." So Burke, who comes from Wythenshawe, left court without comment, covering his little face up. Can't imagine why. We know what you look like, pal. Mate, whatever they call you. And he was ordered to pay £500 fine, £200 in costs and a £50 victim levy. I mean, what an embarrassment he is. But he says he claimed he'd reacted to a gesture made towards the supporters by United player Marshall, saying, "What came out of my mouth was, ooh." It was a continuous noise. Yeah, whatever. But he's got a 3-year ban. 3-year ban, and you can cover your face all you like, mate. You're on page 15 of the Daily Mirror today. I bet your neighbours are going to be thrilled. Not. Also, one of Britain's oldest people has reached 107. And do you know what the secret of living to 107 is? Well, according to Theresa Ryan, it's chocolate and a whiskey. Worth a try, innit? Mrs. Ryan, who worked in a clothing factory, said, "My motto for a long and happy life is always be kind to others." Oh, God, I'm going to have a short life then. Always be kind to others, have all the chocolate you want and work hard and have the occasional whiskey or a Baileys. I'm very happy to have lived and still be living such a good life. Claire Webb, manager of the Manor Court Care Home in Plymouth, says Teresa's a wonderful, caring person. She's got a wicked sense of humour. She's also tiddled most of the time by the sound of it. Yeah, a bit of chocolate and another whiskey. Bit of chocolate and another whiskey. Bless her heart. But she's got a laugh which lights up the room. God, she's not still smoking, is she? Can you imagine chocolate? Well, they all say that, though, don't they? But, I mean, she's got to 105. My nose is running now, honestly. Dreadful. Jodie Comer reckons her Killing Eve character, Villanelle, could double up as a Bond villain. Why is it people want to be Bond villains? I've gone off the Bond films. They go on too long. I think Skyfall went on for about 3.5 hours. The new one is 3 hours. It's too long. An hour and a half, quite long enough. I'd be a good Bond villain, wouldn't I? Mr. Bond. Doesn't work, does it really? Even I don't think it works. Are you also a fan, Henry V and Vi, of Julian and Sandy, says Phil. I should listen to them on the radio. Sarah says, you sound so clear and vibrant this morning. Oh, I've got a dog called Gertrude. I'll tell you, I've got the maddest audience anywhere, seriously. How can you have a dog called Gertrude? And there was only one real surprise, writes Ian Highland. He writes about telly, when that llama skipped onto the stage of The Masked Dancer this week, that nobody from ITV ran on and tried to milk it. Because, to be honest with you, it's a pile of rubbish, that programme. It really, I'm not remotely interested. I'm sure there's a few of you who like it, but it's not enough. I'm sure it's not enough. And also, needs must, though, thanks to Britain's Got Talent's COVID-enforced absence, ITV had a week of half-term prime times to fill, and the advertisers wanted something similarly light. So, also, BBC One, 10:45 tonight, Gary Barlow, I'm with the band. Gary Barlow's all over the place, isn't he? All over the place. And so, underwhelming start. The Masked Dancer. What were we looking at? We weren't looking at great figures, were we? Early figures show the new series, a spin-off of The Masked Singer, is being stripped this week in the slot normally occupied by Britain's Got Talent, which was cancelled due to coronavirus. First episode on Saturday brought in 309 million, 24.2%. The top-rated show, but less than half the audience, an equivalent episode of Britain's Got Talent managed in 2019. And then it just dropped. But then, of course, it's the weather that affects things. You know, people have nice weather and they want to go outside. They want to enjoy things. And quick quiz, who said this on TV this week? The law says you must wear a seatbelt, not just to protect the person wearing the belt. It's that if you have a high-speed crash and you go through the windscreen, you might hit somebody else. I mean, actually, that can happen. Was it A, Alan Partridge, this time with Alan Partridge, or Richard Madeley on Good Morning Britain? Clue, it was not a fictional idiot. EastEnders only got 2.5 million viewers. Yeah, but that's... it's not very many, is it, really? Not really enough. Also, things most likely to make you say, OK, bye, Damien. Damien saying he wasn't bothering with a model filming. Do you know, I turned on the Apprentice the other way. Is it The Apprentice? No, it's not The Apprentice. Where's that thing where they go and they try and sell something? Oh, Dragon's Den. There's somebody who works for Capital. It was Eve. Did you see it? I saw it and I thought to myself, he looks familiar. And I thought, he works round here. I've seen a very good-looking boy with glasses. And I remember thinking, what on earth is he doing on there? But I couldn't remember what it was. They loved him, didn't they? They liked him. Oh, right. Everybody seems to like him. Everybody. And, he was on there. Wasn't that strange? You notice when you see somebody on television, you think, I'm sure I know that person, or I recognise that voice. But there he was. There he was. Holly Willoughby has admitted that when she started hosting This Morning 10 years ago, she was worried that viewers would see her as a dumb blonde. Yes, I was one of those. I thought she would, and she doesn't disappoint. She doesn't disappoint, but she's good. She was pretty good on soaps too, they say. She could only talk about food and fashion. No, she can talk about anything. And she's human. She's human. Daz says, I can just imagine you as a Bond villain with a cheeky smirk and a cat called Jeff. Don't remind me. The best sleeping position. I can't do this one because it's visual, and you'd have to see me, and you can't see me, thank goodness. Also, a picture of Dave Beckham with the funny hair on his head. Where did he get that from? Is it out of a tube or something? It's very odd. But he hasn't lost his spark because he's bought a 10% stake in Lunaz, a firm that electrifies classic cars such as Rolls-Royces and Jaguars. Oh, Beckham said the Silverstone company represents the very best of British ingenuity in both technology and design. He's using those big words, isn't he? Honestly, you wouldn't have guessed it. Switching classic motors from fuel to electric currently costs between $250,000 and $500,000. Right. And he was charging a 1961 roller at Lunaz headquarters. Well, he just buys 10% in, then he has a picture taken, and everybody's happy. So that's it. As I say, I mean, really, you think that maybe he'd do something that would help his wife sell more clothes. Here's Barbara's bikini from Carry On Camping. They call her Babs. And it's on sale. They reckon it could fetch up to $1,200. I think it's going to go more. I seriously think it's going to go more. Definitely. And I'm very rarely wrong. I think that could go over $2,500. Easy. Back with the weekend again. And for all those people who are now suffering because of the Portugal debacle and the fact that you now can't go there, as I say, the people I feel sorry for, are the people from here who were so looking forward to it. The kids were going, what do you mean we're not going on holiday? Well, you're not. The government have decided you're not going on holiday there because their levels of COVID have risen. And so they've immediately gone into sort of shutdown. It's gone into amber. Nick will run through and give you all the facts and the figures on it just after the news at 7 o'clock this morning. And it's all the hoteliers over in Portugal who 1 minute are seeing, flights arriving, something that we look forward to here, flights arriving with tourists and people booking into hotels and trying to boost the economy again. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, the only thing I saw the other day, there's some nightclubs open just over the road here in Leicester Square, and there were people queuing. There was a few people out, but the fast food shops weren't open at all. And there was one which was open. They seem to have the monopoly there because they sort of open in the early hours of the morning and dispense kebabs and chips and chicken and all sorts of things. But over in Portugal, they'll have ordered all working on the assumption that the Brits were still going to be over there. They would have then said to their suppliers, right, they're now going to be sitting on a bunch of food which is just going to go to waste because there's going to be nobody in the hotels. They've got to get out before Tuesday. Otherwise, you'll be self-isolating for 10 days. And I can't see that happening, can you? Somebody who saved up for a holiday to Portugal, and how much did they say it was going to cost you in a hotel? About 1,700 quid or something? Dear me, it's not going to happen, is it? So the foreign holiday nightmare. Listen, get home by Tuesday. It is, and I wouldn't leave it too long. I mean, I should imagine people will be on the phone to their travel agents as quick as possible. And the travel agents have got all these other people, excuse me, who are waiting to go out there, who now aren't going out there. So, I mean, thousands of Brits, their holiday plans are in chaos. Ridiculous. Hopes dashed for Greece and Spain trips. Travel industry in chaos. And so Britons are now scrambling to cancel holidays. So tourists who'd made it abroad have now got to get home before 4 a.m. next Tuesday. Travel bosses are facing another lost summer. I mean, that holiday hotspot had only just reopened, hadn't it? Only just reopened. The Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, blamed the move on a sort of Nepal mutation of the so-called Indian variant having been detected and an increased test positivity rate in the country. Either way, there's going to be hotels that are going under. They just can't afford. They'd have brought all this food in. They were expecting, we're very lucky, fantastic. The hotel's full. Now it's empty. And we're back where we started again. I don't know. Steve, love the cruise programme, needs something to keep us in hope. Well, they're actually booking cruises for 2022-23. Whether or not cruises are going to be any better than people actually flying off on but people want to go cheapo holidays. And I don't know if cruises are on now. I think some of the cruises are on, some of them, but it depends where you're going, and also some of them you have to fly to America. Now, whether or not you can fly to America and get on a cruise, I don't know. Because there's a lot of cruises that come out of Florida, and I'm not sure whether or not you'll be allowed to do that. But they're booking on this Love It cruise, book it, whatever it is thing. They're actually looking at 2022 for booking your cruise. And I'm assuming, I'm only guessing, but you can't second guess anything with this government. I'm guessing that by that time cruises should be okay. Fingers crossed. Put it this way, I'm hoping. I mean, you're seeing adverts on the television for holidays in this country, and they say that they are COVID friendly. So in other words, you can socially distance, and if it all closes down, you get your money back and things like that, because that's the big danger. But it's all those kids, they're going, we're on half term, we're going to Portugal. Yeah, we've got the bucket and spade. You're not going to Portugal. You have to go somewhere else. Go to Lake Windermere. Go to anywhere. In fact, actually, if you take the Daily Mirror today, Kevin Maguire is talking about My Glorious Britain, because there are loads of nice places in this country. I know it's not Portugal. I know it's not on the beach. I know it's not sunny, although we have got 2 weeks of sunshine. I mean, you could, in theory, go to somewhere in this country. Babacoom's quite nice, isn't it? I don't know why I thought of Babacoom. It's not really the place I'd be wanting to go to. Swanage is good. Debbie says, do you only catch COVID from Tuesday in Portugal? Yes, apparently so. That's how it works. Get out. So they've basically given people the opportunity of getting out. Apparently there are loads of UK cruises going, says Tristan in St Albans. And somebody else says, back to cats. My friend had a cat called Dog and a dog called Cat. Also probably in a home, I should imagine. Steve, the school day needs to be longer. My local senior school is open 8:45 to 3:10 p.m. and on Wednesday they finish 2 p.m. and only 30 minutes for lunch. Well, in France and in Austria, they basically finish doing their schoolwork by lunchtime and then they go home. But they're in early. I think they're ready for 8 o'clock in the morning. Imagine trying to get kids into school at 8 in the morning over here. No chance. Steve, I like to watch the old programmes like Lovejoy, Only Fools and Father Brown. Father Brown. Oh, I know Father Brown. He's like a detective, isn't he? Isn't he? In the afternoon or something. Yeah, I think he's actually a detective. That's what they say. A crowd throwing bottles and stones at police responding to reports of a shooting and knifing. Somebody who lives nearby. This was in Brixton in South London. Superintendent Dan Ivey revealed his officers were subject to an abhorrent attack. I don't understand why people are sort of so anti the police. Good God, honestly. They certainly need them, don't they? Steve, I don't know why people rushed into going on holiday. Closures are bound to happen. And Sue says, bit stupid booking abroad. Well, people thought it was all open again. They were told it was all open again, so they booked Portugal. And that's, even Jordan went for two holidays there, if only she'd stayed. And Mick Jagger's over there. There's quite a number of people who are over in Portugal. And then all of a sudden they've been told, no, back you come again. There's going to be a lot of miserable faces arriving at the airports, isn't there? You can imagine all the journos are going to be heading down there, I think, for Tuesday at 4 a.m. And Chris Lowry says, nobody's missing out by not being able to come to Spain. It's been cloudy and dull here most of the week and thunderstorms forecast over the weekend. They forecast that yesterday, Chris. For us, we just had a few little dribbles of rain. It wasn't. Was it yesterday or the day before? It wasn't really worth worrying about. No, we didn't. We had a couple of cracks of thunder, and that was about it. Then it sort of disappeared. Just assumed it was the neighbours slamming their door. That's about it. I've got to go. I've just realised because it's the weekend. It's the weekend, and we've got things to do. Things to do.